Please subscribe the channel to get updated on every new audiobook we upload. And hit the like button. Thank you. Introduction. Before I begin telling you what I think, I want to establish that I'm a dumb shit who doesn't know much relative to what I need to know. Whatever success I've had in life has had more to do with my knowing how to deal with my not knowing than anything I know. The most important thing I learned is an approach to life based on principles that helps me find out what's true and what to do about it. I'm passing along these principles because I am now at the stage in my life in which I want to help others be successful rather than to be more successful myself. Because these principles have helped me and others so much, I want to share them with you. It's up to you to decide how valuable they really are and what, if anything, you want to do with them. Principles are fundamental truths that serve as the foundations for behavior that gets you what you want out of life. They can be applied again and again in similar situations to help you achieve your goals. Every day, each of us is faced with a blizzard of situations we must respond to. Without principles, we would be forced to react to all the things life throws at us individually, as if we were experiencing each of them for the first time. If instead we classify these situations into types and have good principles for dealing with them, we will make better decisions more quickly and have better lives as a result. Having a good set of principles is like having a good collection of recipes for success. All successful people operate by principles that help them be successful, though what they choose to be successful at varies enormously, so their principles vary. To be principled means to consistently operate with principles that can be clearly explained. Unfortunately, most people can't do that. And it's very rare for people to write their principles down and share them. That is a shame. I would love to know what principles guided Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, Winston Churchill, Leonardo da Vinci, and others, so I could clearly understand what they were going after and how they achieved it and could compare their different approaches. I'd like to know which principles are most important to the politicians who want me to vote for them and to all the other people whose decisions affect me. Do we have common principles that bind us together as a family, as a community, as a nation, as friends across nations? Or do we have opposing principles that divide us? What are they? Let's be specific. This is a time when it is especially important for us to be clear about our principles. My hope is that reading this book will prompt you and others to discover your own principles from wherever you think is best and ideally write them down. Doing that will allow you and others to be clear about what your principles are and understand each other better. It will allow you to refine them as you encounter more experiences and to reflect on them, which will help you make better decisions and be better understood. Having your own principles. We come by our principles in different ways. Sometimes we gain them through our own experiences and reflections. Sometimes we accept them from others, like our parents, or we adopt holistic packages of principles, such as those of religions and legal frameworks. Because we each have our own goals and our own natures, each of us must choose our own principles to match them. While it isn't necessarily a bad thing to use others' principles, adopting principles without giving them much thought can expose you to the risk of acting in ways inconsistent with your goals and your nature. At the same time, you, like me, probably don't know everything you need to know and would be wise to embrace that fact. If you can think for yourself while being open-minded in a clear-eyed way to find out what is best for you to do, and if you can summon up the courage to do it, you will make the most of your life. If you can't do that, you should reflect on why that is, because that's most likely your greatest impediment to getting more of what you want out of life. That brings me to my first principle: think for yourself to decide. 1. What you want, 2. What is true, and 3. What you should do to achieve 1 in light of 2. And do that with humility and open-mindedness so that you consider the best thinking available to you. Being clear on your principles is important because they will affect all aspects of your life, many times a day. For example, when you enter into relationships with others, your principles and their principles will determine how you interact. People who have shared values and principles get along. People who don't will suffer through constant misunderstandings and conflicts. Think about the people you are closest to. Are their values aligned with yours? Do you even know what their values or principles are? Too often in relationships, people's principles aren't clear. This is especially problematic in organizations where people need to have shared principles to be successful. Being crystal clear about my principles is why I labored so much over every sentence in this book. The principles you choose can be anything you want them to be as long as they are authentic, i.e., as long as they reflect your true character and values. You will be faced with millions of choices in life, and the way you make them will reflect the principles you have, so it won't be long before the people around you will be able to tell the principles you are really operating by. The worst thing you can be is a phony, because if you're a phony you will lose people's trust and your own self-respect. So you must be clear about your principles and then you must walk the talk. If inconsistencies seem to exist, you should explain them. It's best to do that in writing because by doing so, you will refine your written principles. While I will be sharing my own principles, I want to make clear to you that I don't expect you to follow them blindly. On the contrary, I want you to question every word and pick and choose among these principles so you come away with a mix that suits you. My principles and how I learned them. I learned my principles over a lifetime of making a lot of mistakes and spending a lot of time reflecting on them. Since I was a kid, I've been a curious, independent thinker who ran after audacious goals. I got excited about visualizing things to go after, had some painful failures going after them, learned principles that would prevent me from making the same sort of mistakes again, and changed and improved, which allowed me to imagine and go after even more audacious goals and do that rapidly and repeatedly for a long time. So to me life looks like the sequence you see on the opposite page. I believe that the key to success lies in knowing how to both strive for a lot and fail well. By failing well, I mean being able to experience painful failures that provide big learnings without failing badly enough to get knocked out of the game. This way of learning and improving has been best for me because of what I'm like and because of what I do. I've always had a bad rote memory and didn't like following other people's instructions, but I loved figuring out how things work for myself. I hated school because of my bad memory, but when I was 12 I fell in love with trading the markets. To make money in the markets, one needs to be an independent thinker who bets against the consensus and is right. That's because the consensus view is baked into the price. One is inevitably going to be painfully wrong a lot, so knowing how to do that well is critical to one's success. To be a successful entrepreneur, the same is true. One also has to be an independent thinker who correctly bets against the consensus, which means being painfully wrong a fair amount. Since I was both an investor and an entrepreneur, I developed a healthy fear of being wrong and figured out an approach to decision making that would maximize my odds of being right, make believability weighted decisions. My painful mistakes shifted me from having a perspective of I know I'm right to having one of how do I know I'm right. They gave me the humility I needed to balance my audacity. Knowing that I could be painfully wrong and curiosity about why other smart people saw things differently prompted me to look at things through the eyes of others as well as my own. That allowed me to see many more dimensions than if I saw things just through my own eyes. Learning how to weigh people's inputs so that I chose the best ones, in other words, so that I believability weighted my decision making, increased my chances of being right and was thrilling. At the same time, I learned to operate by principles that are so clearly laid out that their logic can easily be assessed and you and others can see if you walk the talk. Experience taught me how invaluable it is to reflect on and write down my decision-making criteria whenever I made a decision, so I got in the habit of doing that. With time, my collection of principles became like a collection of recipes for decision-making. By sharing them with the people at my company, Bridgewater Associates, and inviting them to help me test my principles in action, I continually refined and evolved them. In fact, I was able to refine them to the point that I could see how important it is to systemize your decision-making. I discovered I could do that by expressing my decision-making criteria in the form of algorithms that I could embed into our computers. By running both decision-making systems, i.e., mine in my head and mine in the computer next to each other, I learned a computer could make better decisions than me because it could process vastly more information than I could, and it could do it faster and unemotionally. Doing that allowed me and the people I worked with to compound our understanding over time and improve the quality of our collective decision-making. I discovered that such decision-making systems, especially when believability weighted, are incredibly powerful and will soon profoundly change how people around the world make all kinds of decisions. Our principle-driven approach to decision-making has not only improved our economic, investment, and management decisions, it has helped us make better decisions in every aspect of our lives. Whether or not your own principles are systemized/computerized is of secondary importance. The most important thing is that you develop your own principles and ideally write them down, especially if you are working with others. It was that approach and the principles it yielded, and not me, that took me from being an ordinary middle-class kid from Long Island to being successful by a number of conventional measures, like starting a company out of my 2-bedroom apartment and building it into the 5th most important private company in the U.S., according to Fortune, becoming one of the 100 richest people in the world, according to Forbes, and being considered one of the 100 most influential, according to Time. They led me to a perch from which I got to see success and life very differently than I had imagined, and they gave me the meaningful work and meaningful relationships I value even more than my conventional successes. They gave me and Bridgewater far more than I ever dreamed of. Until recently, I didn't want to share these principles outside of Bridgewater because I don't like public attention and because I thought it would be presumptuous to tell others what principles to have. But after Bridgewater successfully anticipated the financial crisis of 2008-09, I got a lot of media attention, and so did my principles and Bridgewater's unique way of operating. Most of those stories were distorted and sensationalistic, so in 2010, I posted our principles on our website so people could judge them for themselves. To my surprise, they were downloaded over 3 million times and I was flooded with thank you letters from all over the world. I will give them to you in 2 books: Life and Work Principles in one book, and Economic and Investment Principles in the other. How these books are organized. Since I have spent most of my adult life thinking about economies and investing, I considered writing Economic and Investment Principles first. But I decided to begin with my Life and Work Principles because they're more overarching and I've seen how well they work for people, independent of their careers. Since they go so well together, they are combined here in one book prefaced by a short autobiography, Where I'm Coming From. Part I. Where I'm Coming From. In this part, I share some of the experiences, most importantly, my mistakes that led me to discover the principles that guide my decision-making. To tell you the truth, I still have mixed feelings about telling my personal story, because I worry that it might distract you from the principles themselves and from the timeless and universal cause-effect relationships that inform them. For that reason, I wouldn't mind if you decided to skip this part of the book. If you do read it, try to look past me and my particular story to the logic and merit of the principles I describe. Think about them, weigh them, and decide how much, if at all, they apply to you and your own life circumstances, and specifically, whether they can help you achieve your goals, whatever they may be. Part 2, Life Principles. The overarching principles that drive my approach to everything are laid out in Life Principles. In this section, I explain my principles in greater depth and show how they apply in the natural world, in our private lives and relationships, in business and policy making, and of course at Bridgewater. I'll share the 5-step process I've developed for achieving one's goals and making effective choices. I'll also share some of the insights I've gained into psychology and neuroscience and explain how I've applied them in my private life and in my business. This is the real heart of the book because it shows how these principles can be applied to most anything by most anyone. Part 3, Work Principles. In Work Principles, you'll get a close-up view of the unusual way we operate at Bridgewater. I will explain how we've coalesced our principles into an idea meritocracy that strives to deliver meaningful work and meaningful relationships through radical truth and radical transparency. I'll show you how this works at a granular level and how it can be applied to nearly any organization to make it more effective. As you will see, we are simply a group of people who are striving to be excellent at what we do and who recognize that we don't know much relative to what we need to know. We believe that thoughtful, unemotional disagreement by independent thinkers can be converted into believability-weighted decision-making that is smarter and more effective than the sum of its parts. Because the power of a group is so much greater than the power of an individual, I believe these work principles are even more important than the life principles on which they're based. What will follow this book? This print book will be followed by an interactive book in the form of an app that will take you into videos and immersive experiences so that your learning is more experiential. The app will also get to know you through your interactions with it in order to provide you with more personalized advice. This book and the app will be followed by another volume containing 2 other parts, Economic and Investment Principles, in which I will pass along the principles that have worked for me and that I believe might help you in these areas. After that, there will be no advice I can give that will not be available in these 2 books, and I will be done with this phase of my life. Think for yourself. 1. What do you want? 2. What is true? 3. What are you going to do about it? Part 1. Where I'm coming from. Time is like a river that carries us forward into encounters with reality that require us to make decisions. We can't stop our movement down this river and we can't avoid those encounters. We can only approach them in the best possible way. When we are children, other people, typically our parents, guide us through our encounters with reality. As we get older, we begin to make our own choices. We choose what we are going after, our goals, and that influences our paths. If you want to be a doctor, you go to medical school. If you want to have a family, you find a mate, and so on. As we move toward these goals, we encounter problems, make mistakes, and run up against our own personal weaknesses. We learn about ourselves and about reality and make new decisions. Over the course of our lives, we make millions and millions of decisions that are essentially bets, some large and some small. It pays to think about how we make them because they are what ultimately determine the quality of our lives. We are all born with different thinking abilities, but we aren't born with decision-making skills. We learn them from our encounters with reality. While the path I went down is unique, being born to particular parents, pursuing a particular career, having particular colleagues, I believe that the principles I learned along the way will work equally well for most people on most paths. As you read my story, try to look through it and me to the underlying cause and effect relationships at the choices I made and their consequences, what I learned from them, and how I changed the ways I make decisions as a result. Ask yourself what you want, seek out examples of other people who got what they wanted, and try to discern the cause and effect patterns behind their achievements so you can apply them to help you achieve your own goals. To help you understand where I'm coming from, I am giving you an unvarnished account of my life and career, placing special emphasis on my mistakes and weaknesses and the principles I learned from them. Chapter 1: My Call to Adventure, 1949-1967. I was born in 1949 and grew up in a middle-class Long Island neighborhood, the only son of a professional jazz musician and a stay-at-home mom. I was an ordinary kid in an ordinary house and a worse-than-ordinary student. I loved playing around with my pals, touch football in the streets and baseball in a neighbor's backyard when I was young, and chasing girls when I got older. Our DNA gives us our innate strengths and weaknesses. My most obvious weakness was my bad rote memory. I couldn't, and still can't, remember facts that don't have reasons for being what they are, like phone numbers, and I don't like following instructions. At the same time, I was very curious and loved to figure things out for myself, though that was less obvious at the time. I didn't like school, not just because it required a lot of memorization, but because I wasn't interested in most of the things my teachers thought were important. I never understood what doing well in school would get me other than my mother's approval. My mother adored me and worried about my poor grades. Up until middle school, she would make me go to my room and study for a couple of hours before going out to play, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. She was always there for me. She folded and rubber banded the newspapers I delivered and baked cookies for the two of us to eat while we watched horror movies together on Saturday nights. She died when I was 19. At the time, I couldn't imagine ever laughing again. Now when I think of her I smile. My dad worked very late hours as a musician until about 3 in the morning, so he slept late on weekends. As a result, we didn't have much of a relationship when I was young other than him constantly nagging me to take care of chores like mowing the lawn and cutting the hedges, which I hated. He was a responsible man dealing with an irresponsible kid. Memories of how we interacted seem funny to me today. For example, one time he told me to cut the grass and I decided to do just the front yard and postpone doing the back, but then it rained for a couple of days and the backyard grass became so high I had to cut it with a sickle. That took so long that by the time I was finished, the front yard was too high to mow, and so on. After my mother died, my dad and I became very close, especially when I started my own family. I both liked and loved him. He had a casual, fun way about him, the way musicians tend to, and I admired his strong character, which I assume came from living through the Great Depression and fighting in both World War II and the Korean War. I have memories of him from when he was in his 70s, not hesitating to drive through big snowstorms, shoveling himself out whenever he got stuck like it was no big deal. After playing in clubs and cutting records for most of his life, he began a second career in his mid-60s, teaching music in high school and at a local community college, which he continued until he had a heart attack at 8 young. He lived another decade after that, as sharp as ever mentally. When I didn't want to do something, I would fight it, but when I was excited about something, nothing could hold me back. For example, while I resisted doing chores at home, I eagerly did them outside the house to earn money. Starting at age 8, I had a newspaper route, shoveled snow off people's driveways, caddied, bussed tables and washed dishes at a local restaurant, and stocked shelves at a nearby department store. I don't remember my parents encouraging me to do these jobs, so I can't say how I came by them. But I do know that having those jobs and having some money to handle independently in those early years taught me many valuable lessons I wouldn't have learned in school or at play. In my early years, the psychology of the 1960s US was aspirational and inspirational to achieve great and noble goals. It was like nothing I have seen since. One of my earliest memories was of John F. Kennedy, an intelligent, charismatic man who painted vivid pictures of changing the world for the better, exploring outer space, achieving equal rights, and eliminating poverty. He and his ideas had a major effect on my thinking. The United States was then at its peak relative to the rest of the world, accounting for 40% of its economy compared to about 20% today. The dollar was the world's currency, and the US was the dominant military power. Being liberal meant being committed to moving forward in a fast and fair way, while being conservative meant being stuck in old and unfair ways. At least that's how it seemed to me and to most of the people around me. As we saw it, the US was rich, progressive, well managed, and on a mission to improve quickly at everything. I might have been naive, but I wasn't alone. In those years, everyone was talking about the stock market, because it was doing great and people were making money. This included the people playing at a local golf course called Links, where I started caddying when I was 12. So I took my caddying money and started playing the stock market. My first investment was in Northeast Airlines. I bought it because it was the only company I'd heard of that was selling for less than $5 a share. I figured the more shares I bought, the more money I would make. That was a dumb strategy, but I tripled my money. Northeast Airlines was actually about to go broke and another company acquired it. I got lucky, but I didn't know it at the time. I just thought making money in the markets was easy, so I was hooked. In those days, Fortune magazine had a little tear-out coupon you could mail in to get free annual reports from Fortune 500 companies. I ordered them all. I can still remember watching the mailman unhappily lugging all those reports to our door, and I dug into every one of them. That was how I began building an investment library. As the stock market continued to climb, World War II and the Depression seemed like distant memories, and investing seemed like simply a matter of buying anything and watching it go up. It would certainly go up, the common knowledge held, because managing the economy had developed into a science. After all, stocks had nearly quadrupled over the previous 10 years, and some had done much better than that. As a result, dollar cost averaging investing essentially the same dollar amount in the market every month, no matter how few or many shares it could buy, was the strategy most people followed. Of course, picking the best stocks was even better, so that's what I and everyone else tried to do. There were thousands to choose from, all neatly listed on the last few pages of the newspaper. While I liked playing the markets, I also loved playing around with my friends, whether in the neighborhood when I was a kid, using fake IDs to get into bars when we were teens, or, nowadays, going to music festivals and on scuba diving trips together. I've always been an independent thinker, inclined to take risks in search of rewards, not just in the markets, but in most everything. I also feared boredom and mediocrity much more than I feared failure. For me, great is better than terrible, and terrible is better than mediocre, because terrible at least gives life flavor. The high school yearbook quote my friends chose for me was from Thoreau: "If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away." In 1966, my senior year of high school, the stock market was still booming and I was making money and having a blast, cutting school with my best friend Phil to go surfing, and doing what fun-loving high school boys usually do. Of course I didn't know it then, but that year was to be the stock market's top. After that, almost everything I thought I knew about the markets was proven wrong. 1. A surprise simultaneous attack by the North Vietnamese on more than 100 cities and towns in South Vietnam. Chapter 2. Crossing the Threshold, 1967-1979. I came into this period with the biases I had picked up from my experiences and the people around me. In 1966, asset prices reflected investors' optimism about the future. But between 1967 and 1979, bad economic surprises led to big and unexpected price declines. Not just the economy and the markets, but social sentiment deteriorated as well. Living through that taught me that while almost everyone expects the future to be a slightly modified version of the present, it is usually very different. But I didn't know that in 1967. Certain that stocks would eventually rebound, I kept buying them, even as the market fell, and I lost money until I figured out what was going wrong and how to deal with it. I gradually learned that prices reflect people's expectations, so they go up when actual results are better than expected, and they go down when they are worse than expected. And most people tend to be biased by their recent experiences. That fall, I started at a local college, CW Post. I got in on probation because of my C average in high school. But unlike high school, I loved college because I could learn about things that interested me, not because I had to, so I got great grades. I also loved living away from home and having independence. Learning to meditate helped too. When the Beatles visited India in 1968 to study transcendental meditation at the ashram of Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, I was curious to learn it, so I did. I loved it. Meditation has benefited me hugely throughout my life because it produces a calm open-mindedness that allows me to think more clearly and creatively. I majored in finance in college because of my love for the markets and because that major had no foreign language requirements, so it allowed me to learn what I was interested in, both inside and outside class. I learned a lot about commodity futures from a very interesting classmate, a Vietnam veteran quite a bit older than me. Commodities were attractive because they could be traded with very low margin requirements, meaning I could leverage the limited amount of money I had to invest. If I could make winning decisions, which I planned to do, I could borrow more to make more. Stock, bond, and currency futures didn't exist back then. Commodity futures were strictly real commodities like corn, soybeans, cattle, and hogs. So those were the markets I started to trade and learn about. My college years coincided with the era of free love, mind-expanding drug experimentation, and rejection of traditional authority. Living through it had a lasting effect on me and many other members of my generation. For example, it deeply impacted Steve Jobs, whom I came to empathize with and admire. Like me, he took up meditation and wasn't interested in being taught as much as he loved visualizing and building out amazing new things. The times we lived in taught us both to question established ways of doing things, an attitude he demonstrated superbly in Apple's iconic 1984 and Here's to the Crazy Ones, which were ad campaigns that spoke to me. For the country as a whole, those were difficult years. As the draft expanded and the numbers of young men coming home in body bags soared, the Vietnam War split the country. There was a lottery based on birth dates to determine the order of those who would be drafted. I remember listening to the lottery on the radio while playing pool with my friends. It was estimated that the first 160 or so birthdays called would be drafted, though they read off all 366 dates. My birthday was 48th. I wasn't smart enough to be afraid of going to war because I naively thought nothing bad could happen to me, but I didn't want to go because I was charging forward with my life, and to put it on hold for 2 years seemed like an eternity. My dad, though, was adamantly against the war and hell-bent against me going, even though he had believed in and fought in the prior 2 wars. He had me examined by a doctor who discovered I had hypoglycemia, which gave me an exemption. When I look back on that, I see that I got out of serving on a technicality that my dad was essentially helping me dodge the draft, which now gives me mixed feelings. I feel guilty I didn't do my part, relieved I didn't experience the harmful consequences so many others suffered from the war, and appreciative of my dad for the love behind his effort to protect me. I have no idea what I'd do if I were faced with the same situation today. As America's politics and economy deteriorated, the country's mood became depressed. The Tet Offensive in January 19,681 seemed to convey the U.S. was losing the war. That same year Lyndon Johnson decided not to run for a second term and Richard Nixon was elected, beginning an even more difficult era. At the same time, France's President Charles de Gaulle was turning in his country's dollars for gold because he was concerned the U.S. was printing money to finance its spending. Watching the news and the market move together, I began to see the whole picture and understand the cause-effect relationship between the two. Around 1970 or 1971, I noticed gold was starting to tick up in world markets. Until then, like most people, I hadn't paid much attention to currency rates because the currency system had been stable throughout my lifetime. But as currency events increasingly appeared in the news, they caught my attention. I learned that other currencies were fixed against the dollar, that the dollar was fixed against gold, that Americans weren't allowed to own gold, though I wasn't sure why, and that other central banks could convert their paper dollars into gold, which was how they were assured that they wouldn't be hurt if the U.S. printed too many dollars. I heard our government officials pooh-pooh the worries about the dollar and the excitement about gold, assuring us that the dollar was sound and that gold was just an archaic metal. Speculators were behind the rising gold prices, they said, and they would get burned once things settled down. Back then, I still assumed that government officials were honest. In the spring of 1971, I graduated college with a nearly perfect grade point average, which got me into Harvard Business School. The summer before I started at HBS, I got a job as a clerk on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. By midsummer, the dollar problem began to reach a breaking point. There were reports that Europeans wouldn't accept dollars from American tourists. The global monetary system was in the process of breaking down, but that wasn't clear to me quite yet. Then, on Sunday, August 15, 1971, President Nixon went on television to announce that the U.S. would renege on its promise to allow dollars to be turned in for gold, which led the dollar to plummet. Since government officials had promised not to devalue the dollar, I listened with amazement as he spoke. Instead of addressing the fundamental problems behind the pressure on the dollar, he continued to blame speculators, crafting his words to make it sound like he was moving to support the dollar while his actions were doing just the opposite. Floating it, as Nixon was doing, and then letting it sink like a stone, looked a lot like a lie to me. Over the decades since, I've repeatedly seen policymakers deliver such assurances immediately before currency devaluations, so I learned not to believe government policymakers when they assure you that they won't let a currency devaluation happen. The more strongly they make those assurances, the more desperate the situation probably is, so the more likely it is that a devaluation will take place. As I listened to Nixon speak, I wondered what those developments meant. Money as we'd known it, a claim check to get gold, no longer existed. That couldn't be good. It seemed clear to me that the era of promise that Kennedy had personified was unraveling. Monday morning I walked onto the floor of the exchange expecting pandemonium. There was pandemonium all right, but not the sort I expected. Instead of falling, the stock market jumped about 4%, a significant daily gain. To try to understand what was happening, I spent the rest of that summer studying past currency devaluations. I learned that everything that was going on, the currency breaking its link to gold and devaluing, the stock market soaring in response, had happened before, and that logical cause-effect relationships made those developments inevitable. My failure to anticipate this, I realized, was due to my being surprised by something that hadn't happened in my lifetime, though it had happened many times before. The message that reality was conveying to me was, you better make sense of what happened to other people in other times and other places, because if you don't, you won't know if these things can happen to you, and, if they do, you won't know how to deal with them. Enrolling at Harvard Business School that fall, I was excited about meeting the extraordinarily intelligent people from all over the planet who would be my classmates. And high as my expectations were, the experience was even better. I lived with people from all over the world and we partied together in an exciting, eclectic environment. There was no teacher in front of a blackboard telling us what to remember and no tests to see whether we remembered it. Instead, we were given actual case studies to read and analyze. Then we gathered in groups to thrash out what we would do if we were in the shoes of the people in those situations. This was my kind of school. Meanwhile, thanks to the wave of money printing that had followed the demise of the gold standard, the economy and the stock market were soaring. Stocks were in again in 1972, and the fashion at the time was the Nifty 50. This group of 50 stocks had fast and steady earnings growth and were widely believed to be a sure thing. As hot as the stock market was, I was more interested in trading commodities, so that spring I begged the director of commodities at Merrill Lynch to give me a summer job. He was surprised because people from places like Harvard Business School weren't typically interested in commodities, which were considered an obscure stepchild of the Wall Street brokerage industry. Up until then, as far as I know, no Harvard Business School student had ever worked in commodity futures anywhere. Most Wall Street firms didn't even have commodity futures divisions, and Merrill Lynch's was small, tucked away on a side street, and furnished with basic metal desks. A few months later, when I was back for my second year at HBS, the first oil shock began, with prices quadrupling in a matter of months. The U.S. economy slowed, commodity prices soared, and in 1973 the stock market took a dive. Once again, I was blindsided, but in retrospect I could see that the dominoes had fallen in a logical sequence. In this case, the debt-financed overspending of the 1960s had continued into the early 1970s. The Fed had funded this spending with easy credit policies, but by paying back its debts with depreciated paper money instead of gold-backed dollars, the U.S. effectively defaulted. Naturally, with all this money printing, the dollar plunged in value. That allowed for more easy credit, which led to even more spending. The inflationary surge that followed the breakdown of the currency system sent commodity prices even higher. In response, in 1973, the Fed tightened monetary policy, which is what central banks do when inflation and growth are too strong. This in turn caused the worst decline in stocks and the worst weakening of the economy since the Great Depression. The Nifty 50 were particularly affected, plunging severely. The lesson? When everybody thinks the same thing, such as what a sure bet the Nifty 50 is, it is almost certainly reflected in the price, and betting on it is probably going to be a mistake. I also learned that for every action, such as easy money and credit, there is a consequence, in this case, higher inflation, roughly proportionate to that action, which causes an approximately equal and opposite reaction, tightening of money and credit, and market reversals. I was beginning to see things happening over and over again, which led me to see that most everything is another one of those. Most everything has happened repeatedly before for logical cause-effect reasons. Of course, being able to both properly identify which ones of those are happening and to understand the cause-effect relationships behind them remain difficult. Though most everything seemed inevitable and logical in retrospect, nothing was nearly as clear in real time. Because people chase what's hot and avoid what's not, stock investing fell out of favor after 1973 and commodity trading became the thing to do. With my background in commodities and my Harvard MBA, I became a sought-after property. Dominic & Dominic, a middle-sized, 100-year-old brokerage firm, hired me as director of commodities for $25,000 a year, which was near the top of what HBS graduate starting salaries were that year. My new boss paired me with an older, experienced guy who had lots of commodities brokerage experience, and we were assigned the task of setting up a commodities division. I was in way over my head, though I was too arrogant to realize it at the time. I probably would have learned a lot of painful lessons had the job continued, but the bad stock market took Dominic & Dominic under before we'd made much progress. As the economy unraveled, the Watergate scandal dominated the headlines, and I saw again how politics and economics intertwine, usually with economics leading. This downward spiral led people to become pessimistic, so they sold their stocks and the market continued to fall. Things couldn't have gotten much worse, but everyone was afraid they would. It was the mirror image of what I'd witnessed in 1966 when the market hit its top, and just as it was then, the consensus was wrong. When people are very pessimistic, they sell out, prices typically get very cheap, and action to improve conditions has to be taken. Sure enough, the Fed eased its monetary policy and stocks hit bottom in December 1974. At the time, I was single and living in New York. I was having a great time partying with friends from HBS and dating a lot. My roommate was dating a Cuban woman and he set me up on a blind date with one of her friends, an exotic woman from Spain named Barbara who could barely speak English. This wasn't a problem, because we communicated in different ways. She thrilled me for nearly 2 years before we moved in together, got married, had 4 sons, and shared an amazing life together. She still thrills me but is too private a person for me to say more about her. While I worked in the brokerage business, I also traded my own account. Though I had many more winning positions than losing ones, I can only recall the losing ones now. I remember one big one when I owned pork bellies. For several days the market for them was limit down, meaning that the price had fallen so low that trading had to be stopped. I later described the impact of this experience to Jack Schwager, the author of Hedge Fund Market Wizards. In those days, we had the big commodity boards, which clicked whenever prices changed. So each morning, on the opening, I would see and hear the market click down 200 points, the daily limit, stay unchanged at that price, and know that I had lost that much more, with the amount of potential additional losses still undefined. It was a very tactile experience. And it taught me the importance of risk controls, because I never wanted to experience that pain again. It enhanced my fear of being wrong and taught me to make sure that no single bet, or even multiple bets, could cause me to lose more than an acceptable amount. In trading you have to be defensive and aggressive at the same time. If you are not aggressive, you are not going to make money, and if you are not defensive, you are not going to keep money. I believe that anyone who has made money in trading has had to experience horrendous pain at some point. Trading is like working with electricity, you can get an electric shock. With that pork belly trade and other trades, I felt the electric shock and the fear that comes with it. After Dominic and Dominic closed its retail business, I moved on to a bigger, more successful brokerage firm. During my short stay there, it took over numerous other firms and changed its name several times, eventually becoming Shearson, though Sandy Weil stayed in charge through it all. Shearson put me in charge of its futures hedging business, which included both commodity futures and financial futures. I was the person helping clients who had price risks in their businesses manage them by using futures. I developed quite an expertise in the grain and livestock markets, which often led me down to West Texas and the agricultural areas of California. The Shearson brokers, cattle producers, and grain dealers I dealt with were great folks who brought me into their worlds, taking me to honky-tonks, dove hunts, and barbecues. We worked and had a blast together, and I built a second life with them that lasted several years, though my job at Shearson lasted only a bit more than a year. Much as I loved the job and the people I worked with, I didn't fit into the Shearson organization. I was too wild. For example, as a joke that now seems pretty stupid, I hired a stripper to drop her cloak while I was lecturing at a whiteboard at the California Grain and Feed Association's annual convention. I also punched my boss in the face. Not surprisingly, I was fired. But the brokers, their clients, and even the ones who fired me liked me and wanted to keep getting my advice. Even better, they were willing to pay me for it, so in 1975 I started Bridgewater Associates. Starting Bridgewater. Actually, I restarted it. Just after I graduated from HBS and went to work in commodities at Dominic and Dominic, I'd set up a little business with Bob Scott, a friend from HBS. Along with a few pals in other countries, we made half-hearted attempts to sell commodities from the US to other countries. We called it Bridgewater because we were bridging the waters and it had a good ring to it. By 1975 there wasn't much left of this commodities company, but as it did already exist on paper, I used it. I worked out of my 2-bedroom apartment. When a pal from HBS who I shared the apartment with moved out, I made his bedroom an office. I worked with another friend I played rugby with, and we hired a great young woman who worked as our assistant. That was Bridgewater. I spent most of my time following the markets and putting myself in the shoes of my corporate clients to show them how I would handle market risks if I were them. And of course I continued to trade my own account. Pursuing a mission with friends to help clients beat the markets was much more fun than having a real job. As long as my basic living expenses were covered, I knew I'd be happy. In 1977, Barbara and I decided to have a child, so we got married. We moved into a rented brownstone in Manhattan and I moved the company there too. The Russians were buying lots of grain at the time and wanted my advice, so I took Barbara on a combined honeymoon business trip to the USSR. We arrived in Moscow on New Year's Eve and rode by bus from the Drav airport through a dusting of snow, past St. Basil's Cathedral to a big party with a lot of incredibly friendly, fun-loving Russians. My business has always been a way to get me into exotic places and allow me to meet interesting people. If I make any money from those trips, that's just icing on the cake. Modeling markets as machines. I was really getting my head into the livestock, meat, grain, and oilseed markets. I loved them because they were concrete and less subject than stocks to distorted perceptions of value. While stocks could stay too high or too low because greater fools kept buying or selling them, livestock ended up on the meat counter where it would be priced based on what consumers were willing to pay. I could visualize the processes that led to those sales and see the relationships underlying them. Since livestock eat grain, mostly corn, and soy meal, and since corn and soybeans compete for acreage, those markets are closely related. I learned just about everything imaginable about them: what the planted acreage and typical yields were in each of the major growing areas, how to convert rainfall levels in different weeks of the growing season into yield estimates, how to project harvest sizes, carrying costs, and livestock inventories by weight group, location, and rates of weight gain, and how to project dressing yields, retailer margins, consumer preferences by cut of meat, and the amounts to be slaughtered in each season. This wasn't academic learning, people with practice in the business showed me how the agricultural processes worked, and I organized what they told me into models I used to map the interactions of those parts through time. For example, by knowing how many cattle, chickens, and hogs were being fed, how much grain they ate, and how fast they gained weight, I could project both when and how much meat would come to market and when and how much corn and soy meal would be consumed. Likewise, by seeing how much acreage was planted with corn and soybeans in all the growing areas, doing regressions that showed how rainfall affected the yields in each of these areas, and applying weather forecasts and rainfall data, I could project the timing and quantity of corn and soybean production. To me it all looked like a beautiful machine with logical cause-effect relationships. By understanding these relationships, I could come up with decision rules, or principles, I could model. These early models were a far cry from the ones we use now. They were back-of-the-envelope sketches, analyzed and converted into computer programs with the technology I could afford at the time. At the very beginning, I did regressions on my handheld Hewlett-Packard HP67 calculator, plotted charts by hand with colored pencils, and recorded every trade in composition notebooks. When the personal computer came along, I could input the numbers and watch them be converted into pictures of what would happen on spreadsheets. Knowing how cattle, hogs, and chickens progressed through their stages of production, how they competed for meat-eater dollars, what meat-eaters would spend and why, and how the profit margins of meat packers and retailers would influence their behaviors, for example, which cuts of meat they would push in advertisements, I could see how the machine produced cattle, hog, and chicken prices that I could bet on. As basic as those early models were, I loved building and refining them, and they were good enough to make me money. The approach to price determination I was using was different from the one I had learned in my economics classes, where supply and demand were both measured in terms of quantities sold. I found it much more practical to measure demand as the amount spent, instead of as the quantity bought, and to look at who the buyers and sellers were and why they bought and sold. I will explain this approach in Economic and Investment Principles. This different approach was one of the key reasons I caught economic and market moves others missed. From that point on, whenever I looked at any market commodities, stocks, bonds, currencies, whatever, I could see and understand imbalances that others who defined supply and demand in the traditional way, as units that equaled each other, missed. Visualizing complex systems as machines, figuring out the cause-effect relationships within them, writing down the principles for dealing with them, and feeding them into a computer so the computer could make decisions for me all became standard practices. Don't get me wrong. My approach was far from perfect. I vividly remember one can't-lose bet that personally cost me about $100,000. That was most of my net worth at the time. More painful still, it hurt my clients too. The most painful lesson that was repeatedly hammered home is that you can never be sure of anything. There are always risks out there that can hurt you badly, even in the seemingly safest bets, so it's always best to assume you're missing something. This lesson changed my approach to decision making in ways that will reverberate throughout this book and to which I attribute much of my success. But I would make many other mistakes before I fully changed my behavior. Building the business. While making money was good, having meaningful work and meaningful relationships was far better. To me, meaningful work is being on a mission I become engrossed in, and meaningful relationships are those I have with people I care deeply about and who care deeply about me. Think about it, it's senseless to have making money as your goal, as money has no intrinsic value. Its value comes from what it can buy, and it can't buy everything. It's smarter to start with what you really want, which are your real goals, and then work back to what you need to attain them. Money will be one of the things you need, but it's not the only one, and certainly not the most important one once you get past having the amount you need to get what you really want. When thinking about the things you really want, it pays to think of their relative value so you weigh them properly. In my case, I wanted meaningful work and meaningful relationships equally, and I valued money less as long as I had enough to take care of my basic needs. In thinking about the relative importance of great relationships and money, it was clear that relationships were more important because there is no amount of money I would take in exchange for a meaningful relationship, because there is nothing I could buy with that money that would be more valuable. So, for me, meaningful work and meaningful relationships were and still are my primary goals, and everything I did was for them. Making money was an incidental consequence of that. In the late 1970s, I began sending my observations about the markets to clients via telex. The genesis of these daily observations, grains and oilseeds, livestock and meats, economy and financial markets, was pretty simple. While our primary business was in managing risk exposures, our clients also called to pick my brain about the markets. Taking those calls became time-consuming, so I decided it would be more efficient to write down my thoughts every day so others could understand my logic and help improve it. It was a good discipline since it forced me to research and reflect every day. It also became a key channel of communication for our business. Today, almost 40 years and 10,000 publications later, our daily observations are read, reflected on, and argued about by clients and policymakers around the world. I'm still writing them, along with others at Bridgewater, and expect to continue to write them until people don't care to read them or I die. In addition to providing clients with these observations and advice, I began to manage their exposures by buying and selling on their behalf. Sometimes I was paid a fixed fee each month, and sometimes I received a percentage of the profits. Among my consulting clients during this period was McDonald's, which was a huge beef buyer, and Lane Processing, then the largest chicken producer in the country. I made them both a lot of money, especially Lane Processing, which did even better from its speculations in the grain and soy markets than it did from raising and selling chickens. Around this time, McDonald's had conceived of a new product, the Chicken McNugget, but they were reluctant to bring it to market because of their concern that chicken prices might rise and squeeze their profit margins. Chicken producers like Lane wouldn't agree to sell to them at a fixed price because they were worried that their costs would go up and they would be squeezed. As I thought about the problem, it occurred to me that in economic terms a chicken can be seen as a simple machine consisting of a chick plus its feed. The most volatile cost that the chicken producer needed to worry about was feed prices. I showed Lane how to use a mix of corn and soy meal futures to lock in costs so they could quote a fixed price to McDonald's. Having greatly reduced its price risk, McDonald's introduced the McNugget in 1983. I felt great about helping make that happen. I identified similar types of price relationships in the cattle and meat markets. For example, I showed cattle feeders how they could lock in strong profit margins by hedging good price relationships between their cost items, feeder cattle, corn and soy meal, and what they were going to sell, fed cattle, 6 months later. I developed a way of selling different cuts of fresh meat for future delivery at fixed prices far below frozen meat prices, but that still produced big profit margins. Combining my clients' deep understanding of the way the machines of their own businesses operated with my knowledge of the way markets functioned worked to our mutual advantage, while making the markets more efficient overall. My ability to visualize these complex machines gave us a competitive edge against those who were shooting from the hip, and eventually changed the way these industries operated. And, as always, it was a kick to be working with people I liked. On March 26, 1978, my wife gave birth to our first son, Devin. To have a child was the most difficult decision I ever made, because I couldn't know what the experience would be like and it would be irrevocable. It turned out to be my best decision. While I won't delve too much into my family life in this book, I pursued it with the same sort of intensity with which I pursued my career, and I linked them. To give you an idea about how interwoven they were in my mind, Devon was named after one of the oldest breeds of cattle known to man, among the first breeds imported into the U.S. and renowned for its high fertility. To his inability to meet his obligations, especially his margin calls at brokerage houses, could have led to cascading defaults. Chapter 3. My Abyss, 19791982. From 1950 until 1980, debt, inflation, and growth moved up and down together in steadily larger waves, with each bigger than the one before, especially after the dollar's link to gold was broken in 1971. In the 1970s, there were three such waves. The first came in 1971, as a result of the dollar's devaluation. The second, which came between 1974 and 1975, took inflation to its highest level since World War II. The Fed tightened the money supply, driving interest rates to record highs, which caused the worst stock market and economic downturn since the 1930s. The third and largest wave came in 1979-82 and was one of the greatest economic/market crescendos and reversals since 1929-32. Interest rates and inflation soared and crashed. Stocks, bonds, commodities, and currencies went through one of their most volatile periods ever, and unemployment hit its highest level since the Great Depression. It was a time of extreme turbulence for the global economy, for the markets, and for me personally. In 1978-80, as in 1970-71 and in 1974-75, different markets began to move in unison because they were more influenced by swings in money and credit growth than by changes in their individual supply-demand balances. These big moves were exacerbated by the oil shock that followed the fall of the Shah of Iran. That oil market volatility led to the creation of the first oil futures contract, which gave me trading opportunities. By then, there were futures markets in interest rates and currencies as well, and I was making bets in all of them. Because all markets were being driven by these factors, I immersed myself in macroeconomics and historical data, especially interest rates and currency data, to improve my understanding of the machine at play. As inflation began to rise in 1978, I realized the Fed would likely act to tighten the monetary supply. By July 1979, inflation was clearly out of control, and President Jimmy Carter appointed Paul Volcker chairman of the Federal Reserve. A few months later, Volcker announced that the Fed would limit the growth of the money supply to 5.5%. According to my calculations at the time, 5.5% money growth would break the inflation spiral, but it would also strangle the economy and markets and likely cause a catastrophic debt crisis. A silver roller coaster just before Thanksgiving, I met with Bunker Hunt, then the richest man in the world, at the Petroleum Club in Dallas. Bud Dillard, a Texan friend and client of mine who was big in the oil and cattle businesses, had introduced us a couple of years before, and we regularly talked about the economy and markets, especially inflation. Just a few weeks before our meeting, Iranian militants had stormed the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking 52 Americans hostage. There were long lines to buy gas and extreme market volatility. There was clearly a sense of crisis. The nation was confused, frustrated, and angry. Bunker saw the debt crisis and inflation risks pretty much as I saw them. He'd been wanting to get his wealth out of paper money for the past few years, so he'd been buying commodities, especially silver, which he had started purchasing for about $1.29 per ounce, as a hedge against inflation. He kept buying and buying as inflation and the price of silver went up, until he had essentially cornered the silver market. At that point, silver was trading at around $10. I told him I thought it might be a good time to get out because the Fed was becoming tight enough to raise short-term interest rates above long-term rates, which was called inverting the yield curve. Every time that happened, inflation hedged assets and the economy went down. But Bunker was in the oil business, and the Middle East oil producers he talked to were still worried about the depreciation of the dollar. They had told him they were also going to buy silver as a hedge against inflation, so he held onto it in the expectation that its price would continue to rise. I got out. On December 8, 1979, Barbara and I had our second son, Paul. Everything was changing very fast, but I loved the intensity of it all. By early 1980, silver had gone to nearly $50, and as rich as he was, Bunker became a lot richer. While I had made a lot of money on silver's rise to $10, I was kicking myself for missing the ride to $50. But at least, by being out, I didn't lose money. There are anxious times in every investor's career when your expectations of what should be happening aren't aligned with what is happening and you don't know if you're looking at great opportunities or catastrophic mistakes. Because I had a strong tendency to be right but early, I was inclined to think that was the case. It was, but to have missed the $40 move up was inexcusable to me. When the plunge finally did happen, in March 1980, silver crashed back down below $11. It ruined Hunt, and he nearly brought down the whole U.S. economy as he fell. The Fed had to intervene to control the ripple effects. All of this pounded an indelible lesson into my head: timing is everything. I was relieved that I was out of that market, but watching the richest man in the world who was also someone I empathized with go broke was jarring. Yet it was nothing compared to what was to come. Expanding the team. Later that same year, a great guy named Paul Coleman joined Bridgewater. We had become good friends from our dealings in the cattle and beef industry, and I respected his intellect and values, so I convinced him we should conquer that world together. He brought his wonderful wife and kids up from Guymon, Oklahoma, and our families became inseparable. We ran the business in a scrappy, seat-of-the-pants way. Because the office part of the brownstone where I lived and worked was generally such a mess with chicken bones or other scraps from working through the previous night's dinner littering my desk, we held all our client meetings at the Harvard Club. Paul would hide a clean blue Oxford shirt and tie amid the mess so I'd have something to wear. In 1981, we decided we wanted to raise our families in more of a country setting, so we all moved up to Wilton, Connecticut, to run Bridgewater from there. Coleman and I worked by challenging each other's ideas and trying to find the best answers. It was a constant back and forth, which we both enjoyed, especially at a time when there was so much to figure out. We would debate about the markets and the forces behind them late into the night, plug data into the computer before we went to bed, and see what it spit out in the morning. My Big Depression call. The economy was in even worse shape in 1979-81 than it was during the financial crisis of 2007-08, and the markets were more volatile. In fact, some would say this was the most volatile period ever. The charts opposite going back to 1940 show the volatility of interest rates and gold. As you can see, there had been nothing like it prior to 1979-82. It was one of the most pivotal times in the last 100 years. The political pendulum throughout the world swung to the right, bringing Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and Helmut Kohl to power. Liberal had ceased to mean being in favor of progress and had come to mean paying people not to work. As I saw it, the Fed was stuck between a rock and a hard place. They either had to A. print money to relieve debt problems and keep the economy going, which had already pushed inflation to 10% in 1981 and was causing people to dump bonds and buy inflation-hedged assets, or B. break the back of inflation by becoming bone-crushingly tight, which would break the back of debtors because debt was at the highest level since the Great Depression. The worsening problem showed up in both progressively higher levels of inflation and progressively worse levels of economic activity. Both appeared to be coming to a head. Debts continued to rise much faster than the incomes borrowers needed to repay them, and American banks were lending huge amounts, much more than they had in capital, to emerging countries. In March 1981, I wrote a daily observation entitled "The Next Depression in Perspective" and concluded it by saying, "The enormity of our debt implies that the depression will be as bad or worse than that witnessed in the 30s. This view was extremely controversial. To most people, depression was a scary word used by kooky and sensationalist people, not something thoughtful people took seriously. But I had studied debt and depressions back to 1800, done my calculations, and was confident that the debt crisis led by emerging countries was coming. I had to share my thinking with my clients. Because my views were so controversial, I asked others to track my reasoning and point out to me where it was bad. No one could find any flaws in my logic, though they were all reluctant to endorse my conclusion. Because I believed that the choice was between accelerating inflation and deflationary depression, I was holding both gold, which performs well in accelerating inflation, and bonds, which perform well in deflationary depressions. Up until that point, gold and bonds had moved in opposite directions, depending on whether inflation expectations rose or fell. Holding those positions seemed much safer than holding alternatives like cash, which would lose value in an inflation environment, or stocks, which would crash in a depression. At first, the markets went against me. But my experience with silver and other trades had taught me that I had a chronic problem with timing, so I believed I was just early and what I was expecting would happen soon. That didn't take long to happen. By the fall of 1981, the tight Fed policies were having a devastating effect, my bond bets were beginning to pay off, and my kooky views were starting to look right on. In February 1982, the Fed temporarily added liquidity to avoid a cash crunch. In June, as the scramble for liquidity intensified, the Fed responded by printing money, increasing liquidity to its highest level since Paul Volcker's appointment. But it still wasn't enough. The greatest whipsaw ever. In August 1982, Mexico defaulted on its debt. By then, it was clear to most everyone that a number of other countries were about to follow. This was a huge deal, because U.S. banks had lent about 250% of their capital to other countries just as at risk as Mexico. Business loan activity in the U.S. ground to a halt. Because I was one of the few people who had seen these things coming, I started to get a lot of attention. Congress was holding hearings on the crisis and invited me to testify. In November I was the featured guest on Wall Dollar Treat Week with Louis Rukeyser, the must-watch show for anyone in the markets. In both appearances, I confidently declared that we were headed for depression and explained why. After Mexico's default, the Fed responded to the economic collapse and debt defaults by making money more readily available. This caused the stock market to jump by a record amount. While that surprised me, I interpreted it as a knee-jerk reaction to the Fed's move. After all, in 1929 a 15% rally was followed by the greatest crash of all time. In October, I laid out my prognosis in a memo. As I saw it, there was a 75% chance the Fed's efforts would fall short and the economy would move into failure, a 20% chance it would initially succeed at stimulating the economy but still ultimately fail, and a 5% chance it would provide enough stimulus to save the economy but trigger hyperinflation. To hedge against the worst possibilities, I bought gold and T-bill futures as a spread against eurodollars, which was a limited risk way of betting on credit problems increasing. I was dead wrong. After a delay, the economy responded to the Fed's efforts, rebounding in a non-inflationary way. In other words, inflation fell while growth accelerated. The stock market began a big bull run, and over the next 18 years the U.S. economy enjoyed the greatest non-inflationary growth period in its history. How was that possible? Eventually, I figured it out. As money poured out of these borrower countries and into the U.S., it changed everything. It drove the dollar up, which produced deflationary pressures in the U.S., which allowed the Fed to ease interest rates without raising inflation. This fueled a boom. The banks were protected both because the Federal Reserve loaned them cash and the creditors' committees and international financial restructuring organizations such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the Bank for International Settlements arranged things so that the debtor nations could pay their debt service from new loans. That way everyone could pretend everything was fine and write down those loans over many years. My experience over this period was like a series of blows to the head with a baseball bat. Being so wrong and especially so publicly wrong was incredibly humbling and cost me just about everything I had built at Bridgewater. I saw that I had been an arrogant jerk who was totally confident in a totally incorrect view. So there I was after 8 years in business, with nothing to show for it. Though I'd been right much more than I'd been wrong, I was all the way back to square one. At one point, I'd lost so much money I couldn't afford to pay the people who worked with me. One by one, I had to let them go. We went down to 2 employees, Coleman and me. Then Coleman had to go. With tears from all, his family packed up and returned to Oklahoma. Bridgewater was now down to just 1 employee, me. Losing people I cared so much about and very nearly losing my dream of working for myself was devastating. To make ends meet, I even had to borrow $4,000 from my dad until we could sell our second car. I had come to a fork in the road. Should I put on a tie and take a job on Wall Street? That was not the life I wanted. On the other hand, I had a wife and 2 young children to support. I realized I was facing one of life's big turning points and my choices would have big implications for me and for my family's future. Finding a way past my intractable investment problem. Making money in the markets is tough. The brilliant trader and investor Bernard Baruch put it well when he said, if you are ready to give up everything else and study the whole history and background of the market and all principal companies whose stocks are on the board as carefully as a medical student studies anatomy, if you can do all that and in addition you have the cool nerves of a gambler, the sixth sense of a clairvoyant and the courage of a lion, you have a ghost of a chance. In retrospect, the mistakes that led to my crash seemed embarrassingly obvious. First, I had been wildly overconfident and had let my emotions get the better of me. I learned, again, that no matter how much I knew and how hard I worked, I could never be certain enough to proclaim things like what I'd said on Wall Dollar Treat Week, there'll be no soft landing. I can say that with absolute certainty, because I know how markets work. I am still shocked and embarrassed by how arrogant I was. Second, I again saw the value of studying history. What had happened, after all, was another one of those. I should have realized that debts denominated in one's own currency can be successfully restructured with the government's help, and that when central banks simultaneously provide stimulus, as they did in March 1932, at the low point of the Great Depression, and as they did again in 1982, inflation and deflation can be balanced against each other. As in 1971, I had failed to recognize the lessons of history. Realizing that led me to try to make sense of all movements in all major economies and markets going back 100 years and to come up with carefully tested decision-making principles that are timeless and universal. Third, I was reminded of how difficult it is to time markets. My long-term estimates of equilibrium levels were not reliable enough to bet on. Too many things could happen between the time I placed my bets and the time, if ever, that my estimates were reached. Staring at these failings, I realized that if I was going to move forward without a high likelihood of getting whacked again, I would have to look at myself objectively and change, starting by learning a better way of handling the natural aggressiveness I've always shown in going after what I wanted. Imagine that in order to have a great life you have to cross a dangerous jungle. You can stay safe where you are and have an ordinary life, or you can risk crossing the jungle to have a terrific life. How would you approach that choice? Take a moment to think about it, because it is the sort of choice that, in one form or another, we all have to make. Even after my crash, I knew I had to go after the terrific life with all its risks, so the question was how to cross the dangerous jungle without getting killed. In retrospect, my crash was one of the best things that ever happened to me because it gave me the humility I needed to balance my aggressiveness. I learned a great fear of being wrong that shifted my mindset from thinking I'm right to asking myself, how do I know I'm right? And I saw clearly that the best way to answer this question is by finding other independent thinkers who are on the same mission as me and who see things differently from me. By engaging them in thoughtful disagreement, I'd be able to understand their reasoning and have them stress test mine. That way, we can all raise our probability of being right. In other words, I just want to be right. I don't care if the right answer comes from me. So I learned to be radically open-minded to allow others to point out what I might be missing. I saw that the only way I could succeed would be to, 1. Seek out the smartest people who disagreed with me so I could try to understand their reasoning. 2. Know when not to have an opinion. 3. Develop, test, and systemize timeless and universal principles. 4. Balance risks in ways that keep the big upside while reducing the downside. Doing these things significantly improved my returns relative to my risks, and the same principles apply in other aspects of life. Most importantly, This experience led me to build Bridgewater as an idea meritocracy, not an autocracy in which I lead and others follow, and not a democracy in which everyone's vote is equal, but a meritocracy that encourages thoughtful disagreements and explores and weighs people's opinions in proportion to their merits. Bringing these opposing opinions into the open and exploring them taught me a lot about how people think. I came to see that people's greatest weaknesses are the flip sides of their greatest strengths. For example, some people are prone to take on too much risk while others are too risk-averse, some are too focused on the details while others are too big picture. Most are too much one way and not enough another. Typically, by doing what comes naturally to us, we fail to account for our weaknesses, which leads us to crash. What happens after we crash is most important. Successful people change in ways that allow them to continue to take advantage of their strengths while compensating for their weaknesses, and unsuccessful people don't. Later in the book I will describe specific strategies for change, but the important thing to note here is that beneficial change begins when you can acknowledge and even embrace your weaknesses. Over the years that followed, I found that most of the extraordinarily successful people I've met had similar big painful failures that taught them the lessons that ultimately helped them succeed. Looking back on getting fired from Apple in 1985, Steve Jobs said, "It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it." Sometimes life hits you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. I saw that to do exceptionally well you have to push your limits, and that, if you push your limits, you will crash and it will hurt a lot. You will think you have failed, but that won't be true unless you give up. Believe it or not, your pain will fade and you will have many other opportunities ahead of you, though you might not see them at the time. The most important thing you can do is to gather the lessons these failures provide and gain humility and radical open-mindedness in order to increase your chances of success. Then you press on. My final lesson was perhaps the most important one, because it has applied again and again throughout my life. At first, it seemed to me that I faced an all-or-nothing choice. I could either take on a lot of risk in pursuit of high returns, and occasionally find myself ruined, or I could lower my risk and settle for lower returns. But I needed to have both low risk and high returns, and by setting out on a mission to discover how I could, I learned to go slowly when faced with a choice between two things that you need that are seemingly at odds. That way you can figure out how to have as much of both as possible. There is almost always a good path that you just haven't discovered yet, so look for it until you find it rather than settle for the choice that is then apparent to you. As difficult as this was, I eventually found a way to have my cake and eat it too. I call it the holy grail of investing, and it's the secret behind Bridgewater success. Chapter 4. My Road of Trials, 1983-1994. Coming out of my crash, I was so broke I couldn't muster enough money to pay for an airplane ticket to Texas to visit a prospective client, even though the fees I'd earn were many times the cost of the fare, so I didn't make that trip. Still, I gradually added clients, revenue, and a new team. With time, my upswings increased in magnitude and my downswings were both tolerable and educational. I never thought of what I was doing as building, or rebuilding, a company. I was just getting the things I needed to play my game. Computers were among the most valuable things I acquired, because of how they helped me think. Without them, Bridgewater would not have been nearly as successful as it turned out to be. The first microcomputers, what would later be known as personal computers, had come on the market during the late 1970s, and I had been using them as econometricians did, applying statistics and computing power to economic data to analyze the workings of the economic machine. As I wrote in a December 1981 article, I believed, and still believe, that theoretically if there was a computer that could hold all of the world's facts and if it was perfectly programmed to mathematically express all of the relationships between all of the world's parts, the future could be perfectly foretold. But I was a long way from doing that. Though my early systems provided valuable insights into where prices would eventually reach equilibrium, they hadn't helped me develop robust trading strategies, they just showed me that a particular bet would eventually pay off. For example, I'd run through my analysis and end up with a view that the price of some commodity should be, say, 75 cents or so. If it was currently 60 cents, I'd know I wanted to buy it, but I wouldn't be able to predict that the price would drop to 50 cents before climbing back to 75, and I wouldn't know when to buy and sell. Rarely, but still too often, the system would be dead wrong and I would lose a lot. "He who lives by the crystal ball is destined to eat ground glass" is a saying I quoted a lot in those days. Between 1979 and 1982, I had eaten enough glass to realize that what was most important wasn't knowing the future, it was knowing how to react appropriately to the information available at each point in time. In order to do that, I would have to have a vast store of economic and market data to draw on, and as it happened, I did. From very early on, whenever I took a position in the markets, I wrote down the criteria I used to make my decision. Then, when I closed out a trade, I could reflect on how well these criteria had worked. It occurred to me that if I wrote those criteria into formulas, now more fashionably called algorithms, and then ran historical data through them, I could test how well my rules would have worked in the past. Here's how it worked in practice. I would start out with my intuitions, as I always did, but I would express them logically, as decision-making criteria, and capture them in a systematic way, creating a mental map of what I would do in each particular situation. Then I would run historical data through the systems to see how my decision would have performed in the past and, depending upon the results, modify the decision rules appropriately. We tested the systems going as far back as we could, typically more than a century, in every country for which we had data, which gave me great perspective on how the economic/market machine worked through time and how to bet on it. Doing this helped educate me and led me to refine my criteria so they were timeless and universal. Once I vetted those relationships, I could run data through the systems as it flowed at us in real time, and the computer could work just as my brain worked in processing it and making decisions. The result was Bridgewater's original interest rate, stock, currencies, and precious metal systems, which we then combined into one system for managing our portfolio of bets. Our system was like an EKG on the economy's vital signs. As they changed, we changed our positions. However, rather than blindly following the computer's recommendations, I would have the computer work in parallel with my own analysis and then compare the two. When the computer's decision was different from mine, I would examine why. Most of the time, it was because I had overlooked something. In those cases, the computer taught me. But sometimes I would think about some new criteria my system would have missed, so I would then teach the computer. We helped each other. It didn't take long before the computer, with its tremendous processing power, was much more effective than me. This was great, because it was like having a chess grandmaster helping me plot my moves, except this player operated according to a set of criteria that I understood and believed were logical, so there was no reason for us to ever fundamentally disagree. The computer was much better than my brain in thinking about many things at once, and it could do it more precisely, more rapidly, and less emotionally. And, because it had such a great memory, it could do a better job of compounding my knowledge and the knowledge of the people I worked with as Bridgewater grew. Rather than argue about our conclusions, my partners and I would argue about our different decision-making criteria. Then we resolved our disagreements by testing the criteria objectively. The rapidly expanding power of computers during that era was like a constant stream of gifts from the gods to us. I remember when Radio Shack came out with an inexpensive handheld chess computer, we sent one to each of our clients with the message, "A systemized approach from Bridgewater." That little computer chess game could kick my ass on level 2 out of its 9 levels. It was fun to put it up against each of my clients so they could see how hard it was to beat computerized decision making. Of course, we always had the freedom to override the system, which we did less than 2% of the time, mostly to take money off the table during extraordinary events that weren't programmed, like the World Trade Center going down on September 11th. While the computer was much better than our brains in many ways, it didn't have the imagination, understanding, and logic that we did. That's why our brains working with the computer made such a great partnership. These decision-making systems were much better than the forecasting systems I'd been using before, mostly because they incorporated our ongoing reactions to developments, allowing us to deal with a wider range of possibilities. They could also include timing rules. In a January 1987 piece called Making Money versus Making Forecasts, I explained that, truth be known, forecasts aren't worth very much, and most people who make them don't make money in the markets. This is because nothing is certain, and when one overlays the probabilities of all of the various things that affect the future in order to make a forecast, one gets a wide array of possibilities with varying probabilities, not one highly probable outcome. We believe that market movements reflect economic movements. Economic movements are reflected in economic statistics. By studying the relationships between economic statistics and market movements, we've developed precise rules for identifying important shifts in the economic/market environment and in turn our positions. In other words, rather than forecasting changes in the economic environment and shifting positions in anticipation of them, we pick up these changes as they're occurring and move our money around to keep in those markets which perform best in that environment. Over the last 3 decades of building these systems, we have incorporated many more types of rules that direct every aspect of our trading. Now, as real-time data is released, our computers parse information from over 100 million datasets and give detailed instructions to other computers in ways that make logical sense to me. If I didn't have these systems, I'd probably be broke or dead from the stress of trying so hard. We certainly wouldn't have done as well in the markets as we have. As you will see later, I am now developing similar systems to help us make management decisions. I believe one of the most valuable things you can do to improve your decision making is to think through your principles for making decisions, write them out in both words and computer algorithms, backtest them if possible, and use them on a real-time basis to run in parallel with your brain's decision making. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's go back to 1983. Resurrecting Bridgewater. By late 1983, Bridgewater had 6 employees. Up until then, I hadn't done any marketing. The business we got came from word of mouth and from people reading my daily telexes and seeing my public appearances. But clearly there was a growing demand for our research, and I realized we could sell it to supplement our consulting and trading income. So I hired a 7th employee, a former door-to-door Bible salesman named Rob Fried, and we hit the road, lugging around a projector and a huge stack of slides, hawking a $3,000 per month research package with my daily telexes, weekly conference calls, bi-weekly and quarterly research reports, and quarterly meetings. Over the next year, Rob brought in a number of institutions and institutional investment managers, including General Electric, Keystone Custodian Funds, the World Bank, Brandywine, Loomis Sales, Provident Capital Management, the Singer Company, Lowe's Corporation, GTE Corporation, and Wellington Management. At that point, our business consisted of 3 main areas: consulting for fees, managing companies' risks for incentive fees, and selling the research packages. We worked with all sorts of corporate, financial, and government institutions that had market exposures: banks, diversified international businesses, commodities producers, food producers, public utilities, and more. For example, we would build a plan to help a multinational company deal with the currency exposure it faced from operating in different countries. My approach was to immerse myself in a business until I got to a point where I felt that the strategies I was handing off were the ones I would use were I running the company myself. I would break each company down into distinct logical components and then come up with a plan for managing each part, using a variety of financial tools, especially derivative instruments. The most important components to separate were the profits coming from the core business and those that were speculative profits and losses coming from price changes. We would do this to show them what a risk-neutral position would look like, which is to say, the properly hedged position one would take if one didn't have a view of the markets. I would advise them to deviate from this position only when they wanted to speculate, which they should only do in measured ways and with full knowledge of the effects it could have on their core business. This approach was eye-opening for most of the firms we worked with. It gave them clarity and control, and yielded them better results. Sometimes they wanted us to speculate for them, which we would do for a share of the profits. This approach to establishing a risk-neutral benchmark position and deviating from it with measured bets was the genesis of the style of investment management we would later call alpha overlay, in which passive, beta, and active, alpha, exposures are separated. The return of a market, such as the stock market, itself is called its beta. Alpha is the return that comes from betting against others. For example, some people outperform stock market and others underperform it, they are said to have positive or negative alpha. With alpha overlay, we were offering a way of making bets independent of underlying market performance. Approaching the market in this way taught me that one of the keys to being a successful investor is to only take bets you are highly confident in and to diversify them well. One of our clients in the mid-1980s was Alan Bond, an audacious entrepreneur who was one of the richest people in Australia. A self-made man, he was famous for being the first non-American to win the America's Cup yacht race in its then 132-year history. Like Bunker Hunt, he eventually bet badly and was forced to declare bankruptcy. I advised him and his team on their way up and stayed on through his downfall, so I watched the tragedy unfold from up close. His was a classic case of confusing business with speculation and only hedging when it was too late. Bond borrowed US dollars to buy assets like breweries in Australia. He did that because US interest rates were lower than they were in Australia. Though he didn't realize it, he was speculating that the US dollar, in which he would have to pay back his loans, would not rise. When the US dollar did rise against the Australian dollar in the mid-1980s and his Australian dollar beer sales earnings weren't enough to pay his debts, his team called me for advice. I calculated what Bond Corp's position would be if they hedged on currencies and saw that doing so would lock in losses that would ruin them, so I advised them to wait. When the Australian dollar rallied, I advised them to put the hedges in place, but they didn't because they believed the currency problem had gone away. Before long, the Australian dollar plunged to new lows and they called me in for an emergency meeting. There wasn't much they could do without locking in ruinous losses, so they again did nothing, and this time the Australian dollar didn't rally. Seeing one of the richest and most accomplished men on the planet lose everything made a huge impression on me. We also did one-off consulting projects related to the markets. In 1985, I worked with Paul Tudor Jones, a good friend and a great trader, to design a US dollar futures contract, a tradable index tracking the price of the US dollar against a basket of foreign currencies, that traded, and still trades, on the New York Cotton Exchange. I also worked with the New York Futures Exchange to help design and market their CRB futures contract, a tradable index that tracks the price of a basket of commodities. Unlike most people who work in the markets, I never had any desire to build investment products, especially conventional ones, just because they would sell well. All I wanted was to trade the markets and build relationships, doing for our clients exactly what I would do if I were in their shoes. But I also loved building brand new things, especially if they were great and revolutionary. By the mid-1980s, a couple of things were clear to me. First, we were making good calls in the interest rate and currency markets, and the institutional investment managers who were buying our research were using it to make money. Second, we were successfully managing companies' interest rate and currency exposures. With those two things going as well as they were, I figured we could become successful institutional investment managers ourselves. So I made the pitch to the people who ran the World Bank's pension fund, most importantly Hilda Ochoa, who was its chief investment officer at the time. Despite the fact that we had no assets under management and no track record, she gave us a $5 million US bond account to manage. That was a huge turning point for us, as it was the start of Bridgewater as we know it today. The strategy we used for the World Bank shifted between holding cash and holding 20-year U.S. Treasury bonds, because these positions would give us leveraged bets on the direction of interest rates. When our systems indicated that the pressures on interest rates would cause them to fall, we would hold 20-year Treasury bonds, and when the system pointed to rates rising, we would stay in cash. We did very well, and before long other large institutional investors gave us money to manage as well. Mobil Oil and Singer were our next two accounts, and others followed in rapid succession. We went on to become the top performing U.S. bond manager in the world, venturing behind the closed door of China. Part of what was great about consulting was that it gave me opportunities to travel. The more unusual a place, the more interesting I found it. This curiosity drew me to Beijing in 1984. The only images I'd seen of China when I was growing up were of masses of people waving Mao's little red book, so having an opportunity to go behind what was still a mostly closet door was alluring. I got the invitation because I had a small office in Hong Kong whose director was an advisor to CITIC, the window company that was the only business in China allowed to deal with the outside world. Beijing was filled with wonderful and incredibly hospitable people who introduced us to the tradition of drinking shots of mutai while shouting Ganbei, bottoms up, and generally showed us a great time. This first trip, which I made with my wife and a few other people, began an incredibly rewarding 30-plus year journey that has had a profound impact on my family and me. There were no financial markets in China at the time. Eventually a small group put together by 7 Chinese companies, including CITIC, known as the Securities Executive Education Council, began to develop them. They started in 1989, just before the Tiananmen Square incident, which set them back because such market developments were still seen as too capitalist. They operated out of a small hotel room and hardly had any financing. I can still picture the big garbage bin under the metal stairway going up to their office. I really respected the risks these young people were taking by doing this at such an unsettled time, so I made a small donation to give them a hand and was excited to share my knowledge with them. From nothing, these people built China's markets and the government's securities regulatory arm. In 1994, I set up a company called Bridgewater China Partners. By then, I was convinced that China was poised to become the greatest economy in the world in the 21st century, but hardly anyone was investing in China yet. Good deals could still be struck. I could bring money to the table by introducing my institutional investment clients to opportunities, and I could provide know-how by introducing Chinese companies to American ones. In exchange, we would get a stake in these companies. Essentially, I was setting up the first U.S.-based private equity firm in China. I launched the company by bringing a small group of institutional investor clients, who together managed $70 billion in assets, to China for a visit. When we got back, we agreed to move forward by setting up a jointly owned merchant bank in Beijing. While I knew that entering a territory where few had been before would require a lot of experimentation and learning, I soon realized I had sorely underestimated the complexity of the task we had set for ourselves and the amount of time it would take. I found myself constantly on the phone at 3 in the morning, trying to make sense of the shaky accounting and questionable controls at the companies we were interested in, with all my Bridgewater responsibilities awaiting me when the sun came up. After about a year of this, I could see that running both Bridgewater and Bridgewater China Partners wasn't going to be possible, so I closed its doors. Nobody made or lost any money, because I hadn't been comfortable enough with what I was seeing to make any investments. I'm sure that if I had devoted all my time to it, we would have had great success, but then Bridgewater would not be what it is today. Despite passing up this great opportunity, I don't regret my choice. I learned that if you work hard and creatively, you can have just about anything you want, but not everything you want. Maturity is the ability to reject good alternatives in order to pursue even better ones. While I stepped away from that opportunity, China remained an important part of my own and my family's lives. We loved it, especially the people. In 1995, my wife, Barbara, our 11-year-old son, Matt, and I decided together that Matt would spend a year in Beijing, attending an all-Chinese school and living with our friend Madame Gu, who had stayed with us in America during the Tiananmen Square days and whom Matt had visited in China with us when he was 3. Standards of living in China were very different from what Matt was accustomed to in Connecticut. For example, the apartment Madame Gu and her husband lived in had hot water for showers only twice a week, and the school Matt attended didn't have heat until well into the winter, so the students wore their coats in the classrooms. Matt didn't speak Chinese and none of his classmates spoke English. All of this was not just a huge adventure for Matt, it was completely unprecedented and required special permission from the Chinese government. I was excited for Matt because I knew he would see a different world and broaden his mind. Barbara needed a little convincing and a couple of visits to a child psychologist for reassurance, but she had lived all around the world herself and knew how it had benefited her, so she was ultimately receptive to the idea, even if she was less excited about being separated from her son. Matt's difficult but life-changing journey profoundly affected his values and goals. Because he fell in love with China, he says that he became part Chinese that year, and because he learned the value of empathy relative to the value of material wealth, he started a charity called China Care to help Chinese special needs orphans when he was just 16. He ran it for 12 years, and, to a much lesser degree, still does, while shifting his efforts toward conceive what computing can be in the emerging world, which he is executing through his company Endless. I in turn learned a lot from Matt, especially about the joys of philanthropy, and we both learned the deep pleasures of great personal relationships. Over the years, I, and in turn Bridgewater, have also built meaningful relationships with many wonderful people in China, and we have helped its financial institutions grow from fledgling organizations to sophisticated giants. China wasn't the only country whose people and governments Bridgewater would become involved with. Through their representatives, Singapore's, Abu Dhabi's, and Australia's government investment funds, and Russian and European policymakers, came knocking on our door. The experiences I have had, the perspectives I gained, and the help I was able to provide all added up to a package of rewards as large as any of the others that I got out of my career. My contact with Singapore's people and institutions also thrilled me. There was and still is no leader I admire more than Lee Kuan Yew, who transformed Singapore from a mosquito-infested backwater to a model economy. That says a lot, as I have gotten to know and admire several world leaders. One of my most thrilling moments was a dinner I had with him at my house in New York, shortly before his death in 2015. Lee requested the dinner to discuss the state of the world economy. I invited former Fed Chairman Paul Volcker, another hero of mine, former Treasury Secretary Bob Rubin, whose breadth of experiences gave great perspective, and Charlie Rose, one of the most curious and insightful people I know. Besides answering his questions, we probed Lee on world affairs and world leaders. Since he had personally known virtually all of the world's leaders over the last 50 years, we asked Lee about the qualities that distinguished the great ones from the bad ones and what he thought of those who were leading at the time. He rated Angela Merkel as the best leader in the West and considered Vladimir Putin one of the best leaders worldwide. He explained that leaders must be judged within the context of the circumstances they encounter and then went on to share his view of how difficult it is to lead Russia and why he thought Putin was doing it well. He also reflected on his unique relationship with Deng Xiaoping, whom he regarded as the best leader of all. I love getting to know interesting people from interesting places and seeing the world through their eyes. This is true whether they are rich or poor. Seeing life through the eyes of the indigenous people I got to know in Papua New Guinea was as illuminating for me as gaining the perspectives of the political and economic leaders, world-changing entrepreneurs, and cutting-edge scientists I've spent time with. I'll never forget the blind holy man I met in a mosque in Syria, who explained the Quran and his connection to God to me. Encounters like these have taught me that human greatness and terribleness are not correlated with wealth or other conventional measures of success. I've also learned that judging people before really seeing things through their eyes stands in the way of understanding their circumstances, and that isn't smart. I urge you to be curious enough to want to understand how the people who see things differently from you came to see them that way. You will find that interesting and invaluable, and the richer perspective you gain will help you decide what you should do. My family and my extended family. My family, my extended family of coworkers, and my work have all been extremely important to me. Juggling work and family has been as much a challenge to me as to anyone else, especially since I wanted both to be great, so I combined them whenever I could. For example, I took my kids on business trips. When at first I brought my son Devin and later Matt to my Chinese business meetings, our hosts were always very kind. They would give them cookies and milk. One great memory from Abu Dhabi was when my clients/friends took my son Paul and me to the desert to eat a freshly killed and roasted goat with our bare hands. I asked Paul, who was dressed in the traditional gown they'd given him, how he liked it, and he said, "What could be better than to sit on the floor, dressed in pajamas, eating with my hands, with nice people?" We all laughed. I remember another time when my eldest son, Devin, then about 10 years old, brought back silk scarves from China he'd bought for $1 and sold for $20 in a shopping mall just before Christmas, which was just the first sign of his business savvy. By the mid-1980s, Bridgewater had grown to about 10 people, so I rented a big old farmhouse. Bridgewater occupied part of it and my family occupied the rest. It was extremely informal and family-like. Everyone parked in the driveway, we met around a kitchen table, and my kids would leave the door open while they sat on the toilet. The people I worked with would wave as they walked by. Eventually, the farm was put up for sale, so I bought a barn on the property and renovated it. My wife, our kids, eventually there were 4, and I lived in a small apartment inside the barn, and I made the unfinished hayloft usable as an office by putting in electric baseboard heat, which I chose because it was cheapest to install. It was a great space for parties, and there was enough land for us to play soccer and volleyball and have outdoor barbecues. For our company Christmas party, we'd have a big potluck dinner with my family. After a few drinks, Santa would show up and we'd all sit on his lap for a photo and find out who had been naughty or nice. The night always ended with a lot of dancing. We also had an annual sleaze day when everybody would dress up sleazy. You get the idea. Bridgewater was a small community of friends who worked hard and partied hard. Bob Prince joined Bridgewater in 1986 when he was still in his 20s, and more than 30 years later we are still close partners as CO Chief Investment Officers. From the very start, Bob and I played great jazz together whenever we'd go back and forth on ideas. We still love doing that and will until one of us dies. He is also a great teacher, both to clients and co-workers. Over time, he became like my brother as well as one of the most critical builders and pillars of Bridgewater. Soon, Bridgewater began to look like a real company. We outgrew the barn and moved into a small office in a strip mall. There were 20 of us by the end of the 1980s. But even as we grew, I never thought of anybody I worked with as an employee. I had always wanted to have and to be around people who also wanted to have a life full of meaningful work and meaningful relationships, and to me a meaningful relationship is one that's open and honest in a way that lets people be straight with each other. I never valued more traditional, antiseptic relationships where people put on a facade of politeness and don't say what they really think. I believe that all organizations basically have 2 types of people, those who work to be part of a mission, and those who work for a paycheck. I wanted to surround myself with people who needed what I needed, which was to make sense of things for myself. I spoke frankly, and I expected those around me to speak frankly. I fought for what I thought was best, and I wanted them to do so as well. When I thought someone did something stupid, I said so, and I expected them to tell me when I did something stupid. Each of us would be better for it. To me, that was what strong and productive relationships looked like. Operating any other way would be unproductive and unethical. More big twists and turns in the economy and markets. 1987 and 1988 were filled with more of those big twists and turns that helped shape me and my approach to life and investing. We were one of the few investment managers who were short stocks ahead of Black Monday, October 19, 1987, then the largest single-day percentage decline in the history of the stock market. We got a lot of attention because we were up 22% when most others were down a lot. The media dubbed us as among the heroes of October. Naturally, I was feeling pretty good going into 1988. I had grown up in an era of high volatility and had learned that the best way to play it was to get a hold of a big move and ride it. We used our indicators to catch shifting fundamentals and our technical trend following filters to confirm that price movements were consistent with what the indicators were suggesting. When they both pointed in the same direction, we had a strong signal. When they were at odds, we had little or no signal. But as it turned out, there was hardly any volatility in 1988, and so our technical filters whipsawed us and we ended up giving back a bit more than half our 1987 gains. That stung, but it also taught us some important lessons and prompted Bob and me to replace our technical trend following filter with better value measures and risk controls. Until then our systems had been completely discrete. We would flip from a fully long position to a fully short one when we crossed a predetermined threshold, much as we switched from bonds to cash for the World Bank. But we weren't always equally confident in our views, and we'd also get killed paying transaction costs when we crossed back and forth. That drove Bob crazy. I can remember him running laps around the office building to calm himself down. So at the end of the year, we moved to a more variable system that allowed us to size our bets in relation to how confident we were. These and other improvements Bob made to our systems have paid off many times since. Not everyone at Bridgewater saw things as Bob and I did. Some in the company doubted that systemization could work, especially when the systems didn't do well, which, like normal decision-making, happened every now and then. It took a lot of reasoning to persuade some of the people I worked with to press on. But even if I couldn't convince them, they couldn't change my mind, because they couldn't show me why our approach of clearly specifying, testing, and systemizing our logic wasn't preferable to making decisions less systematically. All great investors and investment approaches have bad patches. Losing faith in them at such times is as common a mistake as getting too enamored of them when they do well. Because most people are more emotional than logical, they tend to overreact to short-term results. They give up and sell low when times are bad and buy too high when times are good. I find this is just as true for relationships as it is for investments. Wise people stick with sound fundamentals through the ups and downs, while flighty people react emotionally to how things feel, jumping into things when they're hot and abandoning them when they're not. Despite our relatively poor investment performance, 1988 was a great year for Bridgewater, because by reflecting on and learning from our poor performance, we made systematic improvements. I have come to realize that bad times coupled with good reflections provide some of the best lessons, and not just about business but also about relationships. One has many more supposed friends when one is up than when one is down, because most people like to be with winners and shun losers. True friends are the opposite. I got a lot out of my bad times, not just because they gave me mistakes to learn from but also because they helped me find out who my real friends were, the friends who would be with me through thick and thin. The next foothold for Bridgewater. As the 1980s came to an end, we were still a very small company, with just 24 employees. Bob introduced me to Giselle Wagner in 1988. She would be my partner in running the non-investment side of the business for 20 years. Dan Bernstein and Ross Waller joined in 1988 and 1989, respectively, both fresh out of Dartmouth College. At that time, and for quite a while longer, I tended to hire people just out of school who didn't have much experience but were smart, determined, and committed to the mission of making the company great. I didn't value experience as much as character, creativity, and common sense, which I suppose was related to my having started Bridgewater 2 years out of school myself, and my belief that having an ability to figure things out is more important than having specific knowledge of how to do something. It seemed to me, young people were creating sensible innovation that was exciting. Older folks who did things in the old ways held no appeal. I should add, though, that putting responsibility in the hands of inexperienced people doesn't always work out so well. Some painful lessons that you'll read about later taught me that it can be a mistake to undervalue experience. By now, the initial $5 million from the World Bank had grown to $180 million in investments that we were managing for a variety of clients, but we were still trying to grab a larger foothold in the institutional investment business. When Rusty Olson, CIO of Kodak's pension fund, approached us to solve an investment problem, we jumped at the chance. Rusty was a remarkable innovator and a man of great character who'd started at Kodak in 1954 and took over its pension fund in 1972. He was widely respected as a leader in the pension fund world. We'd been sending him our research for a while, and in 1990 he wrote us looking for our opinion on a big concern of his. The Kodak portfolio was heavily invested in equities, and Rusty was worried about what would happen in an environment in which the value of his assets fell badly. He had been trying to come up with a way to hedge himself against this risk without reducing his expected return. Rusty's facts arrived on a Friday afternoon and we leaped into action. Getting a client this prestigious and innovative would make a big difference to us. We knew we could do a uniquely great job for Kodak, because we knew a lot about bonds and financial engineering, and we had a historical perspective unmatched in the industry. Bob Prince, Dan Bernstein, and I worked non-stop through the weekend, analyzing the Kodak portfolio and the strategy Rusty was considering. Then we wrote him a long memo laying out our thoughts. Just as I had deconstructed the business of a chicken producer in the 1970s and many other companies since, we broke down Kodak's pension fund into its constituent parts to better understand the machine. Our proposed solutions drew on the portfolio engineering ideas that would later become core to Bridgewater's unique way of managing money. Rusty invited Bob and me to Rochester, and we came home with the $100 million account. That was a game changer. Not only did it bring us a lot of credibility, it provided us with a reliable source of revenue at a time when we needed it. Discovering the holy grail of investing. From my earlier failures, I knew that no matter how confident I was in making any one bet, I could still be wrong, and that proper diversification was the key to reducing risks without reducing returns. If I could build a portfolio filled with high-quality return streams that were properly diversified, they zigged and zagged in ways that balanced each other out, I could offer clients an overall portfolio return much more consistent and reliable than what they could get elsewhere. Decades earlier, the Nobel Prize-winning economist Harry Markowitz had invented a widely used model that allowed you to input a set of assets along with their expected returns, risks, and correlations, showing how similarly those assets have performed in the past, and determine an optimal mix of those assets in a portfolio. But his model didn't tell you anything about the incremental effects of changing any one of those variables, or how to handle being uncertain about those assumptions. By then I was terribly fearful about what would happen if my assumptions were wrong, so I wanted to understand diversification in a very simple way. I asked Brian Gold, a recently graduated math major from Dartmouth who joined Bridgewater in 1990, to do a chart showing how the volatility of a portfolio would decline and its quality, measured by the amount of return relative to risk, would improve if I incrementally added investments with different correlations. I'll explain it in more detail in my economic and investment principles. That simple chart struck me with the same force I imagine Einstein must have felt when he discovered E equals mc2. I saw that with 15 to 20 good, uncorrelated return streams, I could dramatically reduce my risks without reducing my expected returns. It was so simple, but it would be such a breakthrough if the theory worked as well in practice as it did on paper. I called it the holy grail of investing because it showed the path to making a fortune. This was another key moment in our education. The principle we discovered applies equally well to all ways of trying to make money. Whether you own a hotel, run a technology company, or do anything else, your business produces a return stream. Having a few good uncorrelated return streams is better than having just one, and knowing how to combine return streams is even more effective than being able to choose good ones, though of course you have to do both. At the time, and still today, Most investment managers did not take advantage of this. They managed investments in a single asset class, equity managers managed equities, bond managers managed bonds, and so on. Their clients gave them money with the expectation that they would receive the overall return of the asset class, e.g., the S&P 500 stock market index, plus some added returns from the bets managers took by over and underweighting particular assets, e.g., buying more Microsoft stock than was in the index. But individual assets within an asset class are generally about 60% correlated with each other, which means they go up or down together more than half the time. As the Holy Grail chart showed, an equity manager could put 1,060% correlated stocks into their portfolios and it wouldn't provide much more diversification than if they'd picked only 5. It would be easy to beat those guys by balancing our bets in the way the chart indicated. Thanks to my process of systematically recording my investment principles and the results they could be expected to produce, I had a large collection of uncorrelated return streams. In fact, I had something like 1,000 of them. Because we traded a number of different asset classes, and within each one we had programmed and tested lots of fundamental trading rules, we had many more high-quality ones to choose from than a typical manager who was tracking a smaller number of assets and was probably not trading systematically. I worked with Bob and Dan to pull our best decision rules from the pile. Once we had them, we back-tested them over long time frames, using the systems to simulate how the decision rules would have worked together in the past. We were startled by the results. On paper, this new approach improved our returns by a factor of 3 to 5 times per unit of risk, and we could calibrate the amount of return we wanted based on the amount of risk we could tolerate. In other words, we could make a ton more money than the other guys, with a lower risk of being knocked out of the game as I'd nearly been before. I called it the killer system because it would either produce killer results for us and our clients or it would kill us because we were missing something important. The success of this approach taught me a principle that I apply to all parts of my life. Making a handful of good uncorrelated bets that are balanced and leveraged well is the surest way of having a lot of upside without being exposed to unacceptable downside. As excited as we were about this new approach, we proceeded cautiously. We gave the system a 10% weight initially and it made money in 19 of the 20 months in our test period. As we got more confident, I decided to reach out to a select group of investors I knew well about investing in the strategy with $1 million trial accounts. I knew that asking these institutional investors to invest such relatively modest amounts would make it hard for them to turn us down. I called the new product Top 5% at first, because it comprised the best 5% of our decision rules. Later I changed the name to Pure Alpha to convey that it consisted purely of alphas. Because Pure Alpha didn't have any betas, it didn't have any bias to go up or down along with any market. Its returns depended only on how good we were in outperforming others. Our totally new alpha overlay approach allowed investors to receive the return of their chosen asset class, the S&P 500 stock market, a bond index, commodities whatever, plus the return from the portfolio of bets that we were making across all asset classes. As unprecedented as our approach was, we explained our logic carefully, showing why it was actually much less risky than traditional approaches. We also showed them how we expected the cumulative performance to unfold and what the expected range of performance around that would be. For our clients, it was a bit like being presented with the design of a plane that had never flown before but looked radically better than any other plane on paper. Would anyone be courageous enough to get on board? Some clients got the concepts and were excited to change the rules, others either didn't understand or worked for organizations that refused to try cutting-edge things. Frankly, we were thrilled that any of them were willing to try. For over 26 years now, that new type of plane has flown exactly as we anticipated, making money in 23 of these years, having only modest losses in the other 3, and making more money in total for our clients than any other hedge fund ever. While the investment management concepts that underlie Pure Alpha eventually changed our industry, the journey from conception to general acceptance took many years of learning and grinding work by a group of dedicated partners. Getting our killer system out into the world. Pure Alpha represented the best way we knew to actively manage money, but we also knew that if we wanted to manage a meaningful amount of institutional money, we had to accept the reality that only a limited number of innovative clients would try the approach. So while we tried to convince clients to adopt our way, by the end of the 1990s and into the early 2000s, Pure Alpha made up only around 10% of our total assets under management. Even though we couldn't trade stocks and commodities in our pure bond accounts, we applied the portfolio structuring principles we discovered and used with Pure Alpha to give our bond clients higher returns at lower levels of risk. This included trading foreign government bonds, emerging market debt, inflation-linked bonds, corporate bonds, and the currency exposures that came with the foreign investments. In our most unconstrained bond portfolios, we would make about 50 different types of bets, way more than traditional bond managers traded. Doing so gave us a big edge and landed us at the top of many investment performance tables year after year. Our Pure Alpha product was just the first of a number of innovative designs we brought to our clients. In 1991, we had become the first currency overlay managers for institutional investors. At the time, institutional investors were placing larger portions of their portfolios into global equity and bond markets. While investing internationally added valuable diversity, it also added unmanaged currency exposure. This was a big problem because the currency exposures added risk without adding any expected return. We had traded currencies for years and had developed expertise in portfolio engineering, so we were in a prime position to solve this problem. Eventually we became the largest active currency manager in the world. We also produced several other new and effective ways of managing money that flew exactly as they were designed. With each one, we gave clients clearly stated performance expectations expressed in a chart that showed an accumulated profit line and the expected variations around that line. We could do this because the systemization of our decision-making process allowed us to stress test the performance of our decision-making under a wide variety of conditions. Systemizing our learning from mistakes. Of course we continued to make mistakes, though they were all within our range of expectations. What was great is that we made the most of our mistakes because we got in the habit of viewing them as opportunities to learn and improve. One of our most memorable mistakes happened in the early 1990s, when Ross, who was in charge of trading at the time, forgot to put in a trade for a client and the money just sat there in cash. By the time the mistake was discovered, the damage was several $100,000. It was a terrible and costly error, and I could have done something dramatic like fire Ross to set a tone that mistakes would not be tolerated. But since mistakes happen all the time, that would have only encouraged other people to hide theirs, which would have led to even bigger and more costly errors. I believed strongly that we should bring problems and disagreements to the surface to learn what should be done to make things better. So Ross and I worked to build out an error log in the trading department. From then on, anytime there was any kind of bad outcome, a trade wasn't executed, we paid significantly higher transaction costs than expected, etc., the traders would make a record of it and we would follow up. As we consistently tracked and addressed those issues, our trade execution machine continually improved. Having a process that ensures problems are brought to the surface, and their root causes diagnosed, assures that continual improvements occur. For that reason I insisted that an issue log be adopted throughout Bridgewater. My rule was simple: if something went badly, you had to put it in the log, characterize its severity, and make clear who was responsible for it. If a mistake happened and you logged it, you were okay. If you didn't log it, you would be in deep trouble. This way managers had problems brought to them, which was worlds better than having to seek them out. The error log, which we now call the issue log, was our first management tool. I learned subsequently how important tools are in helping to reinforce desired behaviors, which led us to create a number of tools I will describe later. This culture of bringing problems and disagreements to the surface generated a lot of discomfort and conflict, especially when it came to exploring people's weaknesses. Before long, things came to a boil. My intractable people problem. One winter day in 1993, Bob, Giselle, and Dan proposed taking me out to dinner with the stated purpose of giving Ray feedback about how he affects people and company morale. They sent me a memo first, the gist of which was that my way of operating was having a negative effect on everyone in the company. Here's how they put it: what does Ray do well? He is very bright and innovative. He understands markets and money management. He is intense and energetic. He has very high standards and passes these to others around him. He has good intentions about teamwork, building group ownership, providing flexible work conditions to employees, and compensating people well. What Ray doesn't do as well: Ray sometimes says or does things to employees which makes them feel incompetent, unnecessary, humiliated, overwhelmed, belittled, oppressed, or otherwise bad. The odds of this happening rise when Ray is under stress. At these times, his words and actions toward others create animosity toward him and leave a lasting impression. The impact of this is that people are demotivated rather than motivated. This reduces productivity and the quality of the environment. The effect reaches far beyond a single employee. The smallness of the company and the openness of communication means that everyone is affected when one person is demotivated, treated badly, not given due respect. The future success of the company is highly dependent on Ray's ability to manage people as well as money. If he doesn't manage people well, growth will be stunted and we will all be affected. Ugh. That hurt and surprised me. I never imagined that I was having that sort of effect. These people were my extended family. I didn't want them to feel incompetent, unnecessary, humiliated, overwhelmed, belittled, oppressed, or otherwise bad. Why didn't they tell me directly? What was I doing wrong? Were my standards too high? For Bridgewater to continue to be a 1 in 10,000 type company, we had to have exceptional people and hold them to extremely high standards. Was I demanding too much? This looked to me like another one of those fork-in-the-road cases in which I had to choose between one of two seemingly essential but mutually exclusive options: 1. Being radically truthful with each other, including probing to bring our problems and weaknesses to the surface so we could deal with them forthrightly, and 2. Having happy and satisfied employees. And it reminded me that when faced with the choice between two things you need that are seemingly at odds, go slowly to figure out how you can have as much of both as possible. There is almost always a good path that you just haven't figured out yet, so look for it until you find it rather than settle for the choice that is then apparent to you. My first step was to make sure I knew exactly what the problems were and how to handle them. So I asked Bob, Giselle, and Dan what they thought was going on. I learned that they personally, and many others who knew me well, weren't as demoralized by me as some others because they understood my heart was in a good place. If they hadn't known that, they would have quit, because, as they put it, I wasn't paying them enough money to put up with my crap. They knew that I wanted the best for them and Bridgewater, and to get that I needed to be radically truthful with them and I needed them to be radically truthful with me. This wasn't only because it produced better results, but also because being truthful with each other was fundamental to how I believed we should be with each other. We agreed that being this way was essential, but since it was making some people feel bad, something had to change. While those people I had contact with understood me, liked me, and in some cases even loved me, those who had less contact with me were offended by my directness. It was clear that I needed to be better understood and to understand others better. I realized then how essential it is that people in relationships must be crystal clear about their principles for dealing with each other. That began our decades-long process of putting our principles into writing, which evolved into the work principles. Those principles were both agreements for how we would be with each other and my reflections on how we should handle every situation that came up. Since most types of situations arose repeatedly with slight variations, these principles were continually refined. As for our agreements with each other, the most important one was our need to do three things: 1. Put our honest thoughts out on the table, 2. Have thoughtful disagreements in which people are willing to shift their opinions as they learn, and 3. Have agreed upon ways of deciding, e.g., voting, having clear authorities, if disagreements remain so that we can move beyond them without resentments. I believe that for any organization or for any relationship to be great, these things are required. I also believe that for a group decision-making system to be effective, the people using it have to believe that it's fair. Having our work principles written out and getting in sync about them in the same way we had with our investment principles were essential for our understanding each other, especially since our unique way of operating this radical truth and radical transparency that led to our unique results is counterintuitive and emotionally challenging for some. Trying to understand how we could get our meaningful work and meaningful relationships through this straightforwardness led me to speak with neuroscientists, psychologists, and educators over the decades that followed. I learned a lot, which I can summarize as follows. There are two parts of each person's brain, the upper-level logical part and the lower-level emotional part. I call these the two U's. They fight for control of each person. How that conflict is managed is the most important driver of our behaviors. That fighting was the biggest reason for the problems Bob, Giselle, and Dan raised. While the logical part of people's brains could easily understand that knowing one's weaknesses is a good thing, because it's the first step toward getting around them, the emotional part typically hates it. Chapter 5. The Ultimate Boon, 199521010. By 1995, Bridgewater had grown to 42 employees and $4.1 billion under management, which was more than I'd ever hoped for, especially considering that Bridgewater had been down to just me only a dozen years before. While things were much better and more stable, we were still doing basically the same things I'd been doing from the start, wrestling with the markets, thinking independently and creatively about how to make our bets, making mistakes, bringing those mistakes to the surface, diagnosing them to get at their root causes, designing new and better ways of doing things, systematically implementing the changes, making new mistakes, and so on. This iterative, evolutionary approach allowed us to continually refine the investment systems that I'd begun building in 1982. Back then, we showed that a few bright guys with computers could beat the big, well-equipped establishment players. Now we were becoming the well-equipped establishment ourselves. As the number of decision rules and the amount of data in our systems grew more complex, we hired young programmers who were better than us in converting our instructions into code and smart new grads right out of college to help with our investment research. One of these new whiz kids, Greg Jensen, joined Bridgewater as a college intern in 1996. Because he shined, I grabbed him as my research assistant. Over the decades that followed, he contributed a lot, grew into the CO Chief Investment Officer role with Bob Prince and me, and became a CO CEO. He also became like a godson to me. We also invested in more and more powerful computers. 5 Having our systems running through these machines freed us to get above the daily movements of the markets and consider things from a higher level, where we could make novel, creative connections that produced innovations for our clients. Discovering inflation-indexed bonds. Around this time, I had dinner with David White, the man in charge of the Rockefeller Foundation's money. David asked me how I would engineer the foundation's portfolio to produce a return that was 5% above the U.S. inflation rate. I answered that a portfolio of leveraged foreign inflation-indexed bonds with the currency hedged back to U.S. dollars should deliver exactly that. The bonds needed to be foreign because there were no U.S. inflation-indexed bonds at the time, and they needed to be hedged to the dollar so there would be no currency risk. Thinking about this later, I realized that we could create an entirely new and radically different asset class, so Dan Bernstein and I researched such a portfolio more closely. According to our analysis, this new asset class would perform even better than we'd thought. In fact, it would be uniquely effective because we could engineer it to have the same expected return as equities but with less risk and with a negative correlation with bonds and equities over long time frames. We showed this research to our clients and they loved it. Before long, we became the first global inflation-indexed bond manager in the world. In 1996, U.S. Treasury Deputy Secretary Larry Summers began looking into whether the U.S. should issue its own inflation-indexed bonds, and because we were the only manager with a portfolio of such bonds, he called us in as experts. Dan and I traveled down to Washington to meet with Summers, his Treasury colleagues, and a number of representatives from well-known Wall Street firms. We were late. Punctuality isn't one of my strengths, and the doors to the big meeting room at Treasury were locked. I wasn't going to let that stop me, so I knocked until someone opened it. It was a large room with a table in the middle and a press gallery off to the side. There was only one seat open at the table and it had Dan's nameplate in front of it. We'd agreed that he'd be our one allowed representative since he'd done a lot of the prep work. I had forgotten that, so I walked over to the press gallery, grabbed a chair, and carried it next to Dan so I had a seat at the table too. Dan describes that meeting as an analogy for what it was like for us in the 1990 SI in general. We had to barge our way into things. Larry Summers has since said that the advice he got from us was the most important in shaping this market. When the Treasury did create the bonds, they followed the structure we recommended. Discovering risk parity. By the mid-1990s, I had enough money to set up a trust for my family, so I began to think about what the best asset allocation mix for preserving wealth over generations would look like. In my years as an investor, I had seen all sorts of economic and market environments and all kinds of ways that wealth could be created and destroyed. I knew what drove asset returns, but I also knew that no matter what asset class one held, there would come a time when it would lose most of its value. This included cash, which is the worst investment over time because it loses value after adjusting for inflation and taxes. I also knew how difficult it was to anticipate the swings that cause those losses. I've devoted my life to it and I've made my share of bad calls. Anticipating these swings wasn't something I'd bet on others doing well when I wasn't around. Finding investors who have done well in all economic environments when inflation rises and when it falls, when there are booms and when there are busts is like finding needles in a haystack, and they don't live forever, so that's not a viable path. I didn't want the wealth I had created to protect my family to be wiped out after I was gone. That meant I had to create a mix of assets that could be good in all economic environments. I knew which shifts in the economic environment caused asset classes to move around, and I knew that those relationships had remained essentially the same for hundreds of years. There were only two big forces to worry about: growth and inflation. Each could either be rising or falling, so I saw that by finding 4 different investment strategies, each one of which would do well in a particular environment: rising growth with rising inflation, rising growth with falling inflation, and so on, I could construct an asset allocation mix that was balanced to do well over time while being protected against unacceptable losses. Since that strategy would never change, practically anyone could implement it. And so, with help from Bob and Dan, I created a portfolio mix that I could comfortably put my trust money in for the next 100 or more years. I called it the all-weather portfolio because it could perform well in all environments. Between 1996 and 2003 I was the only client investing in it because we didn't sell it as a product. But in 2003, the head of Verizon's pension fund, a longtime client, told us he was looking for an approach to investing that would do well across all environments. After Verizon made its investment, others quickly followed, and a dozen years later we were managing nearly $80 billion. It was another industry-shaping concept. Seeing its success, other investment managers followed with their own versions. It is now generically called risk parity investing. To remain a beautiful boutique or become a great institution. With our people and culture producing these industry-shaping investment products, Bridgewater really took off. By 2000, we were managing more than $32 billion, almost 8 times what we had been managing just 5 years before. Our headcount had doubled, so we moved out of our strip mall office into a larger space situated in a nature preserve on the banks of the Saugatuck River. But while we continued to grow, it was never clear sailing. Building the business while managing investments required me to do 2 challenging jobs simultaneously and develop 2 distinct skill sets, while being a good father, husband, and friend. The demands of these roles changed over time, so the skills and abilities I needed changed as well. Most people assume that the challenges that go along with growing a large business are greater than those of growing a smaller one. That is not true. Going from a 5-person organization to a 60-person organization was just as challenging as going from a 60-person organization to a 700-person organization and from a 700-person organization to a 1,500-person one. Looking back, I can't say that the challenges were easier or harder at any of the various phases we went through. They were just different. For example, when I had no one to manage, I had the challenge of having to do almost everything myself. When I learned and earned enough to pay others, I had the challenge of managing them. Similarly, the challenges of wrestling with market and economic swings were constantly changing. I didn't think about it then, but it's obvious to me now that while one gets better at things over time, it doesn't become any easier if one is also progressing to higher levels. The Olympic athlete finds his sport to be every bit as challenging as the novice does. Very soon we faced another critical choice: what kind of company did we want to have? Should we continue to grow or stay about the same size? By 2003, I had come to believe that we needed to grow Bridgewater into a real institution instead of remaining a typical boutique-sized investment manager. Doing this would make us better in many ways: better technology, better security controls, a deeper talent pool, all of which would make us more stable and permanent. This meant hiring more people in technology, infrastructure, and other areas, as well as additional HR and IT staff to train and support them. Giselle argued strongly that we should not grow. She believed that introducing a lot of new people would threaten our culture, and that the time and attention that hiring, training, and managing them required would dilute our focus. While I agreed with her points, I didn't like the alternative of not allowing ourselves to become all we could be. I felt about this fork-in-the-road choice the way I felt about most others, that whether or not we could have our cake and eat it too was merely a test of our creativity and character. For example, I could envision ways in which technology would help us get the most out of people. After a fair amount of wrestling with these questions, we decided to go ahead. Fleshing out principles. Ever since Bob, Giselle, and Dan had presented me with the Ray feedback memo in the 1990s, I had been much more explicit in writing down and sharing my work principles in the same way I had written down my investment principles. At first, this took the form of shared philosophy statements and emails to the entire company. Then, whenever something new came along that required me to make a decision, I would reflect on my criteria for making that decision and write it down as a principle so people could make the connections between the situation, my principle for handling these situations, and my actions. More and more, we saw everything as another one of those another of a certain type of situation, like hiring, firing, determining compensation, dealing with dishonesty, that had principles for handling them. By having them explicitly written out, I could foster the idea meritocracy by having us together reflect on and refine those principles and then adhere to them. The number of principles started small and grew over time. By the MID 2000s, Bridgewater was beginning to grow rapidly, and we had a number of new managers trying to learn and adapt to our unique culture and who were increasingly asking me for advice. I was also beginning to have people from outside Bridgewater ask me how they could create idea meritocracies of their own. So in 2006, I prepared a rough list of about 60 work principles and distributed them to Bridgewater's managers so they could begin to evaluate them, debate them, and make sense of them for themselves. It's a rough draft, I wrote in the covering memo, but it is being put out now for comments. This began an ongoing evolutionary process of encountering many situations, forming principles about how to deal with them, and getting in sync with other Bridgewater leaders and managers about them. Over time, I encountered most everything there is to encounter in running a company, so I had a few hundred principles that covered most everything. That collection of principles, like our collection of investment principles, became a kind of decision-making library. Those principles are the basis of what you'll find in work principles. But it wasn't enough to codify and teach our philosophy, We had to live it. As the company grew bigger, how that happened evolved. In Bridgewater's early days, everyone knew each other, so being radically transparent was easy. People could attend the meetings they wanted to and communicate with each other informally. But as we grew, that became logistically impossible, which was a real problem. How could people engage productively with the idea meritocracy if they didn't know everything that was going on? Without transparency, people would spin whatever happened to suit their own interests, sometimes behind closed doors. Problems would be hidden instead of brought to the surface where they could be resolved. To have a real idea meritocracy, there must be transparency so that people can see things for themselves. To make sure this happened, I required that virtually all our meetings be recorded and made available to everyone, with extremely rare exceptions such as when we were discussing very private matters like personal health or proprietary information about a trade or decision rule. At first I sent these tapes of management meetings unedited to the entire company, but that was a huge burden on people's time. So I built a small team to edit the tapes, focusing on the most important moments, and over time we added questions to create virtual reality case studies that could be used for training. 6 Over time, these tapes became part of a boot camp for new employees as well as a window into an ongoing stream of situations connected to the principles for handling them. All this openness led to some very frank discussions about who did what and why, and as a result we were able to deepen our understanding of our different ways of thinking. This was enlightening to all of us in showing how differently people's brains worked. If nothing else, I could better appreciate people I'd once wanted to strangle. Moreover, I recognized that managers who do not understand people's different thinking styles cannot understand how the people working for them will handle different situations, which is like a foreman not understanding how his equipment will behave. That insight led us to explore psychometric testing as a way of learning how people think differently. Discovering psychometric testing. Early in my kids' lives, I'd had them tested by a brilliant psychologist named Sue Quinlan. Her assessments proved spot on and provided a great roadmap for how they would develop over the years. Because that testing process had been so successful, I worked with her and others to try to identify the best tests for determining what the people I worked with were like. In 2006, I took the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, assessment for the first time and found its description of my preferences to be remarkably accurate. Many of the differences it described, such as those between intuiting people, who tend to focus on big-picture concepts, and sensing people, who pay more attention to specific facts and details, were highly relevant to the conflicts and disagreements we were having at Bridgewater. I began to look for other tests that could help us deepen our understanding of each other. This was slow going at first, largely because most of the psychologists I met were surprisingly squeamish about exploring differences. But eventually I found a few great people, especially a psychologist named Bob Eichinger, who pointed me to a number of other very useful tests. In early 2008, I had most of Bridgewater's managers take the Myers-Briggs assessment. The results astounded me. I couldn't believe that some of them actually thought in the ways the test described, yet when I asked them to rate how well it described them on a scale of 1 to 5, more than 80% of them gave it a 4 or 5. Creating baseball cards. Even after we were armed with the Myers-Briggs data and other tests we'd taken, I found that we were still having a hard time connecting the dots between the outcomes that we were seeing and what we knew about the people producing them. Over and over again, the same people would walk into the same meetings, do things the same ways, and get the same results without seeking to understand why. Recently I came across a study that revealed a cognitive bias in which people consistently overlook the evidence of one person being better than another at something and assume that both are equally good at a task. This was exactly what we were seeing. For example, people who were known not to be creative were being assigned tasks that required creativity, people who didn't pay attention to details were being assigned to detail-oriented jobs, and so on. We needed a way to make the data that showed what people were like even clearer and more explicit, so I began making baseball cards for employees that listed their stats. The idea was that they could be passed around and referred to when assigning responsibilities. Just as you wouldn't have a great fielder with a .160 batting average bat third, you wouldn't assign a big picture person a task requiring attention to details. At first, this idea met a lot of resistance. People were concerned that the baseball cards wouldn't be accurate, that producing them would be too time-consuming, and that they would only succeed in pigeonholing people unfairly. But over time, everyone's attitudes toward this approach of openly exploring what people are like shifted 180 degrees. Most people found that having this information out in the open for everyone to see was more liberating than constraining, because when it became the norm, people gained the sort of comfort that comes with just being themselves at work that family members have with each other at home. Because this way of operating was so unusual, a number of behavioral psychologists came to Bridgewater to evaluate it. I urge you to read their assessments, which were overwhelmingly favorable. The Harvard psychologist Bob Keegan called Bridgewater a form of proof that the quest for business excellence and the search for personal realization need not be mutually exclusive and can, in fact, be essential to each other. I should also explain that my personal circumstances at the time also drew me to psychology and neurology. While for the most part I am keeping my family members' lives out of this book to protect their privacy, I will tell you this one story about my son Paul as it is relevant and he is open about it. After graduating from NYU's Tisch Film School, Paul headed out to Los Angeles to take a job. One day he went to the front desk of the hotel where he was staying while he looked for an apartment and smashed their computer. He was arrested and thrown in jail, where he was beaten up by guards. Ultimately, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder, released into my custody, and admitted to the psychiatric ward of a hospital. That was the beginning of a 3-year roller coaster ride that took Paul, Barbara, and me to the peaks of his manias and the depths of his depressions, through the twists and turns of the healthcare system, and into discussions with some of the most brilliant and caring psychologists, psychiatrists, and neuroscientists at work today. There is nothing to prompt learning like pain and necessity, and this gave me plenty of both. At times I felt as though I was holding Paul by the hand as he was dangling over a cliff from one day to the next. I never knew whether I could hold on or if he would slip from my grip. I worked intensely with his caregivers to understand what was going on and what to do about it. Thanks both to the help he received and his own great character, Paul worked through this and is now better off than if he hadn't fallen into his abyss, because he developed strengths he didn't have but needed. Paul was once wild, staying out till all hours, disorganized, smoking marijuana and drinking, but he now faithfully takes his meds, meditates, goes to bed early, and avoids drugs and alcohol. He had loads of creativity but lacked discipline. Now he has plenty of both. As a result, he is more creative now than he was before and is happily married, the father of 2 boys, an accomplished filmmaker, and a crusader helping those who struggle with bipolar disorder. His radical transparency about being bipolar and his commitment to helping others with it inspires me. His first feature film, Touched with Fire, which received lots of acclaim, gave many people who might have lost their lives to bipolar disorder both the hope and the path forward they needed. I remember watching him shoot one scene based on a real conversation between us in which he was manic and I was struggling to reason with him. I could simultaneously see the actor playing Paul at his worst while the real Paul was at his best, directing the scene. As I watched, my mind flashed over his whole journey from the depths of his abyss, through his metamorphosis into the strong hero standing in front of me, someone on a mission to help others going through what he had gone through. That journey through hell gave me a much deeper understanding of how and why we see things differently. I learned that much of how we think is physiological and can be changed. For example, Paul's wild swings were due to the inconsistent secretions of dopamine and other chemicals in his brain, so he could change by controlling those chemicals and the activities and stimuli affecting them. I learned that creative genius and insanity can be quite close to each other, that the same chemistry that creates insights can cause distortions, and that being stuck in one's own head is terribly dangerous. When Paul was crazy, he always believed his own illogical arguments, no matter how strange they sounded to others. While more extreme in the case of someone with bipolar disorder, this is something I've seen most everyone do. I also learned how people can control how their brains work to produce dramatically better effects. These insights helped me to deal with people more effectively, as I will explain in detail in Chapter 4, understand that people are wired very differently. Making Bridgewater rock solid and cutting edge. At our annual town hall meeting in June 2008, I said that seen through my eyes Bridgewater was then, and always had been, both terrible and terrific at the same time. After about 5 years of rapid growth toward building Bridgewater as an institution, we had encountered our newest set of problems. This was nothing new. Since I started Bridgewater, we always had some problems because we were always doing bold new things, making mistakes, and evolving quickly. For example, technology had changed so quickly during the years we built the company that we had literally switched from using slide rules to spreadsheet software to advanced artificial intelligence. With so much changing so fast, it had seemed pointless to focus on getting everything just right when something newer and better was sure to come along. So we built our technology in a light and flexible way, which made sense at the time but also created a number of hairballs that badly needed untangling. That same approach of moving quickly and flexibly had been true throughout the company, so several departments had become overstretched as we grew. It had always been fun being cutting edge, but we were having a hard time becoming rock solid, especially in the non-investment side of the business. The organization needed to be renovated in several ways, but it wasn't going to be easy. In 2008 I was working about 80 hours a week doing my 2 full-time jobs, overseeing our investments and overseeing the company, and in my opinion not doing well enough at either. I felt that I, and the company more broadly, were slipping from being pervasively excellent. From the get-go I had toggled acceptably between investment management and business management. But now that we were a bigger company, the business management side was demanding much more time than I had to give it. I conducted a time and motion study of all of my investment and management responsibilities. It showed it would take me about 165 hours a week to achieve the level of excellence that I would be satisfied with in overseeing both our investments and management. That was obviously impossible. Since I wanted to delegate as much as possible, I asked whether the things I was doing could be done excellently by others, and if so, who those others were. Everyone agreed that most of those areas couldn't adequately be delegated. I clearly hadn't done a good enough job of finding and training others to whom I could delegate my responsibilities. To me, the greatest success you can have as the person in charge is to orchestrate others to do things well without you. A step below that is doing things well yourself, and worst of all is doing things poorly yourself. As I reflected on my position, I could see that despite all of my and Bridgewater's amazing achievements, I had not achieved this highest level of success. In fact, I was still struggling to achieve the second highest level, doing things well myself, even though Bridgewater was extremely successful. At the time, there were 738 people working at Bridgewater, with 14 department heads. I oversaw the department heads, along with a management committee I'd created because I knew I couldn't trust myself to know what was best without others probing me. I had structured the reporting line so that I both reported to the management committee and held its members accountable for their oversight of the company. I wanted them to also own the responsibility of producing pervasive excellence, and I wanted to be at their service in helping them achieve it. In May 2008, I wrote an email to the 5 members of the management committee, copying the company, telling them that I am escalating to let you know that I have reached my limits and that the quality of my work, and my work-life balance, are both suffering unacceptably. The financial and economic crisis of 2008. Recognizing that I was stretched wouldn't by itself be enough to slow the flow of things coming at me, especially in the investment area at what proved to be a time of historic turbulence. Because too often I had been painfully surprised by different types of events that hadn't happened to me before but happened in other times or other places, like the currency devaluation of 1971, or the debt crisis in the early 1980s. I developed our economic and market principles to be timeless and universal. In other words, I knew that we needed to understand all important economic and market movements, not just those that happened to me, and to make sure the principles we were using to position ourselves would have worked in all past times and all other countries. As a result, back in the early 2000s, we had included a depression gauge in our systems that specified the actions we should take if a certain configuration of events began to play out in a way indicating a heightened risk of a debt crisis and depression. In 2007, this gauge indicated that a bubble of debt was nearing its bursting point because the costs of debt service were outpacing projected cash flows. Because interest rates were so close to 0%, I knew that central banks could not ease monetary policy enough to reverse the downturn the way they had in prior recessions. This was the exact configuration that had led to past depressions. My mind and gut flashed back to my 1979-82 experience. I was now both 30 years more knowledgeable and a whole lot less confident. While the dynamic in the economy seemed clear to me, I was much less sure I was right. I remembered how clearly it had seemed to me that the debt bust I'd been expecting in 1982 would sink the economy and how painfully wrong I had turned out to be. That experience also drove me to learn a lot more about debt crises and their effects on the markets, and I researched and traded through a number of them, including the Latin American debt crisis in the 1980s, the Japanese debt crisis of the 1990s, the blow-up of long-term capital management in 1998, the bursting of the dot-com bubble in 2000, and the fallout from the attacks on the World Trade Center and Pentagon in 2001. With the help of my teammates at Bridgewater, I took history books and old newspapers and went day by day through the Great Depression and the Weimar Republic, comparing what happened then with what was happening in the present. The exercise only confirmed my worst fears. It seemed inevitable to me that large numbers of individuals, companies, and banks were about to have serious debt problems and that the Federal Reserve couldn't lower interest rates to cushion the blow, as was the case in 1930-32. My fear of being wrong pushed me to seek out other smart folks to poke holes in my view. I also wanted to walk key policymakers through my thinking, both to stress test it and to make them aware of the situation as I saw it. So I went to Washington to speak with people in both the U.S. Treasury and the White House. Though they were polite, what I was presenting seemed too far-fetched to them, especially when by all outward indications the economy seemed to be booming. Most of them didn't go very deep into our reasoning or calculations before they dismissed them, with one exception, Ramzan Bet-Farhad, Vice President Dick Cheney's Deputy Assistant of Domestic Policy. He worked through all our numbers and was concerned by them. Because everything we saw lined up and we couldn't find anyone who could refute our views, we prepared our clients' portfolios by balancing our positions in a way that there would be considerable upside and limited downside in the portfolios if we were right and putting in a backup plan in case we were wrong. Though we thought we were well prepared, we were as worried about being right as we were about being wrong. The prospect of the world economy going over a waterfall was scary to all of us because of what it might mean to those who weren't protected. As in 1982, when conditions deteriorated and circumstances increasingly transpired as we'd predicted, policymakers began to pay more attention to us. Bet-Farhad had me come to the White House to meet with him. Tim Geithner, president of the New York Fed, asked to see me as well. I brought Bob, Greg, and a young analyst named Bob Elliott to a lunch meeting with Geithner. We walked him through the numbers and he literally turned white. When he asked me where we'd gotten them from, I told him they were publicly available. We just put them together and looked at them in a different way. 2 days after our meeting with Geithner, Bear Stearns collapsed. That didn't trigger much worry for most people or for the markets, though it was a sign of what was to come. It wasn't until 6 months later in September, when Lehman Brothers collapsed, that everyone else connected the dots. At that point the dominoes fell fast, and though they couldn't contain all the damage, policymakers, most importantly Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke, reacted brilliantly to create a beautiful deleveraging, i.e., a way of lowering debt burdens while keeping economic growth positive and inflation low. Point 8. To make this long story short, we navigated this period well for our clients, anticipating market moves and avoiding losses. Our flagship fund made over 14% in 2008, a year when many other investors recorded losses of more than 30%. We would have done even better had we not feared being wrong, which led us to balance our bets instead of arrogantly and foolishly putting more chips at stake. But I had no regrets because I had learned that it wasn't smart to bet that way. While in this case we would have made more money if we were less balanced, we certainly wouldn't have survived and succeeded long enough to be in such a position if we'd approached our investments in that way. The 2008 debt crisis was another one of those like the one in 1982, which were both like many more before them and many more that will come. I enjoyed reflecting back on my painful mistakes and the value of the principles they gave me. When the next big one comes along in 25 years or so, or who knows when, it will probably come as a surprise and cause a lot of pain unless those principles are properly encoded in algorithms put into our computers. Helping policymakers. Our economic and market principles were very different from most others, which accounted for our different results. I will explain these differences in economic and investment principles and won't digress into them now. As former Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan put it, the models failed at a time when we needed them most. J.P. Morgan had the American economy accelerating 3 days before the Lehman Brothers collapse. Their model failed. The Fed model failed. The IMF model failed. So that left me asking myself, what happened? Bill Dudley, president of the New York Fed, homed in on the problem when he said, "I think there's a fundamental problem in terms of how macroeconomists look at the economic outlook, growth, and inflation. If you look at the big macro models, they don't have a financial sector typically in them. They don't admit the possibility that the financial sector could essentially melt down, and therefore the monetary policy impulse could be completely impaired. So I think the lesson of the crisis is to do a lot more work to make sure that the finance people are talking to the macroeconomist people and building models that are more robust." He was right. We finance people see the world very differently from the way economists do. As a result of our success, policymakers reached out to us more, which led me to have a lot more contact with senior economic policymakers in the US and around the world. Out of respect for the privacy of our conversations, I won't say much about them except to note that they became much more open to our non-traditional ways of looking at economies and markets, and more skeptical about traditional economic thinking, which had failed to either signal or avert the crisis. Most of our exchanges were one-sided. I generally answered their questions and didn't ask any that would put them in the awkward position of having to avoid answering for fear of compromising confidential information. I met with these leaders without making judgments and without regard for their particular ideologies. I approached them like a doctor, just wanting to make the most beneficial impact. They wanted my help because my global macroeconomic perspective as an investor was very different from theirs as policymakers. We were both products of our environments. Investors think independently, anticipate things that haven't happened yet, and put real money at stake with their bets. Policymakers come from environments that nurture consensus, not dissent, that train them to react to things that have already occurred, and that prepare them for negotiations, not placing bets. Because they don't benefit from the constant feedback about the quality of their decisions that investors get, it's not clear who the good and bad decision makers among them are. They also have to be politicians. Even the most clear-sighted and capable policymakers must constantly divert their attention from the immediate problems they are dealing with to fight the objections of other policymakers, and the political systems they must navigate are often dysfunctional. While the economic machine is more powerful than any political system in the long run, ineffective politicians will be replaced and incapable political systems will change. The interaction between the two is what drives economic cycles in the here and now, and it's often not pretty to watch. Making great returns. Our returns in 2010 were the best ever, nearly 45 and 28% in our two pure alpha funds and close to 18% in all weather, almost exclusively because the systems we had programmed to take in information and process it were doing it superbly. These systems worked far better than we could with just our brains. Without them, we would have had to manage money the old and painful way, by trying to weigh in our heads all the markets and all the influences on them and then bring them together into a portfolio of bets. We would have had to hire and supervise a bunch of different investment managers, and because we couldn't have blind faith in them, we'd have had to understand how each one made their decisions, which would mean watching what they were doing and why, so we could know what to expect from them, while dealing with all their different personality issues. Why would I want to do that? It seemed to me that that way of investing or managing an organization was obsolete, like reading a map instead of following a GPS. Of course, building our system was hard work. It had taken us over 30 years to do it. Having too much money to manage can hurt performance, since the costs of getting in and out of positions can be high because being too big can push the markets. Making over 40% in 2010 had put us in the position of having to return a lot of money to clients who actually wanted to give us more to manage. We were always careful to stay safely short of being too big, lest we kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Our clients didn't want their money back, they wanted us to grow it. So we were presented with the puzzle of how to maximize our capacity without hurting our performance. We hadn't looked at that before, because we'd never had that much money. We quickly discovered that if we just tweaked what we did and created a new fund that managed money the same way as Pure Alpha but invested it solely in the most liquid markets, our expected returns would be the same and the expected risk, i.e., volatility, only slightly higher. We programmed this new approach into our computers, backtested it to see how it worked in all countries and time frames, and explained it to our clients in detail so they could thoroughly understand the logic behind it. As much as I love and have benefited from artificial intelligence, I believe that only people can discover such things and then program computers to do them. That's why I believe that the right people, working with each other and with computers, are the key to success. Toward the end of the year, we opened Pure Alpha Major Markets and clients invested $15 billion in it. Since then its returns have been as expected, that is, about the same as Pure Alpha's, actually better, but only slightly. Our clients were delighted. In fact, this new option was so popular that by 2011 we had to close it to new investment too. Going from below the radar to above it. Success is a double-edged sword, as I learned after we anticipated the financial crisis and Bridgewater and I began to receive unwanted public attention. Our unusual performance, our unusual way of looking at economics and markets, and our unusual culture made us a continuing subject of interest. I wanted to stay under the radar, so I avoided interacting with the press. That didn't stop the press from writing about me and Bridgewater, which they typically did in a sensationalistic way, either painting me as a superhero investor who walked on water or as a leader of a cult, and sometimes both. Getting a lot of attention for being successful is a bad position to be in. Australians call it the tall poppy syndrome, because the tallest poppies in a field are the ones most likely to have their heads whacked off. I didn't like the attention, and I especially didn't like the mischaracterizations of Bridgewater as a cult, because I felt it was hurting our ability to recruit great people. At the same time, I realized that because we didn't let the media see how we truly operated inside Bridgewater, those sensational portrayals were unavoidable. So I decided in late 2010 to make public my principles, which explained exactly what we were doing and why. I put it on our website so it could be read freely and understood by people outside the company. Doing that was a hard decision, but it turned out to be a great one. Most people got it, and many beyond Bridgewater benefited from reading them. More than 3 million people have downloaded Principles, some even had it translated into their own languages at their own expense. I've received a large number of thank you notes from people who said that reading Principles had changed their lives. Preparing Bridgewater to succeed without me. Since I was a kid, I've learned by doing. I'd just dive in after things I wanted and try to survive long enough to learn from my mistakes and improve. If I changed fast enough to become sustainable at whatever I was doing, then I would build on that to flourish. I've always had great faith in my ability to figure things out, and over time my need to figure things out made me better at doing so. As a result, I tended to hire people who were the same way, who would dive right into challenges, figure out what to do about them, and then do it. I figured that if they had great character, common sense, and creativity, and were driven to achieve our shared mission, they would discover what it took to be successful if I gave them the freedom to figure out how to make the right decisions. I knew that micromanaging and handcuffing them wouldn't work because neither of us would like it. If I was the one telling them what to do, I wouldn't be getting any leverage from them. Besides, I didn't want to work with people who needed that. But starting in the 1990s, I began to recognize the emotional barriers most people had to looking at their problems and weaknesses forthrightly. Rather than embracing ambiguous situations and difficult challenges, they tended to get uncomfortable when facing them. It is the rare bird who has the right mix of common sense, creativity, and character to shape change. Almost everyone needs help before they can get there. So I wrote down my principles and the logic behind them and shared them, hoping they could be used by those who thought they were good and debated openly by those who didn't. I figured that over time we would all get in sync about how particular situations should be handled. But while almost all of us quickly agreed on the principles intellectually, many still struggled to convert what they had agreed to intellectually into effective action. This was because their habits and emotional barriers remained stronger than their reasoning. The training and the virtual reality tapes helped a lot, but they still weren't enough. No matter how much effort we put into screening new hires and training them to work in our idea meritocracy, it was inevitable that many of them would fall short. My approach was to hire, train, test, and then fire or promote quickly, so that we could rapidly identify the excellent hires and get rid of the ordinary ones, repeating the process again and again until the percentage of those who were truly great was high enough to meet our needs. But for this to work, we needed people with high standards who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate people who couldn't cut it. Many new employees, and some older ones, still were reluctant to probe hard at what people were like, which made things worse. It's tough to be tough on people. Of course, most of the people who come to Bridgewater are adventurous types. They know what they're getting into. They understand that the chances their job will not work out are higher than normal, but they embrace the risk because the upside of succeeding is huge relative to the downside of having it not work out. In the worst case, they learn a lot about themselves, have an interesting experience, and leave for other jobs. In the best case, they become a part of an exceptional team achieving exceptional things. New hires typically go through an acclimation period of about 18 to 24 months before becoming comfortable with the truthfulness and transparency that is such an essential part of the Bridgewater culture, especially accepting one's mistakes and figuring out how to deal with them. But some people never adapt to it. I've been told that joining Bridgewater is a bit like joining an intellectual Navy SEALs. Others describe it as going to a school of self-discovery run by someone like the Dalai Lama. The people who thrive say that while the period of adjustment is difficult, it is also joyous because of the excellence they achieve and the extraordinary relationships they make. And the ones who can't or won't adapt must be cut. This is essential to keeping Bridgewater excellent. For a long time, I had been the one responsible for establishing the culture and upholding its high standards. But in 2010, I was 60 years old and had been running Bridgewater for 35 years. Though I expected to be good for another 10 years or so, I was ready to put my energy into other things. While I always wanted to be deep into the markets, I wanted to spend more time with my family and friends, to help policymakers, and to pursue a few growing passions, like ocean exploration and philanthropy, as well as whatever else interested me. My plan was to step out as CEO while helping my replacements as a mentor, remain in my investment role, and take the time I gained from no longer managing the company to suck the marrow out of life while I still could. As with all organizations, whether Bridgewater would succeed would come down to the people and the culture. People who run companies are faced with important choices every day. How they make those choices determines the character of the company, the quality of its relationships, and the outcomes it produces. When the buck stopped with me, I was responsible for most of the important decisions. Now those decisions would be in the hands of others. While they would have a well-established culture and agreed-upon principles that had worked for decades, the proof would be in the pudding. Chapter 6. Returning the boon, 2011-2015. It seems to me that life consists of three phases. In the first, we are dependent on others and we learn. In the second, others depend on us and we work. And in the third and last, when others no longer depend on us and we no longer have to work, we are free to savor life. I was beginning my transition from my second to my third phase. Both intellectually and emotionally, I was no longer as excited about being successful as I was excited about having the people I cared about be successful without me. I had two jobs at Bridgewater to transition out of, overseeing the management of the company as Chief Executive Officer, and overseeing the management of our investments as a Chief Investment Officer. I wasn't going to stop playing the markets, because that's a game I've loved playing since I was 12 and I will keep playing until I die. But I didn't want to be needed in either role, because of the key man risk that would create for the company. My partners and I understood that transitioning from the first generation of leadership to the next in a founder-led organization with a unique culture is difficult, especially if the leader has been in place for a long time. Bill Gates's transition out of the CEO role at Microsoft in 2008 was the most recent example of that, but there have been many others. The biggest question I wrestled with was whether I should leave management completely or stay involved as a mentor. On the one hand, I liked the idea of stepping out completely because it would give the new leadership the freedom to find their own ways of succeeding without me looking over their shoulder. My friends urged me to do that, to declare victory, collect my chips, and move on. But I wasn't confident that the transition would go well, as I hadn't done such a thing before. I do things through trial and error, making mistakes, figuring out what I did wrong, coming up with new principles, and finally succeeding, and I didn't see why my transition should be any different. I also didn't believe that it would be fair for me to dump the heavy workload I was carrying on those I was passing my CEO responsibilities to. I knew that Lee Kuan Yew, the wise founder and leader of Singapore for 41 years, had transitioned out of his leadership responsibilities to be a mentor, and I had seen how well that went. For all those reasons, I decided I would stay on as a mentor. That meant I would either not speak at all or speak last, but always be available to provide advice. My partners liked the idea. We agreed we should begin as soon as possible, so those replacing me could gain experience and we could make adjustments as needed. Since what we didn't know about transitioning was greater than what we did know about it, we knew we would need to be careful. We expected that transitioning well would take a number of years, perhaps 2 or 3, perhaps as many as 10. Since we had worked together for many years, we were optimistic that it would be on the shorter end of that range. On the first day of 2011, I announced to the company that I would be stepping down as CEO, with Greg Jensen and David McCormick replacing me. On July 1st, I handed over my management responsibilities to Greg, David, and the rest of the management committee. Simultaneously, we explained our up to 10-year transition plan to our clients. Learning what shapers are like. Naturally, the new management team struggled over the next 18 months or so. We diagnosed why in the same way an engineer would diagnose why a machine is operating suboptimally so it could be re-engineered to perform better. Since different people produce different outcomes based on differences in what they are like, whenever we create a team we seek to engineer the right mix of attributes and people to achieve our goals. So we looked at my attributes relative to others to see what was missing, which we called the Ray Gap. To be clear, we were looking at the Ray Gap because I was the one leaving. Had Bob, David, or Greg been the one stepping back, we would have been studying the gaps they left. Greg and David created a log of my various responsibilities and the differences between the qualities they and I brought to handling them. Everyone agreed the gap was in what we called shaping. To visualize what I mean by shaping and shapers, think of Steve Jobs, who was probably the greatest and most iconic shaper of our time, as measured by the size and success of his shaping. A shaper is someone who comes up with unique and valuable visions and builds them out beautifully, typically over the doubts and opposition of others. Jobs built the world's largest and most successful company by revolutionizing computing, music, communications, animation, and photography with beautifully designed products. Elon Musk, of Tesla, SpaceX, and SolarCity, Jeff Bezos, of Amazon, and Reed Hastings, of Netflix, are other great shapers from the business world. In philanthropy, Muhammad Yunus, of Grameen, Jeffrey Canada, of Harlem Children's Zone, and Wendy Kopp, of Teach for America, come to mind, and in government, Winston Churchill, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., Lee Kuan Yew, and Deng Xiaoping. Bill Gates has been a shaper in both business and philanthropy, as was Andrew Carnegie. Mike Bloomberg has been a shaper in business, philanthropy, and government. Einstein, Freud, Darwin, and Newton were giant shapers in the sciences. Christ, Muhammad, and the Buddha were religious shapers. They all had original visions and successfully built them out. While these are the biggest shapers, I saw that shapers come in varying sizes. You probably know a few personally. They might be your local business, nonprofit, or community leaders, the people who drive change and build lasting organizations. My objective was to identify who the future shapers of Bridgewater would be, either by helping the people who were replacing me in the CEO job become them, or by finding shapers on the outside and bringing them in. On October 5, 2011, a few months after I began to think about what makes a shaper, Steve Jobs died. I wrote about him in our daily observations, one of the very few times I used the space to address non-investment related content, because I admired him as a man who could visualize and execute in breathtakingly wonderful ways. Soon after, Walter Isaacson published his biography of Jobs. I noticed a number of similarities between us, especially when he quoted Jobs' own words. Soon after that, an article titled "Is Ray Dalio the Steve Jobs of Investing?" came out in AICIO, a prominent investment industry publication. It also pointed out a number of similarities between us, that I, like Jobs, started my businesses from scratch, his from a garage, mine from the second bedroom of my apartment, that we both came up with innovative products that reshaped how our industries did things, and that we had unique management styles. Bridgewater has often been called the Apple of the investment world, but to be clear, I didn't think that Bridgewater or I held a candle to Apple and Jobs. Isaacson's book and the article pointed to other parallels in our backgrounds, goals, and approaches to shaping. For example, we were both rebellious, independent thinkers who worked relentlessly for innovation and excellence. We were both meditators who wanted to put a dent in the universe, and we were both notoriously tough on people. Of course, there were important differences too. I wish Jobs had shared the principles he had used to achieve his goals. I wasn't just interested in Jobs and his principles, I wanted to know about the qualities and principles of all shapers, so I could better understand the likenesses and differences between them and form an archetype of the typical shaper. I had followed that approach for understanding everything. For example, I had made an exhaustive study of recessions so that I could form a timeless picture of an archetypal recession and then understand the differences among them. I did that for all economic and market movements and was inclined to do it for just about everything, because this approach helps me understand how things work. So it made sense I'd do that to understand shapers too. I started by exploring the qualities of Jobs and other shapers with Isaacson, at first in a private conversation in his office, and later at a public forum at Bridgewater. Since Isaacson had also written biographies of Albert Einstein and Ben Franklin, two other great shapers, I read them and probed him about them to try to glean what characteristics they had in common. Then I spoke with proven shapers I knew: Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Reed Hastings, Muhammad Yunus, Jeffrey Canada, Jack Dorsey, of Twitter, David Kelly, of Video, and more. They had all visualized remarkable concepts and built organizations to actualize them, and done that repeatedly and over long periods of time. I asked them to take an hour's worth of personality assessments to discover their values, abilities, and approaches. While not perfect, these assessments have been invaluable. In fact, I have been adapting and refining them to help us in our recruiting and management. The answers these shapers provided to the standardized questions gave me objective and statistically measurable evidence about their similarities and differences. It turns out they have a lot in common. They are all independent thinkers who do not let anything or anyone stand in the way of achieving their audacious goals. They have very strong mental maps of how things should be done, and at the same time a willingness to test those mental maps in the world of reality and change the ways they do things to make them work better. They are extremely resilient, because their need to achieve what they envision is stronger than the pain they experience as they struggle to achieve it. Perhaps most interesting, they have a wider range of vision than most people, either because they have that vision themselves or because they know how to get it from others who can see what they can't. All are able to see both big pictures and granular details, and levels in between, and synthesize the perspectives they gain at those different levels, whereas most people see just one or the other. They are simultaneously creative, systematic, and practical. They are assertive and open-minded at the same time. Above all, they are passionate about what they are doing, intolerant of people who work for them who aren't excellent at what they do, and want to have a big, beneficial impact on the world. Take Elon Musk. When he had just come out with the Tesla and showed me his own car for the first time, he had as much to say about the key fob that opened the doors as he did about his overarching vision for how Tesla fits into the broader future of transportation and how important that is to our planet. Later on, when I asked him how he came to start his company SpaceX, the audacity of his answer startled me. For a long time, he answered, I've thought that it's inevitable that something bad is going to happen on a planetary scale, a plague, a meteor that will require humanity to start over somewhere else, like Mars. One day I went to the NASA website to see what progress they were making on their Mars program, and I realized that they weren't even thinking about going there anytime soon. I had gotten $180 million when my partners and I sold PayPal, he continued, and it occurred to me that if I spent $90 million and used it to acquire some ICBMs from the former USSR and sent one to Mars, I could inspire the exploration of Mars. When I asked him about his background in rocketry, he told me he didn't have one. I just started reading books, he said. That's how shapers think and act. At times, their extreme determination to achieve their goals can make them appear abrasive or inconsiderate, which was reflected in their test results. Nothing is ever good enough, and they experience the gap between what is and what could be as both a tragedy and a source of unending motivation. No one can stand in the way of their achieving what they're going after. On one of the personality assessments there is a category they all ranked low on called concern for others. But that doesn't mean quite what it sounds like. Consider Muhammad Yunus, for example. A great philanthropist, he has devoted his life to helping others. He received the Nobel Peace Prize for pioneering the ideas of microcredit and microfinance and has won the Congressional Gold Medal, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the Gandhi Peace Prize, and more. Yet he tested low on concern for others. Geoffrey Canada, who has devoted most of his adult life to taking care of all the disadvantaged children in a 100-square-block area of New York's Harlem, also tested low on concern for others. Bill Gates, who is devoting most of his wealth and energy to saving and improving lives, tested low as well. Obviously Yunus, Canada, and Gates care deeply about other people, yet the personality tests they took rated them low. Why was that? In speaking with them and reviewing the questions that led to these ratings, it became clear, when faced with a choice between achieving their goal or pleasing, or not disappointing, others, they would choose achieving their goal every time. Through this investigative process, I learned that there are distinctly different types of shapers. The most important difference lies in whether their shaping comes in the form of inventing, managing, or both. For example, while Einstein shaped by inventing, he didn't have to manage, and while Jack Welch, who ran GE, and Lou Gerstner, who ran IBM, were great managers/leaders of people, they didn't have to be as inventive. The rarest cases were people like Jobs, Musk, Gates, and Bezos, who were inventive visionaries and managed big organizations to build those visions out. There are a lot of people who look like shapers, in that they came up with a great idea and got it to the point where they could sell it for a lot of money, but did not shape consistently. Silicon Valley has many of these types, perhaps they should be called inventors. I also saw that there were wonderful leaders of organizations who weren't classic shapers, in that they didn't come up with the original visions and build them out, rather, they entered existing organizations and led them well. Only true shapers consistently move from one success to another and sustain success over decades, and those are the people I want to bring to Bridgewater. My examination of shapers and my reflections on my own qualities made clear to me that nobody sees the full range of what they need to see in order to be exceptionally successful, though some see a wider range than others. Those that do best both see a wide range themselves while triangulating well with other brilliant people who see things in different, complementary ways. This realization has been important in making my transition out of management go well. While in the past I would encounter problems, figure out their causes, and design my own ways to get around them, others who think differently than I do will make different diagnoses and designs. My job as mentor was to help them be successful at that. This exercise reminded me that there are far fewer types of people in the world than there are people and far fewer different types of situations than there are situations, so matching the right types of people to the right types of situations is key. Because Gates and Jobs had recently left Microsoft and Apple, I watched their former organizations closely to help me better understand how I could help prepare Bridgewater to thrive without me. Certainly the most notable difference between them and Bridgewater was in our cultures how we use the idea meritocracy of radical truth and radical transparency to bring problems and weaknesses to the surface to prompt forthright dealing with them. Systemizing our idea meritocracy. The more I did the research on people, the clearer it became that there are different types of people and that, by and large, the same types of people in the same types of circumstances are going to produce the same types of results. Said differently, by knowing what someone is like we can have a pretty good idea of what we can expect from them. So I was more motivated than ever to continue gathering lots of data on what people are like to build quantized pictures of them to help us match people to responsibilities well. Doing this in an evidence-based way would enhance the idea meritocratic process of aligning people's responsibilities with their merits. While this all seemed so clear and commonsensical to me, it was much harder to achieve in practice. About a year into my transition, I saw that many new managers, and some older ones, still couldn't see the patterns of people's behaviors through time. In other words, they couldn't connect the dots between what people are like and the outcomes they produce. Their reluctance to probe hard to get at what people are like was making things more difficult. But then I had a breakthrough, which grew out of an observation that the challenges we were having with making management decisions didn't exist in our investment decision making. I realized that, by using big data analytics and other algorithms, our computers could connect those dots more efficiently than any of us could, just as they had helped us make connections in the markets. These systems also didn't have personal biases and emotional barriers to overcome, so those being analyzed couldn't be offended by the data-driven conclusions the computers were coming up with. In fact, they could look at the data and algorithms, assess them for themselves, and suggest changes if they wanted. We were like scientists trying to develop tests and algorithms for analyzing ourselves objectively. On November 10, 2012, I shared my thoughts with the management committee in an email. Its subject line was "The Path Out, Systemizing Good Management." It is now clear to me that the main difference behind why the investment management part of Bridgewater is likely to continue to do well and most of the other parts of Bridgewater are unlikely to do as well, if we don't change how we are operating, is that the decision-making processes for investment management have been so systemized that it's hard for people to screw them up, because they are largely following the system's instructions, while the other areas of Bridgewater are much more dependent on the quality of the people and their decision-making. Think about that. Imagine how Bridgewater's investment decision-making would work if it operated the same as Bridgewater's management decision-making, i.e., dependent on the people we hired and how they collectively made decisions in their own ways. It would be a mess. The way the investment decision-making process works is that a small group of investment managers who created these systems see the system's conclusions and the reasoning of the systems while we make our own conclusions and explore our reasoning on our own. The machine does most of the work and we interact with it in a quality way. And we are not dependent on much more faulty people. Think about how different management is. While we have principles, we don't have decision-making systems. In other words, I believe that the investment decision-making process is effective because the investment principles have been put into decision rules that make decisions that people then follow, while the management decision-making process is less effective because the management principles have not been put into decision rules that people can follow to make management decisions. It doesn't have to be that way. Having built the investment systems, with the help of others, and knowing about both investment decision-making and management decision-making, I am confident that it can be the same. The only questions are whether it can happen fast enough and what will happen in the meantime. I am working with Greg, and others, to develop these management systems in the same way I worked with Greg and others, Bob, etc., on the investment systems. You are seeing this happen via the development of the baseball cards, dot collector, paint button, testing, job specing, etc. Because I have a limited time to do this, we need to move fast. At the same time we will have to fight the battles in the trenches, with hand-to-hand combat, to clean out those who are incapable and bring in or promote those who are excellent. One of the great things about algorithmic decision-making is that it focuses people on cause-effect relationships and, in that way, helps foster a real idea meritocracy. When everyone can see the criteria the algorithms use and have a hand in developing them, they can all agree that the system is fair and trust the computer to look at the evidence, make the right assessments about people, and assign them the right authorities. The algorithms are essentially principles in action on a continuous basis. While our management system has a long way to go before it is as well automated as our investment system, the tools it has made possible, especially the dot collector, an app that gathers information about people in real time described in detail in the work principles, have already made an incredible difference in the way we work. All these tools reinforce good habits and good thinking. The good habits come from thinking repeatedly in a principled way, like learning to speak a language. The good thinking comes from exploring the reasoning behind the principles. The ultimate goal of all this was to help the people I cared about be more successful without me, which was becoming increasingly pressing as life's milestones continued to remind me of my stage in life. For example, I became a grandfather with the birth of Christopher Dalio on May 31, 2013. And in the summer of 2013, I had a serious health scare that turned out to be nothing but reminded me of my mortality. At the same time, I still loved playing the markets, which I plan to do until I die, making me even more eager to speed the transition from the second to the third phase of my life. Anticipating the European debt crisis. Beginning in 2010, my Bridgewater colleagues and I began to see the emergence of a debt crisis in Europe. We had looked at how much debt had to be sold and how much could be bought for a number of countries and determined that many southern European nations were likely to come up short. The resulting crisis could be as bad as or worse than the one in 2008-09. As in 1980 and 2008, while our calculations clearly pointed to a debt crisis ahead, I knew that I could be wrong. Because it would be a big deal if I was right, I wanted to discuss what I was seeing with top policymakers, both to alert them and to have them correct me if they saw things differently. I encountered the same sort of resistance without good explanations that I had encountered in Washington in 2008, only this time in Europe. Things were stable at the time, and though I knew there was no reason to believe they would stay that way, most of the people I spoke to weren't ready to listen to my reasoning. I remember a meeting I had with the head of the International Monetary Fund when we were still in the calm before the storm. He doubted my seemingly crazy conclusions, and he wasn't interested in going through the numbers. Just as U.S. policymakers had before 2008, the Europeans did not fear what they hadn't experienced before. Because things were good at the time and the picture I was painting was worse than anything they'd experienced in their lifetimes, they found what I was saying implausible. They also didn't possess a granular understanding of who the borrowers and lenders were and how their abilities to borrow and lend would change with changing market conditions. Their understandings of how markets and economies work were oversimplified, like those of academics. For example, they looked at investors as a single thing they called the market, rather than an amalgam of different players who bought and sold for different reasons. When the markets did badly, they wanted to do things that increased confidence, figuring that if they built confidence the money would come and the problems would disappear. They didn't see that whether they were confident or not, specific buyers didn't have enough money and credit to buy all the debt that had to be sold. Just as all human bodies work in essentially the same way, so do the economic machines in different countries. And just as physical diseases infect people without regard to nationality, so do economic diseases. So, while the policymakers were at first skeptical, I approached my conversations with them by looking at the physiology of the case at hand. I would diagnose the economic disease they were suffering from, and show them how its symptoms progress by referencing prior analogous cases. Then I'd explain the best practices for treating the disease at its different stages. We would have high-quality back and forths about the linkages and the evidence. Yet even when I did succeed in helping them see the linkages, the political decision-making systems they had to work within were dysfunctional. Not only did they have to decide what they would do as individual countries, the 19 countries of the European Union had to agree with each other before they could act, in many cases unanimously. There was often no clear way of resolving disagreements, which was a big problem because what needed to be done, printing money, was objectionable to German economic conservatives. As a result, crises would intensify to breaking points while Europe's leaders grappled in long closed-door meetings. Those power struggles tested the nerves of everyone involved. I can't possibly convey the amount of bad behavior these policymakers had to endure for the benefit of the people they represented. For example, in January 2011, a few weeks after he'd been appointed Minister of Economy and Competitiveness by Spain's new president, I met Luis de Guindos, a man I learned to admire for his forthrightness, intelligence, and heroic willingness to sacrifice himself for his country's well-being. The old government in Spain had been thrown out and the new government took office as Spanish banks were about to collapse. The new Spanish policymakers were immediately forced to haggle with representatives from the IMF, the European Union, and the European Central Bank, the Troika as it was called. They did this into the wee hours of the morning and at the end were required to sign a loan agreement that essentially handed over control of their banking system to the Troika in exchange for the financial support they desperately needed. My meeting with Minister de Guindos took place the morning after the first and most difficult of these negotiations. With bloodshot eyes but a very alert mind, he patiently and forthrightly answered all my difficult questions and shared his thoughts about what reforms Spain should undertake to deal with their problems. During the next couple of years, over considerable objections, he and his government pushed these controversial reforms through. He never got the praise he deserved, but he didn't care because his satisfaction came from seeing the results he produced. To me, that is a hero. As time passed, the European debtor countries fell into deeper depressions. This led Mario Draghi, the president of the European Central Bank, to make the bold decision to buy bonds in September 2012. This move averted the imminent debt crisis, saved the euro, and, as it would turn out, made a lot of money for the ECB. But it failed to immediately stimulate credit and economic growth in the countries that were in depression. Inflation, which the ECB was mandated to get to about 2%, was below that target and falling. While the ECB had offered loans on attractive terms to banks in an attempt to solve this issue, banks weren't taking them up on the offer sufficiently to make a difference. I believed that things would continue to worsen unless the ECB printed money and pushed it into the system by buying more bonds. The move toward quantitative easing appeared obvious and necessary to me, so I visited pr1 and the ECB's executive board to share my concerns. At the meeting, I told them why this approach would not be inflationary, because it is the level of spending, which is money plus credit, and not just the amount of money, that drives spending and inflation. I focused on how the economic machine works because I felt that if we could agree on that, most importantly, how buying bonds moves money through the system, we could agree on its impacts on inflation and economic growth. In that meeting, and in all such meetings, I shared our calculations as well as the important cause-effect relationships as I saw them, so that together we could assess whether the conclusions made sense. A major impediment to this action was that there is no single bond market for the entire Eurozone, and the ECB, like most central banks, isn't supposed to favor one area/country over another. Given those conditions, I shared my theory for how the ECB could do quantitative easing without breaking its rules by buying bonds proportionately across every member country, even though Germany didn't need or want the easing that such purchases would bring them. The German economy was doing relatively well and inflation fears were beginning to emerge there. In the course of those 18 months, I met with several top European economic policymakers, perhaps most importantly German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble, whom I judged to be exceptionally thoughtful and selfless. I also saw how politics within Germany and Europe worked. When push came to shove, the ECB would have to do what was best for Europe, which was to print the money and buy the bonds in the way I had suggested. Doing that was consistent with the ECB's mandate, and the southern European debtor countries had the votes to allow it to do that, so I figured that it would be the Germans who would get overruled and face the decision to leave the Eurozone, which they would ultimately not do because their leaders had a strong commitment to the Eurozone with Germany as part of it. pr1 finally announced the move in January 2015. It had a great effect and created a precedent that would allow more quantitative easings in the future if they were needed. The market reaction was very positive. On the day of pr1's announcement, European equities were up 1.5%, government bond yields fell across the major European economies, and the euro fell 2% against the dollar, which helped stimulate the economy. These moves continued over the following months, stimulating European economies, supporting a pickup in growth, and reversing the decline in inflation. The ECB's decision was obviously the right thing to do, for reasons that were relatively simple. But seeing how controversial its move was, it occurred to me that the world needed a simple explanation of how the economic machine works, because if everyone understood the basics, then economic policy makers would be able to do the right things a lot faster and with less angst in the future. That led me to make a 30-minute video, How the Economic Machine Works, which I released in 2013. Besides explaining how the economy works, it provides a template that helps people assess their economies and gives them guidance about what to do and what to expect during a crisis. It had a much bigger impact than I expected, as it was watched by more than 5 million people in 8 languages. A number of policymakers told me in private that they found it helpful for their own understanding, for dealing with their constituents, and for finding better paths forward. This was very rewarding to me. From my contacts with policymakers in a number of countries, I learned quite a bit about how international relations really works. It is quite different from what most people imagine. Countries behave in a more self-interested and less considerate way than what most of us would consider appropriate for individuals. When countries negotiate with one another, they typically operate as if they are opponents in a chess match or merchants in a bazaar in which maximizing one's own benefit is the sole objective. Smart leaders know their own country's vulnerabilities, take advantage of others' vulnerabilities, and expect the other country's leaders to do the same. Most people who haven't had direct contact with the leadership of their own and other countries form their views based on what they learn in the media, and become quite naive and inappropriately opinionated as a result. That's because dramatic stories and gossip draw more readers and viewers than does clinical objectivity. Also, in some cases journalists have their own ideological biases that they are trying to advance. As a result, most people who see the world through the lens of the media tend to look for who is good and who is evil rather than what the vested interests and relative powers are and how they are being played out. For example, people tend to embrace stories about how their own country is moral and the rival country is not, when most of the time these countries have different interests that they are trying to maximize. The best behaviors one can hope for come from leaders who can weigh the benefits of cooperation, and who have long enough time frames that they can see how the gifts they give this year may bring them benefits in the future. These conflicts of vested interests don't just play out internationally, it can also be nasty within countries. Finding out what's true and trying to do what's in everyone's best interests is rare, though most policymakers pretend that's what they're doing. More typically, they act in support of their constituents' interests. For example, representatives of those with greater income will say higher taxes stifle growth, while representatives of those with less income will say the opposite. It's hard to get everyone to even try to look at the whole picture objectively, let alone to operate in the interests of the whole. Nonetheless, I came to respect most of the policymakers I worked with and to feel sorry for them because of the terrible positions they were in. Most are highly principled people who are forced to operate in unprincipled environments. The job of a policymaker is challenging under the best of circumstances, and it's almost impossible during a crisis. The politics are horrendous, and distortions and outright misinformation from the media make things worse. A number of the policymakers I met, including Draghi, de Guindos, Schauble, Bernanke, Geithner, Summers, and many others, were real heroes, meaning that they put others and the mission they committed to above themselves. Unfortunately, most policymakers enter their careers as idealists and leave disillusioned. One of those heroes I have been fortunate enough to learn from and, I hope, help is China's Wang Qishan, who has been a remarkable force for good for decades. To explain what he is like and the journey that took him to the top of China's leadership would take more of this book than I can spare. In brief, Wang is a historian, a very high-level thinker, and a very practical man. I have rarely known a person to be both extremely wise and extremely practical. A leading shaper of the Chinese economy for decades, who is also responsible for eliminating corruption, he is known to be a no-nonsense man who can be trusted to get stuff done. Every time I go to China, we meet for 60 to 90 minutes. We talk about what's happening in the world, and how that relates to thousands of years of history and the never-changing nature of mankind. We discuss a wide range of other topics as well, ranging from physics to artificial intelligence. We are both keenly interested in how most everything happens over and over again, the forces behind those patterns, and the principles that work and don't work in dealing with them. I gave Wang a copy of Joseph Campbell's great book The Hero with 1,000 Faces, because he is a classic hero and I thought it might help him. I also gave him The Lessons of History, a 104-page distillation of the major forces through history by Will and Ariel Durant, and River Out of Eden by the insightful Richard Dawkins, which explains how evolution works. He gave me Georgy Plekhanov's classic On the Role of the Individual in History. All these books showed how the same things happened over and over again throughout history. Most of my conversations with Wang are at the principle level. He sees the rhyme of history and puts the particulars we speak of in that context. Unattainable goals appeal to heroes, he once told me. Capable people are those who sit there worrying about the future. The unwise are those who worry about nothing. If conflicts got resolved before they became acute, there wouldn't be any heroes. His advice has helped me in my planning for Bridgewater's future. For example, when I asked him about checks and balances of power, he pointed to Julius Caesar's overthrow of the Roman Senate and Republic as an illustration of how important it is to make sure no one person is more powerful than the system. I took his advice to heart as I set out to improve Bridgewater's governance model. Every time I speak with Wang, I feel like I get closer to cracking the unifying code that unlocks the laws of the universe. He uses his timeless perspective to see the present and the likely future more clearly. Being around such people, especially if I can help them, is thrilling to me. Returning the boon. Joseph Campbell's The Hero with 1,000 Faces, one of the books I gave to Wang as well as a number of other heroes I know, was introduced to me by my son Paul in 2014. While I had seen Campbell on television nearly 30 years earlier and remembered being impressed by him, I hadn't read his book. In it, Campbell looks at large numbers of heroes from different cultures, some real and some mythical, and describes their archetypal journeys through life. Campbell's description of how heroes become heroes aligned with my thinking about shapers. And it gave me powerful insights about the heroes I know and the patterns of my own life. For Campbell, a hero isn't a perfect person who always gets things right. Far from it. A hero is someone who found or achieved or did something beyond a normal range of achievement, and who has given his life to something bigger than himself or other than himself. I had met a number of such people throughout my life. What was most interesting about Campbell's work was his description of how they got that way. Heroes don't begin as heroes, they just become them because of the way one thing leads to another. The diagram on the following page shows the archetypal hero's journey. They typically start out leading ordinary lives in an ordinary world and are drawn by a call to adventure. This leads them down a road of trials filled with battles, temptations, successes, and failures. Along the way, they are helped by others, often by those who are further along the journey and serve as mentors, though those who are less far along also help in various ways. They also gain allies and enemies and learn how to fight, often against convention. Along the way, they encounter temptations and have clashes and reconciliations with their fathers and their sons. They overcome their fear of fighting because of their great determination to achieve what they want, and they gain their special powers, i.e., skills, from both battles that test and teach them, and from gifts, such as advice, that they receive from others. Over time, they both succeed and fail, but they increasingly succeed more than they fail as they grow stronger and keep striving for more, which leads to ever bigger and more challenging battles. Heroes inevitably experience at least one very big failure, which Campbell calls an abyss or the belly of the whale experience, that tests whether they have the resilience to come back and fight smarter and with more determination. If they do, they undergo a change, have a metamorphosis, in which they experience the fear that protects them, without losing the aggressiveness that propels them forward. With triumphs come rewards. Though they don't realize it when they are in their battles, the hero's biggest reward is what Campbell calls the boon, which is the special knowledge about how to succeed that the hero has earned through his journey. Joseph Campbell's Hero's Journey Schema from The Hero with 1,000 Faces, New World Library. Late in life, winning more battles and acquiring more rewards typically becomes less exciting to heroes than passing along that knowledge to others. Returning the boon, as Campbell called it. Once the boon is returned, the hero is free to live and then free to die, or, as I see it, to transition from the second phase in life to the third phase, in which one is free to savor life until one passes away. Reading Campbell, I saw that heroes, like shapers, come in varying sizes. There are big ones and small ones, that they are real people, and that we all know some. I also saw that being a hero is typically not all it's cracked up to be. They get beat up a lot, and many are attacked, humiliated, or killed even after they triumph. In fact, it's hard to see the logic for choosing this hero role, if one were to choose. But I could see and relate to how a certain type of person would start and stay on that path. While Campbell's description of the hero's journey captured the essence of my own journey through life and the journeys of many of the people I call shapers, hero is not a word that I would use to describe myself, and I certainly would not put my own accomplishments on the level of the heroes Campbell wrote about. But learning about the hero's journey did help me crystallize my understanding of where I was in my own journey, and what I should do next. The section on returning the boon spoke to me in a personal way, as though Campbell knew exactly what I was wrestling with. With the reflections it prompted, I could see that my life would be over in a relatively short time, and that what I'd leave behind could be more important, last longer, and affect many more people than just those at Bridgewater and my family. That helped make clear that I needed to pass along the things I had that could help others beyond me, most importantly the principles in this book, but also my money. As the saying goes, you can't take it with you. My need to start thinking about who should get what wasn't just because of my age and the time it would take to do it well, it was also instinctive. Over time, the circle of people and things I cared about had broadened from just me when I was young, to me and my family when I became a parent, to my community when I was a bit more mature, to people beyond my community and the whole environment now. Wrestling with the questions of philanthropy. My first exposure to philanthropy occurred back in the late 1990s when I was approaching 50. At that time, Matt was 16, spoke Mandarin, and visited a Chinese orphanage to help someone, where he learned that a $500 surgery could save or radically improve some lives. We and our friends gave him money to help. Then, my friend Paul Tudor Jones taught Matt how to create a 501c3 foundation, and Matt, just a junior in high school, created the China Care Foundation in 2000. Matt brought our family to the orphanages, so we had close contact with these special needs children and fell in love with them. We also watched Matt struggle to decide which children would live and which would die because there wasn't enough money to save them all. Imagine being faced with the choice between a big night out on the town or saving a child's life. That was essentially the choice we constantly faced. This experience led us to become more involved with philanthropy, so in 2003 we set up our own foundation to provide support in more organized ways. We wanted to do our philanthropy together, as a family activity, which has proven to be fabulous. Figuring out how to best give away money is as complex an undertaking as figuring out how to make it. Though we now know a lot more about it than we did when we started, we still don't always feel capable to make the best decisions possible, so my family and I are still feeling our way through it. I will give you a few examples of the questions we have been wrestling with and how our thinking about them has evolved, starting with the question of how much money should be saved for my family relative to how much should go to people and causes that are more distant, yet more desperately in need. Long before I had a lot of money, I had determined that I wanted my sons to have only enough to afford excellent health care, excellent education, and an initial boost to help their careers get started. My perspective was influenced by my own journey through life, which took me from having nothing to having a lot. That taught me to struggle well and made me strong. I wanted the same for the people I loved. So, when I had earned a lot of money, I felt I had plenty of money to give away to others. Over time, as we gained experience in trying to help in a number of areas, I learned how fast money goes and that we didn't have nearly enough to take care of everything we cared about. Additionally, when my first grandchild was born, it prompted me to wonder how many generations I should budget to protect. Speaking to others in comparable positions, I discovered that even the richest people feel short of the money they need to do the things they want to do. So I studied how other families approach the question of how much to set aside for family and how much to give away at what pace. While our family still has not answered these questions definitely, I know that I personally will give more than half of my money to those beyond my family. Which causes we should donate to was another big question. Barbara's biggest passion has been helping students in the most stressed public school districts in Connecticut, especially those students who are called disengaged and disconnected. A study she funded showed that 22% of high school students fall into one of these two categories, which was shocking because most will probably become adults who will suffer and be burdens on society rather than flourishing contributors to it. Because she has a lot of direct contact with these children and their teachers, she understands their needs. When she learned that 10,000 of them didn't have winter coats, she felt compelled to provide them. What she showed me opened my eyes. How can clothing and nutrition be so severely deficient in this land of opportunity? Everyone in our family believes that equal opportunity, which is one of the most fundamental human rights, requires equal educational opportunity and that educational opportunities are terribly unequal. The economic costs in the forms of crime and incarceration as well as the social costs of not investing in improving these conditions are immense. While we have felt compelled to help, we've discovered it is very difficult to have a significant impact relative to the size of the problem. I feel deeply connected to nature, especially the oceans. The oceans are our world's greatest asset, covering 72% of its surface and comprising 99% of its livable space. It thrills me to support scientists who are exploring the oceans and media showing them in the incredible environments they visit. I'm on a mission to make clear that ocean exploration is even more important and exciting than space exploration so that our oceans get more support and will be more sensibly managed. To add to my excitement, my son Mark is a wildlife filmmaker who shares my passion, so we get to pursue it together. Matt's passion is to bring inexpensive, effective computing to the developing world as a way of expanding and improving education and health care. Paul's passion is mental health and his wife's is fighting climate change. Devin is more focused on his career than on philanthropy now, but his wife cares deeply about animal welfare. Our family continues to support special needs children in China, as well as an institute that teaches best practices to Chinese philanthropists. We also support the teaching of meditation to children in stressful environments and to veterans with PTSD, cutting-edge hard research, microfinance and other social enterprises, and much more. We view our donations as investments and want to make sure that we have high philanthropic returns on our money. So another big question we wrestle with is how to measure those returns. It's much easier to measure efficiency in a business by seeing how much its revenue exceeds its cost. Because of this, we developed an attraction to sustainable social enterprises. Still, I saw that so many philanthropic investments could pay off economically as well as socially, and it tormented me that our society passes them up. We also wrestled with how big our organization should be and what governance controls we should have in order to ensure the quality of our philanthropic decision-making. I approached these decisions the same way I explain in work principles by creating formalized principles and policies for our decision-making. For example, because we are bombarded with more requests for grants than we can intelligently look at, I mandated a policy not to review unsolicited requests so our staff has the time to sort through the areas we want to be focused on. We are continuously improving all our principles and policies, and I dream about building decision-making algorithms for our philanthropic efforts, though that's beyond my reach at the moment. As you might have guessed, we also seek advice from the most experienced and respected people possible. Bill Gates and the people we met through our participation in his, Melinda Gates's, and Warren Buffett's giving pledge have been enlightening. Others such as Muhammad Yunus, Paul Jones, Jeff Skoll, the Omidyar folks, and the people at TED have been very helpful. The most important thing we've learned is that there's no one right way to do philanthropy, though there are plenty of wrong ways. Giving away the money that I acquired during my lifetime and doing that well has been a joy, a challenge, and the appropriate thing to do at this stage in my life. Bridgewater turns 40. In June 2015, Bridgewater marked its 40th anniversary, an amazing milestone we celebrated by throwing a big party. We had a lot to celebrate, since by most measures no firm in our industry had been as successful. Key people who had been a part of our journey from its outset and throughout our 40 years got up to speak. Each of them described the evolution of the company through their eyes, how some things had changed over the years while others had stayed the same. Most importantly, our culture of striving for excellence in work and excellence in relationships by being radically truthful and radically transparent with each other. They recounted how we uniquely and repeatedly tried new things, failed, learned from our failures, improved, and tried again, doing that over and over in an upward spiral. When it was my turn to speak, I wanted to convey what I had always tried to give the people at Bridgewater, and what I wanted them to have in the future without me: a community in which you always have the right and obligation to make sense of things and a process for working yourselves through disagreements. A real, functioning idea meritocracy. I want you to think, not follow, while recognizing that you can be wrong and that you have weaknesses, and I want to help you get the most likely best answers, even if you personally don't believe that they're the best answers. I want to give you radical open-mindedness and an idea meritocracy that will take you from being trapped in your own heads to having access to the best minds in the world to help you make the best decisions for you and for our community. I want to help you all struggle well and evolve to get the most out of life. Though there were still important things that had to be done, at the time I thought that we were wrapping up my transition nicely. I had no idea how difficult the next year would be. Chapter 7, My Last Year and My Greatest Challenge, 2016-2017. While even before that 40th anniversary we had all been aware that our transition wasn't going as smoothly as we'd hoped, in the months that followed our problems came to a head in ways that caught us off guard. While the investment part of Bridgewater was better than ever, other parts of the business, like the technology and recruiting areas, were slipping. I was no longer CEO, so it was not my job to manage the company. As chairman, my job was to oversee the CEOs, to make sure that they were managing it well. And Greg Jensen and Eileen Murray, the CEOs at the time, were clearly overstretched. We all agreed that the company wasn't being managed adequately, but we disagreed on what to do about it. Disagreements like these were expected, as we always want everyone to think independently and argue for what they view as best. That is why we have principles and processes for resolving them. So, over a period of several weeks, we exchanged our views. Then key parties presented their perspectives and recommendations to members of our management committee and our stakeholders committee, which is essentially the Bridgewater board, who considered the alternative paths and ultimately voted on them. The most important decision that came out of that process was announced in March 2016. Greg would step out of his CEO role so that he could focus all his attention on his CEO Chief Investment Officer role, which he handled with Bob Prince and me, and I would temporarily join Eileen as CEO while we implemented the structural changes needed to allow Bridgewater to work well without me. While that wasn't the outcome any of us had hoped for when I first stepped out as CEO and passed it on to others, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Our struggles had been apparent for some time, and we'd tried different iterations. We knew that leadership transitions are never easy, and our modus operandi has always been to try, fail, diagnose, redesign, and try again. That's what we were doing. Now was the time for a leadership change. Still, this particular failure was painful, especially for Greg and me. I realized that I had handed Greg too heavy a load in expecting him to carry out both the CEO and CIO roles. I regret that mistake more than any other I made in running Bridgewater because it hurt both of us and the company. I had not only mentored Greg, but he had been like a son to me for nearly 20 years. He and I both wanted and expected him to run the company. The pain of this failure was made worse, especially for Greg, by the sensational and inaccurate accounts that appeared in the media. Story after story portrayed it as a bitter death match between two titans rather than what it really was, which was people who loved Bridgewater working through their disagreements in an idea meritocratic way. This was Greg's going into the abyss experience on his own hero's journey, and it was also that for me, and for a number of other leaders of the company, and not just because it was so painful, but because it led us to a metamorphosis that improved us a lot. Greg is 25 years younger than me. I often think about where I was at his age, and how much I've learned in the years since. I know Greg will go on to succeed remarkably in his own way. I was pleased that we both came through this stronger, and especially pleased that our systems for identifying and resolving problems had worked as well as they had. While we all had different perspectives, this case reaffirmed our belief that our collective idea meritocratic decision-making process would produce better results than any one of us could have done alone. It was having such a process, along with our deep relationships, that kept us together. I realized again that what I didn't know was much greater than what I did, in this case not knowing how to transition out of the founder-leader role. So I reached out to some of the greatest experts I could speak with for advice. Perhaps the best advice we received came from management expert Jim Collins, who told us that to transition well, there are only two things that you need to do: put capable CEOs in place and have a capable governance system to replace the CEOs if they're not capable. That was what I had failed to do and what I now had a second shot at doing right. So I began to think about governance in a way that I never had before. Simply put, governance is the system of checks and balances ensuring that an organization will be stronger than whoever happens to be leading it at any one time. Because I was a founder entrepreneur, I had run Bridgewater for 35 years with no formal rules to check and balance me, though I had created an informal governance system by having me report to our management committee as a check on my decision making. While that informal system had worked for me, it could not work well without me. Clearly, we needed to build a new governance system that would allow Bridgewater to retain its unique way of being and its uncompromising standards no matter who was in charge, and build it to be resilient enough to change the company's management if that was required. I went on to do that with the help of others, and we are doing that still. I had learned that it's wrong to assume either that a person in one role will be successful in another role or that the ways one person operates will work well for another. This difficult year also taught me a lot about the people around me, especially David McCormick and Eileen Murray, who showed their commitments to our shared mission, as numerous other people did. There were some failures that we would have rather not had, but that was to be expected, given our unique culture of trial and error and learning from mistakes. Thanks to the changes we put into place, I was able to step out of my temporary stint as CEO after 1 year, in April 2017. As I write these words in 2017, I view this year as the final one in my transition from the second phase of my life to the third, when I will have finished passing along the knowledge I have gathered along the way, and, as Joseph Campbell described it, I will be free to live and free to die. But right now I'm not thinking about the dying part, I'm thinking about how to live freely, and I'm excited about it. Chapter 8. Looking back from a higher level. As I look back on my experiences, it's interesting to reflect on how my perspectives have changed. When I started out, each and every twist and turn I encountered, whether in the markets or in my life in general, looked really big and dramatic up close, like unique life or death experiences that were coming at me fast. With time and experience, I came to see each encounter as another one of those that I could approach more calmly and analytically, like a biologist might approach an encounter with a threatening creature in the jungle, first identifying its species and then, drawing on his prior knowledge about its expected behaviors, reacting appropriately. When I was faced with types of situations I had encountered before, I drew on the principles I had learned for dealing with them. But when I ran into ones I hadn't seen before, I would be painfully surprised. Studying all those painful first-time encounters, I learned that even if they hadn't happened to me, most of them had happened to other people in other times and places, which gave me a healthy respect for history, a hunger to have a universal understanding of how reality works, and the desire to build timeless and universal principles for dealing with it. Watching the same things happen again and again, I began to see reality as a gorgeous perpetual motion machine, in which causes become effects that become causes of new effects, and so on. I realized that reality was, if not perfect, at least what we are given to deal with, so that any problems or frustrations I had with it were more productively directed to dealing with them effectively than complaining about them. I came to understand that my encounters were tests of my character and creativity. Over time, I came to appreciate what a tiny and short-lived part of that remarkable system I am, and how it's both good for me and good for the system for me to know how to interact with it well. In gaining this perspective, I began to experience painful moments in a radically different way. Instead of feeling frustrated or overwhelmed, I saw pain as nature's reminder that there is something important for me to learn. Encountering pains and figuring out the lessons they were trying to give me became sort of a game to me. The more I played it, the better I got at it, the less painful those situations became, and the more rewarding the process of reflecting, developing principles, and then getting rewards for using those principles became. I learned to love my struggles, which I suppose is a healthy perspective to have, like learning to love exercising, which I haven't managed to do yet. In my early years, I looked up to extraordinarily successful people, thinking that they were successful because they were extraordinary. After I got to know such people personally, I realized that all of them, like me, like everyone, make mistakes, struggle with their weaknesses, and don't feel that they are particularly special or great. They are no happier than the rest of us, and they struggle just as much or more than average folks. Even after they surpass their wildest dreams, they still experience more struggle than glory. This has certainly been true for me. While I surpassed my wildest dreams decades ago, I am still struggling today. In time, I realized that the satisfaction of success doesn't come from achieving your goals, but from struggling well. To understand what I mean, imagine your greatest goal, whatever it is: making a ton of money, winning an Academy Award, running a great organization, being great at a sport. Now imagine instantaneously achieving it. You'd be happy at first, but not for long. You would soon find yourself needing something else to struggle for. Just look at people who attain their dreams early: the child star, the lottery winner, the professional athlete who peaks early. They typically don't end up happy unless they get excited about something else bigger and better to struggle for. Since life brings both ups and downs, struggling well doesn't just make your ups better, it makes your downs less bad. I'm still struggling, and I will until I die, because even if I try to avoid the struggles, they will find me. Thanks to all that struggling and learning, I have done everything I wanted to do, gone everywhere I wanted to go, met whomever I wanted to meet, gotten everything I wanted to own, had a career that has been enthralling, and, most rewardingly, had many wonderful relationships. I have experienced the full range, from having nothing to having an enormous amount, and from being a nobody to being a somebody, so I know the differences. While experienced them going from the bottom up rather than from the top down, which was preferable and probably influenced my perspective, my assessment is that the incremental benefits of having a lot and being on top are not nearly as great as most people think. Having the basics: a good bed to sleep in, good relationships, good food, and good sex is most important, and those things don't get much better when you have a lot of money, or much worse when you have less. And the people one meets at the top aren't necessarily more special than those one meets at the bottom or in between. The marginal benefits of having more fall off pretty quickly. In fact, having a lot more is worse than having a moderate amount more, because it comes with heavy burdens. Being on top gives you a wider range of options, but it also requires more of you. Being well known is probably worse than being anonymous, all things considered. And while the beneficial impact one can have on others is great, when you put it in perspective, it is still infinitesimally small. For all those reasons, I cannot say that having an intense life filled with accomplishments is better than having a relaxed life filled with savoring, though I can say that being strong is better than being weak, and that struggling gives one strength. My nature being what it is, I would not have changed my life, but I can't tell you what is best for you. That is for you to choose. What I have seen is that the happiest people discover their own nature and match their life to it. Now that my desire to succeed has given way to a desire to help others succeed, that's become my current struggle. It's now clear to me that my purpose, your purpose, and the purpose of everything else is to evolve and to contribute to evolution in some small way. I didn't think about that at the start, I just went after the things I wanted. But along the way I evolved, and now I am sharing these principles with you to help you evolve too. I realized that passing on knowledge is like passing on DNA. It is more important than the individual, because it lives way beyond the individual's life. This is my attempt to help you succeed by passing along to you what I learned about how to struggle well, or, at the very least, to help you get the most out of each unit of effort you put in. Principles. Good principles are effective ways of dealing with reality. To learn my own, I spend a lot of time reflecting. So rather than just giving you my principles, I will share the reflections behind them. I believe that everything that happens comes about because of cause-effect relationships that repeat and evolve over time. At the Big Bang, all the laws and forces of the universe were created and propelled forward, interacting with each other over time like a complex series of machines that work together. The structure of galaxies, the makeup of Earth's geography and ecosystems, our economies and markets, and each one of us. Individually, we are machines made up of different machines: our circulatory systems, our nervous systems, and so on, that produce our thoughts, our dreams, our emotions, and every other aspect of our distinct personalities. All these machines are evolving together to produce the reality we encounter every day. Look to the patterns of those things that affect you in order to understand the cause-effect relationships that drive them and to learn principles for dealing with them effectively. By doing this, you will begin to understand how the machinery underlying any another one of those works and develop a mental map for dealing with it. As your understanding of these relationships grows, the essentials stand out from the blizzard of things coming at you. You will notice which one of those you are facing and instinctually apply the right principles to help you through it. Reality, in turn, will send you loud signals about how well your principles are working by rewarding or punishing you, so you will learn to fine-tune them accordingly. Having good principles for dealing with the realities we encounter is the most important driver of how well we handle them. I'm not saying that all people have the same encounters. It is certainly the case that different people in different parts of the world face different challenges. Still, most of our encounters with reality fall under one category or another, and the number of those categories is not enormous. If you were to write down what type of encounter you have every time you have one, e.g., the birth of a child, the loss of a job, a personal disagreement, and compile them in a list, it would probably total just a few hundred items, and only a few of them would be unique to you. You might want to try this. Not only will you see for yourself if what I'm saying is true, but you will also start to build a list of the things you need to think about and have principles for. Whatever success I've had is because of the principles I followed and not because of anything unique about me, so anyone following these principles can expect to produce broadly similar results. That said, I don't want you to follow my, or anyone's, principles blindly. I suggest that you think through all the principles available to you from different sources and put together a collection of your own that you can turn to whenever reality sends another one of those your way. Life principles and work principles are organized in outline form at 3 different levels, so you can skim along the surface or dive in depending on the amount of time and interest you have. 1 higher level principles, which are also the chapter titles, are preceded by single numbers. 1.1 mid-level principles are contained within each chapter and are designated by 2 numbers, one indicating the higher level principle it is under and the other showing the order in which it appears in the chapter. A sub-principles fall under the mid-level principles and are marked with letters. All 3 levels of principles have explanations following them. To give you a quick overview, I've included summaries of principles at the end of life principles and the beginning of work principles. I suggest you start with the higher level principles and the text explaining them, plus the headings for both the principles and sub-principles. Life principles is intended to be read in its entirety, while work principles is meant as more of a reference book. Part 2 Life Principles. 1. Embrace reality and deal with it. There is nothing more important than understanding how reality works and how to deal with it. The state of mind you bring to this process makes all the difference. I have found it helpful to think of my life as if it were a game in which each problem I face is a puzzle I need to solve. By solving the puzzle, I get a gem in the form of a principle that helps me avoid the same sort of problem in the future. Collecting these gems continually improves my decision-making, so I am able to ascend to higher and higher levels of play in which the game gets harder and the stakes become ever greater. All sorts of emotions come to me while I am playing, and those emotions can either help me or hurt me. If I can reconcile my emotions with my logic and only act when they are aligned, I make better decisions. Learning how reality works, visualizing the things I want to create, and then building them out is incredibly exciting to me. Stretching for big goals puts me in the position of failing and needing to learn and come up with new inventions in order to move forward. I find it exhilarating being caught up in the feedback loop of rapid learning, just as a surfer loves riding a wave, even though it sometimes leads to crashes. Don't get me wrong, I'm still scared of the crashes and I still find them painful. But I keep that pain in perspective, knowing that I will get through these setbacks and that most of my learning will come from reflecting on them. Just as long-distance runners push through pain to experience the pleasure of runner's high, I have largely gotten past the pain of my mistake-making and instead enjoy the pleasure that comes with learning from it. I believe that with practice you can change your habits and experience the same mistake learner's high. 1.1 Be a hyper-realist. Understanding, accepting, and working with reality is both practical and beautiful. I have become so much of a hyper-realist that I've learned to appreciate the beauty of all realities, even harsh ones, and have come to despise impractical idealism. Don't get me wrong, I believe in making dreams happen. To me, there's nothing better in life than doing that. The pursuit of dreams is what gives life its flavor. My point is that people who create great things aren't idle dreamers, they are totally grounded in reality. Being hyper-realistic will help you choose your dreams wisely and then achieve them. I have found the following to be almost always true: a dreams plus reality plus determination equals a successful life. People who achieve success and drive progress deeply understand the cause-effect relationships that govern reality and have principles for using them to get what they want. The converse is also true: idealists who are not well grounded in reality create problems, not progress. What does a successful life look like? We all have our own deep-seated needs, so we each have to decide for ourselves what success is. I don't care whether you want to be a master of the universe, a couch potato, or anything else. I really don't. Some people want to change the world and others want to operate in simple harmony with it and savor life. Neither is better. Each of us needs to decide what we value most and choose the paths we take to achieve it. Take a moment to reflect on where you are on the following scale, which illustrates an overly simplified choice you should think about. Where would you put yourself on it? The question isn't just how much of each to go after, but how hard to work to get as much as possible. I wanted crazy amounts of each, was thrilled to work hard to get as much of them as possible, and found that they could largely be one and the same and mutually reinforcing. Over time I learned that getting more out of life wasn't just a matter of working harder at it. It was much more a matter of working effectively, because working effectively could increase my capacity by hundreds of times. I don't care what you want or how hard you want to work for it. That's for you to decide. I'm just trying to pass along to you what has helped me get the most out of each hour of time and each unit of effort. Most importantly, I've learned that there is no escaping the fact that 1.2 truth, or, more precisely, an accurate understanding of reality is the essential foundation for any good outcome. Most people fight seeing what's true when it's not what they want it to be. That's bad, because it is more important to understand and deal with the bad stuff since the good stuff will take care of itself. Do you agree with that? If not, you are unlikely to benefit from what follows. If you do agree, let's build on it. 1.3 Be radically open-minded and radically transparent. None of us is born knowing what is true. We either have to discover what's true for ourselves or believe and follow others. The key is to know which path will yield better results. I believe that a radical open-mindedness and radical transparency are invaluable for rapid learning and effective change. Learning is the product of a continuous real-time feedback loop in which we make decisions, see their outcomes, and improve our understanding of reality as a result. Being radically open-minded enhances the efficiency of those feedback loops, because it makes what you are doing, and why, so clear to yourself and others that there can't be any misunderstandings. The more open-minded you are, the less likely you are to deceive yourself and the more likely it is that others will give you honest feedback. If they are believable people, and it's very important to know who is believable, you will learn a lot from them. Being radically transparent and radically open-minded accelerates this learning process. It can also be difficult because being radically transparent rather than more guarded exposes one to criticism. It's natural to fear that. Yet if you don't put yourself out there with your radical transparency, you won't learn. B. Don't let fears of what others think of you stand in your way. You must be willing to do things in the unique ways you think are best and to open-mindedly reflect on the feedback that comes inevitably as a result of being that way. Learning to be radically transparent is like learning to speak in public. While it's initially awkward, the more you do it, the more comfortable you will be with it. This has been true for me. For example, I still instinctively find being as radically transparent in the ways that I am in this book uncomfortable because I am exposing personal material to the public that will attract attention and criticism. Yet I am doing it because I've learned that it's best, and I wouldn't feel good about myself if I let my fears stand in the way. In other words, I have experienced the positive effects of radical transparency for so long that it's now uncomfortable for me not to be that way. Besides giving me the freedom to be me, it has allowed me to understand others and for them to understand me, which is much more efficient and much more enjoyable than not having this understanding. Imagine how many fewer misunderstandings we would have and how much more efficient the world would be and how much closer we all would be to knowing what's true if instead of hiding what they think, people shared it openly. I'm not talking about everyone's very personal inner secrets, I'm talking about people's opinions of each other and of how the world works. As you'll see, I've learned firsthand how powerful this kind of radical truth and transparency is in improving my decision-making and my relationships. So whenever I'm faced with a choice, my instinct is to be transparent. I practice it as a discipline and I recommend you do the same. See, embracing radical truth and radical transparency will bring more meaningful work and more meaningful relationships. My experience, based on watching thousands of people try this approach, is that with practice the vast majority find it so rewarding and pleasurable that they have a hard time operating any other way. This takes practice and changing one's habits. I have found that it typically takes about 18 months, which is how long it takes to change most habits. 1.4 Look to nature to learn how reality works. All the laws of reality were given to us by nature. Man didn't create these laws, but by understanding them we can use them to foster our own evolution and achieve our goals. For example, our ability to fly or to send cell phone signals around the world came from understanding and applying the existing rules of reality, the physical laws or principles that govern the natural world. While I spend most of my time studying the realities that affect me most directly, those that drive economies, the markets, and the people I deal with, I also spend time in nature and can't help reflecting on how it works by observing, reading, and speaking with some of the greatest specialists on the subject. I've found it both interesting and valuable to observe which laws we humans have in common with the rest of nature and which differentiate us. Doing that has had a big impact on my approach to life. First of all, I see how cool it is that the brain's evolution gave us the ability to reflect on how reality works in this way. Man's most distinctive quality is our singular ability to look down on reality from a higher perspective and synthesize an understanding of it. While other species operate by following their instincts, man alone can go above himself and look at himself within his circumstances and within time, including before and after his existence. For example, we can ponder the ways that nature's flying machines, swimming machines, and billions of other machines, from the microscopic to the cosmic, interact with one another to make up a working whole that evolves through time. This is because the evolution of the brain gave man a much more developed neocortex, which gives us the power to think abstractly and logically. While our higher level thinking makes us unique among species, it can also make us uniquely confused. Other species have much simpler and more straightforward lives, without any of man's wrestling with what's good and what's bad. In contrast with animals, most people struggle to reconcile their emotions and their instincts, which come from the animal parts of their brains, with their reasoning, which comes from parts of the brain more developed in humans. This struggle causes people to confuse what they want to be true with what actually is true. Let's look at this dilemma to try to understand how reality works. When trying to understand anything, economies, markets, the weather, whatever, one can approach the subject with two perspectives, one top-down, by trying to find the one code/law that drives them all. For example, in the case of markets, one could study universal laws like supply and demand that affect all economies and markets. In the case of species, one could focus on learning how the genetic code, DNA, works for all species. 2. Bottom up, by studying each specific case and the code/laws that are true for them, for example, the codes or laws particular to the market for wheat or the DNA sequences that make ducks different from other species. Seeing things from the top down is the best way to understand ourselves and the laws of reality within the context of overarching universal laws. That's not to say it's not worth having a bottom-up perspective. In fact, to understand the world accurately you need both. By taking a bottom-up perspective that looks at each individual case, we can see how it lines up with our theories about the laws that we expect to govern it. When they line up, we're good. By looking at nature from the top down, we can see that much of what we call human nature is really animal nature. That's because the human brain is programmed with millions of years of genetic learning that we share with other species. Because we share common roots and common laws, we and other animals have similar attributes and constraints. For example, the male/female sexual reproduction process, using two eyes to provide depth perception, and many other systems are shared by many species in the animal kingdom. Similarly, our brains have some animal parts that are much older in evolutionary terms than humanity is. These laws that we have in common are the most overarching ones. They wouldn't be apparent to us if we just looked at ourselves. If you just looked at one species, ducks, for example, to try to understand the universal laws, you'd fail. Similarly, if you just looked at mankind to understand the universal laws, you'd fail. Man is just one of 10 million species and just one of the billions of manifestations of the forces that bring together and take apart atoms through time. Yet most people are like ants, focused only on themselves and their own anthill. They believe the universe revolves around people and don't pay attention to the universal laws that are true for all species. To try to figure out the universal laws of reality and principles for dealing with it, I've found it helpful to try to look at things from nature's perspective. While mankind is very intelligent in relation to other species, we have the intelligence of moss growing on a rock compared to nature as a whole. We are incapable of designing and building a mosquito, let alone all the species and most of the other things in the universe. So I start from the premise that nature is smarter than I am and try to let nature teach me how reality works. Don't get hung up on your views of how things should be, because you will miss out on learning how they really are. It's important not to let our biases stand in the way of our objectivity. To get good results, we need to be analytical rather than emotional. Whenever I observe something in nature that I, or mankind, think is wrong, I assume that I'm wrong and try to figure out why what nature is doing makes sense. That has taught me a lot. It has changed my thinking about 1, what's good and what's bad, 2, what my purpose in life is, and 3, what I should do when faced with my most important choices. To help explain why, I will give you a simple example. When I went to Africa a number of years ago, I saw a pack of hyenas take down a young wildebeest. My reaction was visceral. I felt empathy for the wildebeest and thought that what I had witnessed was horrible. But was that because it was horrible, or was it because I am biased to believe it's horrible when it is actually wonderful? That got me thinking. Would the world be a better or worse place if what I'd seen hadn't occurred? That perspective drove me to consider the second and third order consequences so that I could see that the world would be worse. I now realize that nature optimizes for the whole, not for the individual, but most people judge good and bad based only on how it affects them. What I had seen was the process of nature at work, which is much more effective at furthering the improvement of the whole than any process man has ever invented. Most people call something bad if it is bad for them or bad for those they empathize with, ignoring the greater good. This tendency extends to groups. One religion will consider its beliefs good and another religion's beliefs bad to such an extent that their members might kill each other in the mutual conviction that each is doing what's right. Typically, people's conflicting beliefs or conflicting interests make them unable to see things through another's eyes. That's not good and it doesn't make sense. While I could understand people liking something that helps them and disliking things that hurt them, it doesn't make sense to call something good or bad in an absolute sense based only on how it affects individuals. To do so would presume that what the individual wants is more important than the good of the whole. To me, nature seems to define good as what's good for the whole and optimizes for it, which is preferable. So I have come to believe that as a general rule, To be good, something must operate consistently with the laws of reality and contribute to the evolution of the whole. That is what is most rewarded. For example, if you come up with something the world values, you almost can't help but be rewarded. Conversely, reality tends to penalize those people, species, and things that don't work well and detract from evolution. Point 17. In looking at what is true for everything, I have come to believe that, evolution is the single greatest force in the universe. It is the only thing that is permanent and it drives everything. Point 18. Everything from the smallest subatomic particle to the entire galaxy is evolving. While everything apparently dies or disappears in time, the truth is that it all just gets reconfigured in evolving forms. Remember that energy can't be destroyed, it can only be reconfigured. So the same stuff is continuously falling apart and coalescing in different forms. The force behind that is evolution. For example, the primary purpose of every living thing is to act as a vessel for the DNA that evolves life through time. The DNA that exists within each individual came from an eternity ago and will continue to live long after its individual carriers pass away, in increasingly evolved forms. Point 19. As I thought about evolution, I realized that it exists in other forms than life and is carried out through other transmission mechanisms than DNA. Technologies, languages, and everything else evolves. Knowledge, for example, is like DNA in that it is passed from generation to generation and evolves. Its impact on people over many generations can be as great or greater than that of the genetic code. Evolution is good because it is the process of adaptation that generally moves things toward improvement. All things such as products, organizations, and human capabilities evolve through time in a similar way. It is simply the process by which things either adapt and improve or die. To me, this evolutionary process looks like what you see on the right. Evolution consists of adaptations/inventions that provide spurts of benefits that decline in value. That painful decline leads either to new adaptations and new inventions that bring new products, organizations, and human capabilities to new and higher levels of development, as shown in the top diagram on the facing page, or decline and death, which looks like the diagram at bottom left. Think of any product, organization, or person you know and you will see that this is true. The world is littered with once great things that deteriorated and failed. Only a rare few have kept reinventing themselves to go on to new heights of greatness. All machines eventually break down, decompose, and have their parts recycled to create new machines. That includes us. Sometimes this makes us sad because we've become attached to our machines, but if you look at it from the higher level, it's really beautiful to observe how the machine of evolution works. From this perspective, we can see that perfection doesn't exist. It is a goal that fuels a never-ending process of adaptation. If nature, or anything, were perfect, it wouldn't be evolving. Organisms, organizations, and individual people are always highly imperfect but capable of improving. So rather than getting stuck hiding our mistakes and pretending we're perfect, it makes sense to find our imperfections and deal with them. You will either learn valuable lessons from your mistakes and press on, better equipped to succeed, or you won't and you will fail. As the saying goes, de-evolve or die. This evolutionary cycle is not just for people but for countries, companies, economies, for everything. And it is naturally self-correcting as a whole, though not necessarily for its parts. For example, if there is too much supply and waste in a market, prices will go down, companies will go out of business, and capacity will be reduced until the supply falls in line with the demand, at which time the cycle will start to move in the opposite direction. Similarly, if an economy turns bad enough, those responsible for running it will make the political and policy changes that are needed or they will not survive, making room for their replacements to come along. These cycles are continuous and play out in logical ways, and they tend to be self-reinforcing. The key is to fail, learn, and improve quickly. If you're constantly learning and improving, your evolutionary process will look like the one that's ascending. Do it poorly and it will look like what you see on the left, or worse. I believe that 1.5 evolving is life's greatest accomplishment and its greatest reward. It is instinctually that way, which is why most of us feel the pull of it. In other words, We instinctively want to get better at things and have created and evolved technology to help us. History has shown that all species will either go extinct or evolve into other species, though with our limited time window that is hard for us to see. But we do know that what we call mankind was simply the result of DNA evolving into a new form about 200,000 years ago, and we know that mankind will certainly either go extinct or evolve into a higher state. I personally believe there is a good chance man will begin to evolve at an accelerating pace with the help of man-made technologies that can analyze vast amounts of data and think faster and better than we can. I wonder how many centuries it will take for us to evolve into a higher level species that will be much closer to omniscience than we are now if we don't destroy ourselves first. One of the great marvels of nature is how the whole system, which is full of individual organisms acting in their own self-interest and without understanding or guiding what's going on, can create a beautifully operating and evolving whole. While I'm not an expert at this, it seems that it's because evolution has produced incentives and interactions that lead to individuals pursuing their own interests and resulting in the advancement of the whole, b. the natural selection process, and c. rapid experimentation and adaptation. The individual's incentives must be aligned with the group's goals. To give you a quick example of nature creating incentives that lead to individuals pursuing their own interests that result in the advancement of the whole, look at sex and natural selection. Nature gave us one hell of an incentive to have sex in the form of the great pleasure it provides, even though the purpose of having sex is to contribute to the advancement of the DNA. That way, we individually get what we want while contributing to the evolution of the whole. Reality is optimizing for the whole, not for you. Contribute to the whole and you will likely be rewarded. Natural selection leads to better qualities being retained and passed along, e.g., in better genes, better abilities to nurture others, better products, etc. The result is a constant cycle of improvement for the whole. Adaptation through rapid trial and error is invaluable. Natural selection's trial and error process allows improvement without anyone understanding or guiding it. The same can apply to how we learn. There are at least 3 kinds of learning that foster evolution: memory-based learning, storing the information that comes in through one's conscious mind so that we can recall it later; subconscious learning, the knowledge we take away from our experiences that never enters our conscious minds, though it affects our decision-making; and learning that occurs without thinking at all, such as the changes in DNA that encode a species' adaptations. I used to think that memory-based, conscious learning was the most powerful, but I've since come to understand that it produces less rapid progress than experimentation and adaptation. To give you an example of how nature improves without thinking, just look at the struggle that mankind, with all its thinking, has experienced in trying to outsmart viruses, which don't even have brains. Viruses are like brilliant chess opponents. By evolving quickly, combining different genetic material across different strains, they keep the smartest minds in the global health community busy thinking up countermoves to hold them off. Understanding that is especially helpful in an era when computers can run large numbers of simulations replicating the evolutionary process to help us see what works and what doesn't. In the next chapter I will describe a process that has helped me, and I believe can help you, evolve quickly. But first I want to emphasize how important your perspective is in trying to decide what is important to you and what to go after. Realize that you are simultaneously everything and nothing and decide what you want to be. It is a great paradox that individually we are simultaneously everything and nothing. Through our own eyes, we are everything e.g. When we die, the whole world disappears. So to most people, and to other species, dying is the worst thing possible, and it is of paramount importance that we have the best life possible. However, when we look down on ourselves through the eyes of nature, we are of absolutely no significance. It is a reality that each one of us is only one of about 7 billion of our species alive today, and that our species is only one of about 10 million species on our planet. Earth is just one of about 100 billion planets in our galaxy, which is just one of about 2 trillion galaxies in the universe. And our lifetimes are only about 1/3,000 of humanity's existence, which itself is only 1/20,000 of the Earth's existence. In other words, we are unbelievably tiny and short-lived, and no matter what we accomplish, our impact will be insignificant. At the same time, we instinctually want to matter and to evolve, and we can matter a tiny bit, and it's all those tiny bits that add up to drive the evolution of the universe. The question is how we matter and evolve. Do we matter to others, who also don't matter in the grand scope of things, or in some greater sense that we will never actually achieve? Or does it not matter if we matter, so we should forget about the question and just enjoy our lives while they last? What you will be will depend on the perspective you have. Where you go in life will depend on how you see things and who and what you feel connected to: your family, your community, your country, mankind, the whole ecosystem, everything. You will have to decide to what extent you will put the interests of others above your own, and which others you will choose to do so for. That's because you will regularly encounter situations that will force you to make such choices. While such decisions might seem too erudite for your taste, you will make them either consciously or subliminally, and they will be very important. For me personally, I now find it thrilling to embrace reality, to look down on myself through nature's perspective, and to be an infinitesimally small part of the whole. My instinctual and intellectual goal is simply to evolve and contribute to evolution in some tiny way while I'm here and while I am what I am. At the same time, the things I love most, my work and my relationships, are what motivate me. So, I find how reality and nature work, including how I and everything will decompose and recompose, beautiful, though emotionally I find the separation from those I care about difficult to appreciate. 1.6 Understand nature's practical lessons. I have found understanding how nature and evolution work helpful in a number of ways. Most importantly, it has helped me deal with my realities more effectively and make difficult choices. When I began to look at reality through the perspective of figuring out how it really works, instead of thinking things should be different, I realized that most everything that at first seemed bad to me, like rainy days, weaknesses, and even death, was because I held preconceived notions of what I personally wanted. With time, I learned that my initial reaction was because I hadn't put whatever I was reacting to in the context of the fact that reality is built to optimize for the whole rather than for me. Maximize your evolution. Earlier, I mentioned that the unique abilities of thinking logically, abstractly, and from a higher level are carried out in structures located in the neocortex. These parts of the brain are more developed in humans and allow us to reflect on ourselves and direct our own evolution. Because we are capable of conscious, memory-based learning, we can evolve further and faster than any other species, changing not just across generations but within our own lifetimes. This constant drive toward learning and improvement makes getting better innately enjoyable and getting better fast exhilarating. Though most people think that they are striving to get the things, toys, bigger houses, money, status, etc., that will make them happy, for most people those things don't supply anywhere near the long-term satisfaction that getting better at something does. 20 Once we get the things we are striving for, we rarely remain satisfied with them. The things are just the bait. Chasing after them forces us to evolve, and it is the evolution and not the rewards themselves that matters to us and to those around us. This means that for most people success is struggling and evolving as effectively as possible, i.e., learning rapidly about oneself and one's environment, and then changing to improve. It is natural that it should be this way because of the law of diminishing returns. 21 Consider what acquiring money is like. People who earn so much that they derive little or no marginal gains from it will experience negative consequences, as with any other form of excess, like gluttony. If they are intellectually healthy, they will begin seeking something new or seeking new depths in something old, and they will get stronger in the process. As Freud put it, love and work are the cornerstones of our humanness. The work doesn't necessarily have to be a job, though I believe it's generally better if it is a job. It can be any kind of long-term challenge that leads to personal improvement. As you might have guessed, I believe that the need to have meaningful work is connected to man's innate desire to improve. and relationships are the natural connections to others that make us relevant to each other and to society more broadly. Remember, no pain, no gain. Realizing that we innately want to evolve and that the other stuff we are going after, while nice, won't sustain our happiness has helped me focus on my goals of evolving and contributing to evolution in my own infinitely small way. While we don't like pain, everything that nature made has a purpose, so nature gave us pain for a purpose. So what is its purpose? It alerts us and helps direct us. See, it is a fundamental law of nature that in order to gain strength one has to push one's limits, which is painful. As Carl Jung put it, man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. Yet most people instinctually avoid pain. This is true whether we are talking about building the body, e.g., weightlifting, or the mind, e.g., frustration, mental struggle, embarrassment, shame, and especially true when people confront the harsh reality of their own imperfections. 1.7 Pain plus reflection equals progress. There is no avoiding pain, especially if you're going after ambitious goals. Believe it or not, you are lucky to feel that kind of pain if you approach it correctly, because it is a signal that you need to find solutions so you can progress. If you can develop a reflexive reaction to psychic pain that causes you to reflect on it rather than avoid it, it will lead to your rapid learning/evolving. Point 22 After seeing how much more effective it is to face the painful realities that are caused by your problems, mistakes, and weaknesses, I believe you won't want to operate any other way. It's just a matter of getting in the habit of doing it. Most people have a tough time reflecting when they are in pain, and they pay attention to other things when the pain passes, so they miss out on the reflections that provide the lessons. If you can reflect well while you're in pain, which is probably too much to ask, great. But if you can remember to reflect after it passes, that's valuable too. I created a pain button app to help people do this, which I describe in the appendix. The challenges you face will test and strengthen you. If you're not failing, you're not pushing your limits, and if you're not pushing your limits, you're not maximizing your potential. Though this process of pushing your limits, of sometimes failing and sometimes breaking through and deriving benefits from both your failures and your successes is not for everyone, if it is for you, it can be so thrilling that it becomes addictive. Life will inevitably bring you such moments, and it'll be up to you to decide whether you want to go back for more. If you choose to push through this often painful process of personal evolution, you will naturally ascend to higher and higher levels. As you climb above the blizzard of things that surrounds you, you will realize that they seem bigger than they really are when you are seeing them up close, that most things in life are just another one of those. The higher you ascend, the more effective you become at working with reality to shape outcomes toward your goals. What once seemed impossibly complex becomes simple. Go to the pain rather than avoid it. If you don't let up on yourself and instead become comfortable always operating with some level of pain, you will evolve at a faster pace. That's just the way it is. Every time you confront something painful, you are at a potentially important juncture in your life. You have the opportunity to choose healthy and painful truth or unhealthy but comfortable delusion. The irony is that if you choose the healthy route, the pain will soon turn into pleasure. The pain is the signal. Like switching from not exercising to exercising, developing the habit of embracing the pain and learning from it will get you to the other side. By getting to the other side, I mean that you will become hooked on, identifying, accepting, and learning how to deal with your weaknesses, preferring that the people around you be honest with you rather than keep their negative thoughts about you to themselves, and being yourself rather than having to pretend to be strong where you are weak. Be. Embrace tough love. In my own life, what I want to give to people, most importantly to people I love, is the power to deal with reality to get what they want. In pursuit of my goal to give them strength, I will often deny them what they want because that will give them the opportunity to struggle so that they can develop the strength to get what they want on their own. This can be difficult for people emotionally, even if they understand intellectually that having difficulties is the exercise they need to grow strong and that just giving them what they want will weaken them and ultimately lead to them needing more help. Point 23. Of course, most people would prefer not to have weaknesses. Our upbringings and our experiences in the world have conditioned us to be embarrassed by our weaknesses and hide them. But people are happiest when they can be themselves. If you can be open with your weaknesses, it will make you freer and will help you deal with them better. I urge you to not be embarrassed about your problems, recognizing that everyone has them. Bringing them to the surface will help you break your bad habits and develop good ones, and you will acquire real strengths and justifiable optimism. This evolutionary process of productive adaptation and ascent, the process of seeking, obtaining, and pursuing more and more ambitious goals, does not just pertain to how individuals and society move forward. It is equally relevant when dealing with setbacks, which are inevitable. At some point in your life you will crash in a big way. You might fail at your job or with your family, lose a loved one, suffer a serious accident or illness, or discover the life you imagined is out of reach forever. There are a whole host of ways that something will get you. At such times, you will be in pain and might think that you don't have the strength to go on. You almost always do, however. Your ultimate success will depend on you realizing that fact, even though it might not seem that way at the moment. This is why many people who have endured setbacks that seemed devastating at the time ended up as happy as, or even happier than, they originally were after they successfully adapted to them. The quality of your life will depend on the choices you make at those painful moments. The faster one appropriately adapts, the better. Point 24. No matter what you want out of life, your ability to adapt and move quickly and efficiently through the process of personal evolution will determine your success and your happiness. If you do it well, you can change your psychological reaction to it so that what was painful can become something you crave. Point 1.8. Weigh second and third order consequences. By recognizing the higher level consequences nature optimizes for, I've come to see that people who overweigh the first order consequences of their decisions and ignore the effects of second and subsequent order consequences rarely reach their goals. This is because first order consequences often have opposite desirabilities from second order consequences, resulting in big mistakes in decision making. For example, the first order consequences of exercise, pain and time spent, are commonly considered undesirable, while the second order consequences, better health and more attractive appearance, are desirable. Similarly, food that tastes good is often bad for you and vice versa. Quite often the first order consequences are the temptations that cost us what we really want, and sometimes they are the barriers that stand in our way. It's almost as though nature sorts us by throwing us trick choices that have both types of consequences and penalizing those who make their decisions on the basis of the first order consequences alone. By contrast, people who choose what they really want, and avoid the temptations and get over the pains that drive them away from what they really want, are much more likely to have successful lives. 1.9. Own your outcomes. For the most part, life gives you so many decisions to make and so many opportunities to recover from your mistakes that, if you handle them well, you can have a terrific life. Of course, sometimes there are major influences on the quality of our lives that come from things beyond our control, the circumstances we are born into, accidents and illnesses, and so forth, but for the most part even the worst circumstances can be made better with the right approach. For example, a friend of mine dove into a swimming pool, hit his head, and became a quadriplegic. But he approached his situation well and became as happy as anybody else, because there are many paths to happiness. My point is simply this: whatever circumstances life brings you, you will be more likely to succeed and find happiness if you take responsibility for making your decisions well instead of complaining about things being beyond your control. Psychologists call this having an internal locus of control, and studies consistently show that people who have it outperform those who don't. So don't worry about whether you like your situation or not. Life doesn't give a damn about what you like. It's up to you to connect what you want with what you need to do to get it and then find the courage to carry it through. In the next chapter I will show you the 5-step process that helped me learn about reality and evolve. 1.10 Look at the machine from the higher level. Our uniquely human ability to look down from a higher level doesn't apply just to understanding reality and the cause-effect relationships underlying it, it also applies to looking down on yourself and those around you. I call this ability to rise above your own and others' circumstances and objectively look down on them higher-level thinking. Higher-level thinking gives you the ability to study and influence the cause-effect relationships at play in your life and use them to get the outcomes you want. Think of yourself as a machine operating within a machine and know that you have the ability to alter your machines to produce better outcomes. You have your goals. I call the way you will operate to achieve your goals your machine. It consists of a design, the things that have to get done, and the people, who will do the things that need getting done. Those people include you and those who help you. For example, imagine that your goal is a military one, to take a hill from an enemy. Your design for your machine might include 2 scouts, 2 snipers, 4 infantrymen, and so on. While the right design is essential, it is only half the battle. It is equally important to put the right people in each of those positions. They need different qualities to do their jobs well. The scouts must be fast runners, the snipers must be good marksmen so that the machine will produce the outcomes you seek. By comparing your outcomes with your goals, you can determine how to modify your machine. This evaluation and improvement process exactly mirrors the evolutionary process I described earlier. It means looking at how to improve or change the design or people to achieve your goals. Schematically, the process is a feedback loop, as shown in the diagram on the opposite page. See. Distinguish between you as the designer of your machine and you as a worker with your machine. One of the hardest things for people to do is to objectively look down on themselves within their circumstances, i.e., their machine, so that they can act as the machine's designer and manager. Most people remain stuck in the perspective of being a worker within the machine. If you can recognize the differences between those roles and that it is much more important that you are a good designer/manager of your life than a good worker in it, you will be on the right path. To be successful, the designer/manager you has to be objective about what the worker you is really like, not believing in him more than he deserves, or putting him in jobs he shouldn't be in. Instead of having this strategic perspective, most people operate emotionally and in the moment. Their lives are a series of undirected emotional experiences, going from one thing to the next. If you want to look back on your life and feel you've achieved what you wanted to, you can't operate that way. The biggest mistake most people make is to not see themselves and others objectively, which leads them to bump into their own and others' weaknesses again and again. People who do this fail because they are stubbornly stuck in their own heads. If they could just get around this, they could live up to their potential. This is why higher-level thinking is essential for success. Successful people are those who can go above themselves to see things objectively and manage those things to shape change. They can take in the perspectives of others instead of being trapped in their own heads with their own biases. They are able to look objectively at what they are like, their strengths and weaknesses, and what others are like to put the right people in the right roles to achieve their goals. Once you understand how to do this, you'll see that there's virtually nothing you can't accomplish. You will just have to learn how to face your realities and use the full range of resources at your disposal. For example, if you as the designer/manager discover that you as the worker can't do something well, you need to fire yourself as the worker and get a good replacement, while staying in the role of designer/manager of your own life. You shouldn't be upset if you find out that you're bad at something. You should be happy that you found out, because knowing that and dealing with it will improve your chances of getting what you want. If you are disappointed because you can't be the best person to do everything yourself, you are terribly naive. Nobody can do everything well. Would you want to have Einstein on your basketball team? When he fails to dribble and shoot well, would you think badly of him? Should he feel humiliated? Imagine all the areas in which Einstein was incompetent, and imagine how hard he struggled to excel even in the areas in which he was the best in the world. Watching people struggle and having others watch you struggle can elicit all kinds of ego-driven emotions such as sympathy, pity, embarrassment, anger, or defensiveness. You need to get over all that and stop seeing struggling as something negative. Most of life's greatest opportunities come out of moments of struggle. It's up to you to make the most of these tests of creativity and character. When encountering your weaknesses, you have 4 choices. 1. You can deny them, which is what most people do. 2. You can accept them and work at them in order to try to convert them into strengths, which might or might not work depending on your ability to change. 3. You can accept your weaknesses and find ways around them. 4. Or, you can change what you are going after. Which solution you choose will be critically important to the direction of your life. The worst path you can take is the first. Denial can only lead to your constantly banging up against your weaknesses, having pain, and not getting anywhere. The second, accepting your weaknesses while trying to turn them into strengths, is probably the best path if it works. But some things you will never be good at, and it takes a lot of time and effort to change. The best single clue as to whether you should go down this path is whether the thing you are trying to do is consistent with your nature, i.e., your natural abilities. The third path, accepting your weaknesses while trying to find ways around them, is the easiest and typically the most viable path, yet it is the one least followed. The fourth path, changing what you are going after, is also a great path, though it requires flexibility on your part to get past your preconceptions and enjoy the good fit when you find it. Asking others who are strong in areas where you are weak to help you is a great skill that you should develop no matter what, as it will help you develop guardrails that will prevent you from doing what you shouldn't be doing. All successful people are good at this. Because it is difficult to see oneself objectively, you need to rely on the input of others and the whole body of evidence. I know that my own life has been full of mistakes and lots of great feedback. It was only by looking down on this body of evidence from a higher level that I was able to get around my mistakes and go after what I wanted. For as long as I have been practicing this, I still know I can't see myself objectively, which is why I continue to rely so much on the input of others. If you are open-minded enough and determined, you can get virtually anything you want. So I certainly don't want to dissuade you from going after whatever you want. At the same time, I urge you to reflect on whether what you are going after is consistent with your nature. Whatever your nature is, there are many paths that will suit you, so don't fixate on just one. Should a particular path close, all you have to do is find another good one consistent with what you're like. You'll learn a lot about how to determine what you're like later, and understand that people are wired very differently. But most people lack the courage to confront their own weaknesses and make the hard choices that this process requires. Ultimately, it comes down to the following 5 decisions. 1. Don't confuse what you wish were true with what is really true. 2. Don't worry about looking good, worry instead about achieving your goals. 3. Don't overweight first-order consequences relative to second and third-order ones. 4. Don't let pain stand in the way of progress. 5. Don't blame bad outcomes on anyone but yourself. Bad. Avoid facing harsh realities. Good. Face harsh realities. Bad. Worry about appearing good. Good. Worry about achieving the goal. Bad. Make your decisions on the basis of first-order consequences. Good. Make your decisions on the basis of first, second, and third-order consequences. Bad. Allow pain to stand in the way of progress. Good. Understand how to manage pain to produce progress. Bad. Don't hold yourself and others accountable. Good. Hold yourself and others accountable. To use the 5-step process to get what you want out of life. It seems to me that the personal evolutionary process, the looping I described in the last chapter, takes place in 5 distinct steps. If you can do those 5 things well, you will almost certainly be successful. Here they are in a nutshell. 1. Have clear goals. 2. Identify and don't tolerate the problems that stand in the way of your achieving those goals. 3. Accurately diagnose the problems to get at their root causes. 4. Design plans that will get you around them. 5. Do what's necessary to push these designs through to results. Together, these 5 steps make up a loop, like the one on the facing page. Let's look at this process more granularly. First, you have to pick what you are going after: your goals. Your choice of goals will determine your direction. As you move toward them, you will encounter problems. Some of those problems will bring you up against your own weaknesses. How you react to the pain that causes is up to you. If you want to reach your goals, you must be calm and analytical so that you can accurately diagnose your problems, design a plan that will get you around them, and do what's necessary to push through to results. Then you will look at the new results you achieve and go through the process again. To evolve quickly, you will have to do this fast and continuously, setting your goals successively higher. You will need to do all 5 steps well to be successful, and you must do them one at a time and in order. For example, when setting goals, just set goals. Don't think about how you will achieve them or what you will do if something goes wrong. When you are diagnosing problems, don't think about how you will solve them, just diagnose them. Blurring the steps leads to suboptimal outcomes because it interferes with uncovering the true problems. The process is iterative. Doing each step thoroughly will provide you with the information you need to move on to the next step and do it well. It is essential that you approach this process in a clear, rational way, looking down on yourself from a higher level and being ruthlessly honest. If your emotions are getting the better of you, step back and take time out until you can reflect clearly. If necessary, seek guidance from calm, thoughtful people. To help you stay centered and effective, pretend that your life is a martial art or a game, the object of which is to get around a challenge and reach a goal. Once you accept its rules, you'll get used to the discomfort that comes with the constant frustration. You will never handle everything perfectly. Mistakes are inevitable, and it's important to recognize and accept this fact of life. The good news is that every mistake you make can teach you something, so there's no end to learning. You'll soon realize that excuses like "that's not easy" or "it doesn't seem fair" or even "I can't do that" are of no value, and that it pays to push through. So what if you don't have all the skills you need to succeed? Don't worry about it, because that's true for everyone. You just have to know when they are needed and where you can go to get them. With practice, you will eventually play this game with a calm, unstoppable centeredness in the face of adversity. Your ability to get what you want will thrill you. Now let's look at how to approach each of the 5 steps. 2.1 Have clear goals. A. Prioritize. While you can have virtually anything you want, you can't have everything you want. Life is like a giant smorgasbord with more delicious alternatives than you can ever hope to taste. Choosing a goal often means rejecting some things you want in order to get other things that you want or need even more. Some people fail at this point, before they've even started. Afraid to reject a good alternative for a better one, they try to pursue too many goals at once, achieving few or none of them. Don't get discouraged, and don't let yourself be paralyzed by all the choices. You can have much more than what you need to be happy. Make your choice and get on with it. B. Don't confuse goals with desires. A proper goal is something that you really need to achieve. Desires are things that you want that can prevent you from reaching your goals. Typically, desires are first-order consequences. For example, your goal might be physical fitness, while your desire is to eat good-tasting but unhealthy food. Don't get me wrong, if you want to be a couch potato, that's fine with me. You can pursue whatever goals you want. But if you don't want to be a couch potato, then you better not open that bag of chips. C. Decide what you really want in life by reconciling your goals and your desires. Take passion, for example. Without passion, life would be dull. You wouldn't want to live without it. But what's key is what you do with your passion. Do you let it consume you and drive you to irrational acts, or do you harness it to motivate and drive you while you pursue your real goals? What will ultimately fulfill you are things that feel right at both levels, as both desires and goals. D. Don't mistake the trappings of success for success itself. Achievement orientation is important, but people who obsess over a $1,200 pair of shoes or a fancy car are very rarely happy because they don't know what it is that they really want and hence what will satisfy them. Never rule out a goal because you think it's unattainable. Be audacious. There is always a best possible path. Your job is to find it and have the courage to follow it. What you think is attainable is just a function of what you know at the moment. Once you start your pursuit, you will learn a lot, especially if you triangulate with others. Paths you never saw before will emerge. Of course, there are some impossibilities or near impossibilities, such as playing center on a professional basketball team if you're short, or running a 4-minute mile at age 70. Remember that great expectations create great capabilities. If you limit your goals to what you know you can achieve, you are setting the bar way too low. Almost nothing can stop you from succeeding if you have A, flexibility, and B, self-accountability. Flexibility is what allows you to accept what reality, or knowledgeable people, teaches you. Self-accountability is essential because if you really believe that failing to achieve a goal is your personal failure, you will see your failing to achieve it as indicative that you haven't been creative or flexible or determined enough to do what it takes. And you will be that much more motivated to find a way. Knowing how to deal well with your setbacks is as important as knowing how to move forward. Sometimes you know that you are going over a waterfall and there is no way to avoid it. Life will throw you such challenges, some of which will seem devastating at the time. In bad times, your goal might be to keep what you have, to minimize your rate of loss, or simply to deal with a loss that is irrevocable. Your mission is to always make the best possible choices, knowing that you will be rewarded if you do. 2.2 Identify and don't tolerate problems. View painful problems as potential improvements that are screaming at you. Though it won't feel that way at first, each and every problem you encounter is an opportunity. For that reason, it is essential that you bring them to the surface. Most people don't like to do this, especially if it exposes their own weaknesses or the weaknesses of someone they care about, but successful people know they have to. Don't avoid confronting problems because they are rooted in harsh realities that are unpleasant to look at. Thinking about problems that are difficult to solve may make you anxious, but not thinking about them, and hence not dealing with them, should make you more anxious still. When a problem stems from your own lack of talent or skill, most people feel shame. Get over it. I cannot emphasize this enough. Acknowledging your weaknesses is not the same as surrendering to them. It's the first step toward overcoming them. The pains you are feeling are growing pains that will test your character and reward you as you push through them. Be specific in identifying your problems. You need to be precise, because different problems have different solutions. If a problem is due to inadequate skill, additional training may be called for. If it arises from an innate weakness, you may need to seek assistance from someone else or change the role you play. In other words, if you're bad at accounting, hire an accountant. If a problem stems from someone else's weaknesses, replace them with someone who is strong where it's needed. That's just the way it is. Don't mistake a cause of a problem with the real problem. I can't get enough sleep is not a problem, it is a potential cause, or perhaps the result, of a problem. To clarify your thinking, try to identify the bad outcome first, e.g., I am performing poorly in my job. Not sleeping enough may be the cause of that problem, or the cause may be something else, but in order to determine that, you need to know exactly what the problem is. Distinguish big problems from small ones. You only have so much time and energy. Make sure you are investing them in exploring the problems that, if fixed, will yield you the biggest returns. But at the same time, make sure you spend enough time with the small problems to make sure they're not symptoms of larger ones. Once you identify a problem, don't tolerate it. Tolerating a problem has the same consequences as failing to identify it. Whether you tolerate it because you believe it cannot be solved, because you don't care enough to solve it, or because you can't muster enough of whatever it takes to solve it, if you don't have the will to succeed, then your situation is hopeless. You need to develop a fierce intolerance of badness of any kind, regardless of its severity. 2.3 Diagnose problems to get at their root causes. A focus on the what is before deciding what to do about it. It is a common mistake to move in a nanosecond from identifying a tough problem to proposing a solution for it. Strategic thinking requires both diagnosis and design. A good diagnosis typically takes between 15 minutes and an hour, depending on how well it's done and how complex the issue is. It involves speaking with the relevant people and looking at the evidence together to determine the root causes. Like principles, root causes manifest themselves over and over again in seemingly different situations. Finding them and dealing with them pays dividends again and again. Distinguish proximate causes from root causes. Proximate causes are typically the actions, or lack of actions, that lead to problems, so they are described with verbs. I missed the train because I didn't check the train schedule. Root causes run much deeper and they are typically described with adjectives. I didn't check the train schedule because I am forgetful. You can only truly solve your problems by removing their root causes, and to do that, you must distinguish the symptoms from the disease. Recognize that knowing what someone, including you, is like will tell you what you can expect from them. You will have to get over your reluctance to assess what people are like if you want to surround yourself with people who have the qualities you need. That goes for yourself too. People almost always find it difficult to identify and accept their own mistakes and weaknesses. Sometimes it's because they're blind to them, but more often it's because their egos get in the way. Most likely your associates are equally reluctant to point out your mistakes, because they don't want to hurt you. You all need to get over this. More than anything else, what differentiates people who live up to their potential from those who don't is their willingness to look at themselves and others objectively and understand the root causes standing in their way. 2.4 Design a plan. Go back before you go forward. Replay the story of where you have been, or what you have done, that led up to where you are now, and then visualize what you and others must do in the future so you will reach your goals. Think about your problem as a set of outcomes produced by a machine. Practice higher level thinking by looking down on your machine and thinking about how it can be changed to produce better outcomes. Remember that there are typically many paths to achieving your goals. You only need to find one that works. Think of your plan as being like a movie script in that you visualize who will do what through time. Sketch out the plan broadly at first, e.g., hire great people, and then refine it. You should go from the big picture and drill down to specific tasks and estimated timelines, e.g., in the next 2 weeks, choose the headhunters who will find those great people. The real-world issues of costs, time, and personnel will undoubtedly surface as you do this, and that will lead you to further refine your design until all the gears in the machine are meshing smoothly. Write down your plan for everyone to see and to measure your progress against. This includes all the granular details about who needs to do what tasks and when. The tasks, the narrative, and the goals are different, so don't mix them up. Remember, the tasks are what connect the narrative to your goals. Recognize that it doesn't take a lot of time to design a good plan. A plan can be sketched out and refined in just hours or spread out over days or weeks. But the process is essential because it determines what you will have to do to be effective. Too many people make the mistake of spending virtually no time on designing because they are preoccupied with execution. Remember, designing precedes doing. 2.5 Push through to completion. Great planners who don't execute their plans go nowhere. You need to push through, and that requires self-discipline to follow your script. It's important to remember the connections between your tasks and the goals that they are meant to achieve. When you feel yourself losing sight of that, stop and ask yourself why. Lose sight of the why and you will surely lose sight of your goals. Good work habits are vastly underrated. People who push through successfully have to-do lists that are reasonably prioritized, and they make certain each item is ticked off in order. Establish clear metrics to make certain that you are following your plan. Ideally, someone other than you should be objectively measuring and reporting on your progress. If you're not hitting your targets, that's another problem that needs to be diagnosed and solved. There are many successful, creative people who aren't good at execution. They succeed because they forge symbiotic relationships with highly reliable task doers. That's all there is to it. Remember that all 5 steps proceed from your values. Your values determine what you want, i.e., your goals. Also keep in mind that the 5 steps are iterative. When you complete one step, you will have acquired information that will most likely lead you to modify the other steps. When you've completed all 5, you'll start again with a new goal. If the process is working, your goals will change more slowly than your designs, which will change more slowly than your tasks. One last important point, you will need to synthesize and shape well. The first 3 steps, setting goals, identifying problems, and then diagnosing them, are synthesizing, by which I mean knowing where you want to go and what's really going on. Designing solutions and making sure that the designs are implemented are shaping. 2.6 Remember that weaknesses don't matter if you find solutions. You almost certainly can't do all these steps well, because each requires different types of thinking and virtually nobody can think well in all these ways. For example, goal setting, such as determining what you want your life to be, requires you to be good at higher level thinking like visualization and prioritization. Identifying and not tolerating problems requires you to be perceptive and good at synthesis and maintaining high standards. Diagnosis requires you to be logical, able to see multiple possibilities, and willing to have hard conversations with others. Designing requires visualization and practicality. Doing what you set out to do requires self-discipline, good work habits, and a results orientation. Who do you know who has all those qualities? Probably no one. Yet doing all 5 steps well is required for being really successful. So what do you do? First and foremost, have humility so you can get what you need from others. Everyone has weaknesses. They are generally revealed in the patterns of mistakes they make. Knowing what your weaknesses are and staring hard at them is the first step on the path to success. A look at the patterns of your mistakes and identify at which step in the 5-step process you typically fail. Ask others for their input too, as nobody can be fully objective about themselves. B. Everyone has at least one big thing that stands in the way of their success. Find yours and deal with it. Write down what your one big thing is, such as identifying problems, designing solutions, pushing through to results, and why it exists. Your emotions trip you up, you can't visualize adequate possibilities. While you and most people probably have more than one major impediment, if you can remove or get around that one really big one, you will hugely improve your life. If you work on it, you will almost certainly be able to deal successfully with your one big thing. You can either fix it or you can get the help of others to deal with it well. There are 2 paths to success: 1, to have what you need yourself, or 2, to get it from others. The second path requires you to have humility. Humility is as important, or even more important, as having the strengths yourself. Having both is best. On the following page is a template that some people find helpful. 2.7 Understand your own and others' mental maps and humility. Some people are good at knowing what to do on their own. They have good mental maps. Maybe they acquired them from being taught, maybe they were blessed with an especially large dose of common sense. Whatever the case, they have more answers inside themselves than others do. Similarly, some people are more humble and open-minded than others. Humility can be even more valuable than having good mental maps if it leads you to seek out better answers than you could come up with on your own. Having both open-mindedness and good mental maps is most powerful of all. To convey this simple concept, imagine rating from 1 to 10 how good someone's mental map is, in other words, what they know, on the y-axis, and how humble/open-minded they are on the x-axis, as shown on the opposite page. Everyone starts out in the lower left area, with poor mental maps and little open-mindedness, and most people remain tragically and arrogantly stuck in that position. You can improve by either going up on the mental maps axis, by learning how to do things better, or out on the open-mindedness axis. Either will provide you with better knowledge of what to do. If you have good mental maps and low open-mindedness, that will be good but not great. you will still miss a lot that is of value. Similarly, if you have high open-mindedness but bad mental maps, you will probably have challenges picking the right people and points of view to follow. The person who has good mental maps and a lot of open-mindedness will always beat out the person who doesn't have both. Now take a minute to think about your path to becoming more effective. Where would you place yourself on this chart? Ask others where they'd place you. Once you understand what you're missing and gain open-mindedness that will allow you to get help from others, you'll see that there's virtually nothing you can't accomplish. Most people fail to do this most of the time. In the next chapters, I'll explore why and how to rectify that. 3. Be radically open-minded. This is probably the most important chapter because it explains how to get around the two things standing in most people's way of getting what they want out of life. These barriers exist because of the way that our brains work, so nearly everyone encounters them. 3.1 Recognize your two barriers. The two biggest barriers to good decision-making are your ego and your blind spots. Together, they make it difficult for you to objectively see what is true about you and your circumstances and to make the best possible decisions by getting the most out of others. If you can understand how the machine that is the human brain works, you can understand why these barriers exist and how to adjust your behavior to make yourself happier, more effective, and better at interacting with others. Understand your ego barrier. When I refer to your ego barrier, I'm referring to your subliminal defense mechanisms that make it hard for you to accept your mistakes and weaknesses. Your deepest seated needs and fears such as the need to be loved and the fear of losing love, the need to survive and the fear of not surviving, the need to be important and the fear of not mattering reside in primitive parts of your brain such as the amygdala, which are structures in your temporal lobe that process emotions. Because these areas of your brain are not accessible to your conscious awareness, it is virtually impossible for you to understand what they want and how they control you. They oversimplify things and react instinctively. They crave praise and respond to criticism as an attack, even when the higher level parts of the brain understand that constructive criticism is good for you. They make you defensive, especially when it comes to the subject of how good you are. At the same time, higher level consciousness resides in your neocortex, more specifically in the part called the prefrontal cortex. This is the most distinctively human feature of your brain. Relative to the rest of the brain, it's larger in humans than in most other species. This is where you experience the conscious awareness of decision-making, the so-called executive function, as well as the application of logic and reasoning. Your two U's fight to control you. It's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, though your higher level you is not aware of your lower level you. This conflict is universal. If you pay close enough attention, you can actually see when the different parts of a person's brain are arguing with one another. For example, when someone gets angry with himself, his prefrontal cortex is sparring with his amygdala, or other lower level parts of his brain. When someone asks, "Why did I let myself eat all that cake?" the answer is because the lower level you won out over the thoughtful, higher level you. Once you understand how your A, logical/conscious you and B, emotional/subconscious you fight with each other, you can imagine what it's like when your two U's deal with other people and their own two thems. It's a mess. Those lower level selves are like attack dogs. They want to fight even when their higher level selves want to figure things out. This is very confusing because you and the people you are dealing with typically don't even know that these lower level beasts exist, never mind that they are trying to hijack everyone's behavior. Let's look at what tends to happen when someone disagrees with you and asks you to explain your thinking. Because you are programmed to view such challenges as attacks, you get angry, even though it would be more logical for you to be interested in the other person's perspective, especially if they are intelligent. When you try to explain your behavior, your explanations don't make any sense. That's because your lower level you is trying to speak through your upper level you. Your deep-seated, hidden motivations are in control, so it is impossible for you to logically explain what you are doing. Even the most intelligent people generally behave this way, and it's tragic. To be effective, you must not let your need to be right be more important than your need to find out what's true. If you are too proud of what you know or of how good you are at something, you will learn less, make inferior decisions, and fall short of your potential. Understand your blind spot barrier. In addition to your ego barrier, you, and everyone else, also have blind spots, areas where your way of thinking prevents you from seeing things accurately. Just as we all have different ranges for hearing pitch and seeing colors, we have different ranges for seeing and understanding things. We each see things in our own way. For example, some people naturally see big pictures and miss small details, while others naturally see details and miss big pictures. Some people are linear thinkers while others think laterally, and so on. Naturally, people can't appreciate what they can't see. A person who can't identify patterns and synthesize doesn't know what it's like to see patterns and synthesize any more than a color-blind person knows what it's like to see color. These differences in how our brains work are much less apparent than the differences in how our bodies work. Colorblind people eventually find out that they are colorblind, whereas most people never see or understand the ways in which their ways of thinking make them blind. To make it even harder, we don't like to see ourselves or others as having blind spots, even though we all have them. When you point out someone's psychological weakness, it's generally about as well received as if you pointed out a physical weakness. If you're like most people, you have no clue how other people see things and aren't good at seeking to understand what they are thinking, because you're too preoccupied with telling them what you yourself think is correct. In other words, you are closed-minded, you presume too much. This closed-mindedness is terribly costly. It causes you to miss out on all sorts of wonderful possibilities and dangerous threats that other people might be showing you, and it blocks criticism that could be constructive and even life-saving. The end result of these two barriers is that parties in disagreements typically remain convinced that they're right and often end up angry at each other. This is illogical and leads to suboptimal decision-making. After all, when two people reach opposite conclusions, someone must be wrong. Shouldn't you want to make sure that someone isn't you? This failure to benefit from others' thinking doesn't just occur when disagreements arise, it occurs when people encounter problems that they are trying to solve. When trying to figure things out, most people spin in their own heads instead of taking in all the wonderful thinking available to them. As a result, they continually run toward what they see and keep crashing into what they are blind to until the crashing leads them to adapt. Those who adapt do so by teaching their brains to work in a way that doesn't come naturally. The creative person learns to become organized through discipline and practice, for instance, b. using compensating mechanisms, such as programmed reminders, and or c. relying on the help of others who are strong where they are weak. Differences in thinking can be symbiotic and complementary instead of disruptive. For example, the lateral approach to thinking common among creative people can lead them to be unreliable, while more linear thinkers are often more dependable. Some people are more emotional while others are more logical, and so on. None of these individuals would be able to succeed at any kind of complex project without the help of others who have complementary strengths. Aristotle defined tragedy as a terrible outcome arising from a person's fatal flaw, a flaw that, had it been fixed, instead would have led to a wonderful outcome. In my opinion, these two barriers, ego and blind spots, are the fatal flaws that keep intelligent, hard-working people from living up to their potential. Would you like to learn how to get past them? You can do it, everybody can. Here's how. 3.2 Practice radical open-mindedness. If you know that you are blind, you can figure out a way to see, whereas if you don't know that you're blind, you will continue to bump into your problems. In other words, if you can recognize that you have blind spots and open-mindedly consider the possibility that others might see something better than you and that the threats and opportunities they are trying to point out really exist, you are more likely to make good decisions. Radical open-mindedness is motivated by the genuine worry that you might not be seeing your choices optimally. It is the ability to effectively explore different points of view and different possibilities without letting your ego or your blind spots get in your way. It requires you to replace your attachment to always being right with the joy of learning what's true. Radical open-mindedness allows you to escape from the control of your lower level you and ensures your upper level you sees and considers all the good choices and makes the best possible decisions. If you can acquire this ability and with practice you'll be able to deal with your realities more effectively and radically improve your life. Most people don't understand what it means to be radically open-minded. They describe open-mindedness as being open to being wrong, but stubbornly cling to whatever opinion is in their head and fail to seek an understanding of the reasoning behind alternative points of view. To be radically open-minded you must, A. Sincerely believe that you might not know the best possible path and recognize that your ability to deal well with not knowing is more important than whatever it is you do know. Most people make bad decisions because they are so certain that they're right that they don't allow themselves to see the better alternatives that exist. Radically open-minded people know that coming up with the right questions and asking other smart people what they think is as important as having all the answers. They understand that you can't make a great decision without swimming for a while in a state of not knowing. That is because what exists within the area of not knowing is so much greater and more exciting than anything any one of us knows. Recognize that decision-making is a two-step process. First take in all the relevant information, then decide. Most people are reluctant to take in information that is inconsistent with what they have already concluded. When I ask why, a common answer is, I want to make up my own mind. These people seem to think that considering opposing views will somehow threaten their ability to decide what they want to do. Nothing could be further from the truth. Taking in others' perspectives in order to consider them in no way reduces your freedom to think independently and make your own decisions. It will just broaden your perspective as you make them. See, don't worry about looking good, worry about achieving your goal. People typically try to prove that they have the answer even when they don't. Why do they behave in this unproductive way? It's generally because they believe the senseless but common view that great people have all the answers and don't have any weaknesses. Not only does this view not square with reality, it stands in the way of their progress. People interested in making the best possible decisions are rarely confident that they have the best answers. They recognize that they have weaknesses and blind spots, and they always seek to learn more so that they can get around them. Realize that you can't put out without taking in. Most people seem much more eager to put out, convey their thinking and be productive, than to take in, learn. That's a mistake even if one's primary goal is to put out, because what one puts out won't be good unless one takes in as well. Recognize that to gain the perspective that comes from seeing things through another's eyes, you must suspend judgment for a time. Only by empathizing can you properly evaluate another point of view. Open-mindedness doesn't mean going along with what you don't believe in, it means considering the reasoning of others instead of stubbornly and illogically holding on to your own point of view. To be radically open-minded, you need to be so open to the possibility that you could be wrong that you encourage others to tell you so. Remember that you're looking for the best answer, not simply the best answer that you can come up with yourself. The answer doesn't have to be in your head, you can look outside yourself. If you're truly looking at things objectively, you must recognize that the probability of you always having the best answer is small and that, even if you have it, you can't be confident that you do before others test you. So it is invaluable to know what you don't know. Ask yourself, am I seeing this just through my own eyes? If so, then you should know that you're terribly handicapped. Be clear on whether you are arguing or seeking to understand, and think about which is most appropriate based on your and others' believability. If both parties are peers, it's appropriate to argue. But if one person is clearly more knowledgeable than the other, it is preferable for the less knowledgeable person to approach the more knowledgeable one as a student and for the more knowledgeable one to act as a teacher. Doing this well requires you to understand the concept of believability. I define believable people as those who have repeatedly and successfully accomplished the thing in question, who have a strong track record with at least 3 successes and have great explanations of their approach when probed. If you have a different view than someone who is believable on the topic at hand, or at least more believable than you are, if, say, you are in a discussion with your doctor about your health, you should make it clear that you are asking questions because you are seeking to understand their perspective. Conversely, if you are clearly the more believable person, you might politely remind the other of that and suggest that they ask you questions. All these strategies come together in two practices that, if you seek to become radically open-minded, you must master. 3.3 Appreciate the art of thoughtful disagreement. When two people believe opposite things, chances are that one of them is wrong. It pays to find out if that someone is you. That's why I believe you must appreciate and develop the art of thoughtful disagreement. In thoughtful disagreement, your goal is not to convince the other party that you are right, it is to find out which view is true and decide what to do about it. In thoughtful disagreement, both parties are motivated by the genuine fear of missing important perspectives. Exchanges in which you really see what the other person is seeing and they really see what you are seeing with both your higher level views trying to get to the truth are immensely helpful and a giant source of untapped potential. To do this well, approach the conversation in a way that conveys that you're just trying to understand. Use questions rather than make statements. Conduct the discussion in a calm and dispassionate manner, and encourage the other person to do that as well. Remember, you are not arguing, you are openly exploring what's true. Be reasonable and expect others to be reasonable. If you're calm, collegial, and respectful, you will do a lot better than if you are not. You'll get better at this with practice. To me, it's pointless when people get angry with each other when they disagree, because most disagreements aren't threats as much as opportunities for learning. People who change their minds because they learned something are the winners, whereas those who stubbornly refuse to learn are the losers. That doesn't mean that you should blindly accept others' conclusions. You should be what I call open-minded and assertive. At the same time, you should hold and explore conflicting possibilities in your mind while moving fluidly toward whatever is likely to be true based on what you learn. Some people can do this easily while others can't. A good exercise to make sure that you are doing this well is to describe back to the person you are disagreeing with their own perspective. If they agree that you've got it, then you're in good shape. I also recommend that both parties observe a 2-minute rule in which neither interrupts the other, so they both have time to get all their thoughts out. Some people worry that operating this way is time-consuming. Working through disagreements does take time, but it's just about the best way you can spend it. What's important is that you prioritize what you spend time on and who you spend it with. There are lots of people who will disagree with you, and it would be unproductive to consider all their views. It doesn't pay to be open-minded with everyone. Instead, spend your time exploring ideas with the most believable people you have access to. If you find you're at an impasse, agree on a person you both respect and enlist them to help moderate the discussion. What's really counterproductive is spinning in your own head about what's going on, which most people are prone to do, or wasting time disagreeing past the point of diminishing returns. When that happens, move on to a more productive way of getting to a mutual understanding, which isn't necessarily the same thing as agreement. For example, you might agree to disagree. Why doesn't thoughtful disagreement like this typically occur? Because most people are instinctively reluctant to disagree. For example, if two people go to a restaurant and one says he likes the food, the other is more likely to say I like it too, or not say anything at all, even if that's not true. The reluctance to disagree is the lower level use mistaken interpretation of disagreement as conflict. That's why radical open-mindedness isn't easy. You need to teach yourself the art of having exchanges in ways that don't trigger such reactions in yourself or others. This was what I had to learn back when Bob, Giselle, and Dan told me I made people feel belittled. Holding wrong opinions in one's head and making bad decisions based on them instead of having thoughtful disagreements is one of the greatest tragedies of mankind. Being able to thoughtfully disagree would so easily lead to radically improved decision-making in all areas: public policy, politics, medicine, science, philanthropy, personal relationships, and more. 3.4 Triangulate your view with believable people who are willing to disagree. By questioning experts individually and encouraging them to have thoughtful disagreement with each other that I can listen to and ask questions about, I both raise my probability of being right and become much better educated. This is most true when the experts disagree with me or with each other. Smart people who can thoughtfully disagree are the greatest teachers, far better than a professor assigned to stand in front of a board and lecture at you. The knowledge I acquire usually leads to principles that I develop and refine for similar cases that arise in the future. In some cases in which the subjects are just too complex for me to understand in the time required, I will turn over the decision-making to knowledgeable others who are more believable than me, but I still want to listen in on their thoughtful disagreement. I find that most people don't do that. They prefer to make their own decisions, even when they're not qualified to make the kinds of judgments required. In doing so, they're giving in to their lower-level selves. This approach of triangulating the views of believable people can have a profound effect on your life. I know it has made the difference between life and death for me. In June 2013, I went to Johns Hopkins for an annual physical, where I was told that I had a precancerous condition called Barrett's esophagus with high-grade dysplasia. Dysplasia is an early stage in the development of cancer, and the probability that it will turn into esophageal cancer is relatively high, about 15% of cases per year. Cancer of the esophagus is deadly, so if left untreated, the odds were that in something like 3 to 5 years I'd develop cancer and die. The standard protocol for cases like mine is to remove the esophagus, but I wasn't a candidate for that because of something specific to my condition. The doctor advised that I wait and see how things progressed. In the weeks that followed, I started to plan for my eventual death, while also fighting to live. I like to, plan for the worst-case scenario to make it as good as possible. I felt fortunate because this prognosis gave me enough time to ensure that the people I cared most about would be okay without me, and to savor life with them in the years I had left. I would have time to get to know my first grandson, who had just been born, but not so much time that I could take it for granted. But as you know by now, rather than following what I am told is best, even by an expert, I like to triangulate opinions with believable people. So I also had my personal physician, Dr. Glazer, set up visits with 4 other experts on this particular disease. The first call was with the head of thoracic surgery at a major cancer hospital. She explained that my condition had advanced quickly and that, contrary to what the first physician said, there was a surgery that could cure me. It would involve removing both my esophagus and my stomach and attaching my intestines to the remaining little bit of my esophagus I'd have left. She estimated I'd have a 10% chance of dying on the operating table and a 70% chance of a crippling outcome. But the odds were in favor of my living, so her recommendation was clearly worth taking seriously. Naturally, I wanted her to speak with the doctor from Johns Hopkins who originally diagnosed me and recommended a watch-and-wait approach, so right then and there I called the other doctor to see what each would say about the other's views. This was eye-opening. While the 2 doctors had told me completely different things when I met with them in person, when they were on the phone together, they sought to minimize their disagreement and make the other look good, putting professional courtesy ahead of thrashing things out to get at the best answer. Still, the differences in their views were clear, and listening to them deepened my understanding. The next day I met with a 3rd doctor who was a world-renowned specialist and researcher at another esteemed hospital. He told me that my condition would basically cause me no problem so long as I came in for an endoscopic examination every 3 months. He explained that it was like skin cancer, but on the inside if it was watched and any new growth was clipped before it metastasized into the bloodstream, I'd be okay. According to him, the results for patients monitored in this way were no different than for those who had their esophagus removed. To put that plainly, they didn't die from cancer. Life went on as normal for them except for those occasional examinations and procedures. To recap, over the course of 48 hours, I had gone from a likely death sentence to a likely cure that would essentially involve disemboweling me, and then finally to a simple, and only slightly inconvenient, way of watching for abnormalities and removing them before they could cause any harm. Was this doctor wrong? Dr. Glazer and I went on to meet 2 other world-class specialists and they both agreed that undergoing the scoping procedure would do no harm, so I decided to go ahead with it. During the procedure, they clipped some tissue from my esophagus and sent it to the laboratory for testing. A few days after the procedure, exactly a week before my 64th birthday, I got the results. They were shocking to say the least. After analyzing the tissue, it turned out there wasn't any high-grade dysplasia at all. Even experts can make mistakes. My point is simply that it pays to be radically open-minded and triangulate with smart people. Had I not pushed for other opinions, my life would have taken a very different course. My point is that you can significantly raise your probabilities of making the right decisions by open-mindedly triangulating with believable people. 3.5 Recognize the signs of closed-mindedness and open-mindedness that you should watch out for. It's easy to tell an open-minded person from a closed-minded person because they act very differently. Here are some cues to tell you whether you or others are being closed-minded. 1. Closed-minded people don't want their ideas challenged. They are typically frustrated that they can't get the other person to agree with them instead of curious as to why the other person disagrees. They feel bad about getting something wrong and are more interested in being proven right than in asking questions and learning others' perspectives. Open-minded people are more curious about why there is disagreement. They are not angry when someone disagrees. They understand that there is always the possibility that they might be wrong and that it's worth the little bit of time it takes to consider the other person's views in order to be sure they aren't missing something or making a mistake. 2. Closed-minded people are more likely to make statements than ask questions. While believability entitles you to make statements in certain circumstances, truly open-minded people, even the most believable people I know, always ask a lot of questions. Non-believable people often tell me that their statements are actually implicit questions, though they're phrased as low-confidence statements. While that's sometimes true, in my experience it's more often not. Open-minded people genuinely believe they could be wrong. The questions that they ask are genuine. They also assess their relative believability to determine whether their primary role should be as a student, a teacher, or a peer. 3. Closed-minded people focus much more on being understood than on understanding others. When people disagree, they tend to be quicker to assume that they aren't being understood than to consider whether they're the ones who are not understanding the other person's perspective. Open-minded people always feel compelled to see things through others' eyes. 4. Closed-minded people say things like, "I could be wrong but here's my opinion." This is a classic cue I hear all the time. It's often a perfunctory gesture that allows people to hold their own opinion while convincing themselves that they are being open-minded. If your statement starts with "I could be wrong" or "I'm not believable," you should probably follow it with a question and not an assertion. Open-minded people know when to make statements and when to ask questions. 5. Closed-minded people block others from speaking. If it seems like someone isn't leaving space for the other person in a conversation, it's possible they are blocking. To get around blocking, enforce the 2-minute rule I mentioned earlier. Open-minded people are always more interested in listening than in speaking. They encourage others to voice their views. 6. Closed-minded people have trouble holding two thoughts simultaneously in their minds. They allow their own view to crowd out those of others. Open-minded people can take in the thoughts of others without losing their ability to think well. They can hold two or more conflicting concepts in their mind and go back and forth between them to assess their relative merits. 7. Closed-minded people lack a deep sense of humility. Humility typically comes from an experience of crashing, which leads to an enlightened focus on knowing what one doesn't know. Open-minded people approach everything with a deep-seated fear that they may be wrong. Once you can sort out open-minded from closed-minded people, you'll find that you want to surround yourself with open-minded ones. Doing so will not only make your decision-making more effective, but you'll also learn a tremendous amount. A few good decision-makers working effectively together can significantly outperform a good decision-maker working alone, and even the best decision-maker can significantly improve his or her decision-making with the help of other excellent decision-makers. 3.6 Understand how you can become radically open-minded. No matter how open-minded you are now, it is something you can learn. To practice open-mindedness, regularly use pain as your guide toward quality reflection. Mental pain often comes from being too attached to an idea when a person or an event comes along to challenge it. This is especially true when what is being pointed out to you involves a weakness on your part. This kind of mental pain is a clue that you are potentially wrong and that you need to think about the question in a quality way. To do this, first calm yourself down. This can be difficult. You will probably feel your amygdala kicking in through a tightening in your head, tension in your body, or an emerging sense of annoyance, anger, or irritability. Note these feelings when they arise in you. By being aware of such signals of closed-mindedness, you can use them as cues to control your behavior and guide yourself toward open-mindedness. Doing this regularly will strengthen your ability to keep your higher level you in control. The more you do it, the stronger you will become. B. Make being open-minded a habit. The life that you will live is most simply the result of habits you develop. If you consistently use feelings of anger/frustration as cues to calm down, slow down, and approach the subject at hand thoughtfully, over time you'll experience negative emotions much less frequently and go directly to the open-minded practices I just described. Of course, this can be very hard for people to do in the moment because your lower level you emotions are so powerful. The good news is that these amygdala hijackings don't last long, so even if you're having trouble controlling yourself in the moment, you can also allow a little time to pass to give your higher level you space to reflect in a quality way. Have others whom you respect help you too. Get to know your blind spots. When you are closed-minded and form an opinion in an area where you have a blind spot, it can be deadly. So take some time to record the circumstances in which you've consistently made bad decisions because you failed to see what others saw. Ask others, especially those who've seen what you've missed, to help you with this. Write a list, tack it up on the wall, and stare at it. If ever you find yourself about to make a decision, especially a big decision, in one of these areas without consulting others, understand that you're taking a big risk and that it would be illogical to expect that you'll get the results you think you will. If a number of different believable people say you are doing something wrong and you are the only one who doesn't see it that way, assume that you are probably biased. Be objective. While it is possible that you are right and they are wrong, you should switch from a fighting mode to an asking questions mode, compare your believability with theirs, and if necessary agree to bring in a neutral party you all respect to break the deadlock. Meditate. I practice transcendental meditation and believe that it has enhanced my open-mindedness, higher level perspective, equanimity, and creativity. It helps slow things down so that I can act calmly even in the face of chaos, just like a ninja in a street fight. I'm not saying that you have to meditate in order to develop this perspective. I'm just passing along that it has helped me and many other people, and I recommend that you seriously consider exploring it. Be evidence-based and encourage others to be the same. Most people do not look thoughtfully at the facts and draw their conclusions by objectively weighing the evidence. Instead, they make their decisions based on what their deep-seated subconscious mind wants, and then they filter the evidence to make it consistent with those desires. It is possible to become aware of the subconscious process happening and to catch yourself, or to allow others to catch you going down this path. When you're approaching a decision, ask yourself, can you point to clear facts, i.e., facts believable people wouldn't dispute, leading to your view? If not, chances are you're not being evidence-based. Do everything in your power to help others also be open-minded. Being calm and reasonable in how you present your view will help prevent the flight or fight animal/amygdala reaction in others. Be reasonable and expect others to be reasonable. Ask them to point to the evidence that supports their point of view. Remember, it is not an argument, it is an open exploration of what's true. Demonstrating that you are taking in what they are telling you can be helpful. Use evidence-based decision-making tools. These principles were designed to help you get control over your lower level/animal you and put your better, higher level decision-making brain in charge. What if you could unplug that lower part of your brain entirely and instead connect with a decision-making computer that gives you logically derived instructions, as we do with our investment systems? Suppose this computer-based decision-making machine has a much better track record than you because it captures more logic, processes more information more quickly, and makes decisions without being emotionally hijacked. Would you use it? In confronting the challenges I've faced in the course of my career, I've created exactly such tools, and I am convinced that I would not have been nearly as successful without them. I have no doubt that in the years ahead such machine thinking tools will continue to develop and that smart decision makers will learn how to integrate them into their thinking. I urge you to learn about them and consider using them. I know when it's best to stop fighting and have faith in your decision-making process. It's important that you think independently and fight for what you believe in, but there comes a time when it's wiser to stop fighting for your view and move on to accepting what believable others think is best. This can be extremely difficult. But it's smarter and ultimately better for you to be open-minded and have faith that the consensus of believable others is better than whatever you think. If you can't understand their view, you're probably just blind to their way of thinking. If you continue doing what you think is best when all the evidence and believable people are against you, you're being dangerously arrogant. The truth is that while most people can become radically open-minded, some can't, even after they have repeatedly encountered lots of pain from betting that they were right when they were not. People who don't learn radical open-mindedness don't experience the metamorphosis that allows them to do much better. I myself had to have that humility beaten into me by my crashes, especially my big one in 1982. Gaining open-mindedness doesn't mean losing assertiveness. In fact, because it increases one's odds of being right, it should increase one's confidence. That has been true for me since my big crash, which is why I've been able to have more success with less risk. Becoming truly open-minded takes time. Like all real learning, doing this is largely a matter of habit. Once you do it so many times it is almost instinctive, you'll find it intolerable to be any other way. As noted earlier, this typically takes about 18 months, which in the course of a lifetime is nothing. Are you up for the challenge? For me, there is really only one big choice to make in life: are you willing to fight to find out what's true? Do you deeply believe that finding out what is true is essential to your well-being? Do you have a genuine need to find out if you or others are doing something wrong that is standing in the way of achieving your goals? If your answer to any of these questions is no, accept that you will never live up to your potential. If, on the other hand, you are up for the challenge of becoming radically open-minded, the first step in doing so is to look at yourself objectively. In the next chapter, Understand That People Are Wired Very Differently, you'll have a chance to do just that. For understand that people are wired very differently. Because of the different ways that our brains are wired, we all experience reality in different ways, and any single way is essentially distorted. This is something that we need to acknowledge and deal with. So if you want to know what is true and what to do about it, you must understand your own brain. That insight led me to talk with many psychologists, psychiatrists, neuroscientists, personality testers, and other believable people in the field, and it led me to read many books. I discovered that though it is obvious to all of us that we are born with different strengths and weaknesses in areas such as common sense, creativity, memory, synthesis, attention to detail, and so forth, examining these differences objectively makes even most scientists uncomfortable. But that doesn't make it any less necessary, so I pushed forward with these explorations over several decades. As a result, I have learned a lot that helped me and that I believe can help you. In fact, I attribute as much of my success to what I've learned about the brain as I do to my understanding of economics and investing. In this chapter, I will share some of the amazing things I've learned. Why I turned to neuroscience. When I started Bridgewater 2 years out of business school, I had to manage people for the first time. At first I thought that hiring smart people, for instance, the top students out of the top schools, should get me capable employees, but as often as not, those people didn't turn out well. Book smarts didn't typically equate to the type of smarts I needed. I wanted to work with independent thinkers who were creative, conceptual, and had a lot of common sense. But I had a hard time finding those sorts of people, and even when I did, I was shocked at how differently their brains seemed to work. It was as though we were speaking different languages. For example, those who were conceptual and imprecise spoke one language while those who were literal and precise spoke another. At the time, we chalked this up to communication problems, but the differences were much deeper than that, and they were painful for all of us, particularly when we were trying to achieve big things together. I remember one research project, an ambitious attempt to systemize our global understanding of the bond markets that took place years ago. Bob Prince was running it, and while we agreed conceptually on what we were trying to do, the project didn't get pushed through to results. We'd meet with Bob and his team to agree on the goal and lay out how to get there. But when they'd go off to work on it, they'd make no progress. The problem was that conceptual people who visualized what should be done in vague ways expected more literal people to figure out for themselves how to do it. When they didn't, the more conceptual people thought the more literal people had no imagination, and the more literal people thought the more conceptual people had their heads in the clouds. To make matters worse, none of them knew which were which. The more literal people thought that they were as conceptual as the conceptual people, and vice versa. In short, we were gridlocked, and everyone thought it was someone else's fault that the people they were locking horns with were blind, stubborn, or just plain stupid. Those meetings were painful for everyone. Because no one was clear about what they were good or bad at, everybody expressed opinions about everything, and there wasn't any sensible way of sorting through them. We discussed why the group was failing, which led us to see that the individuals Bob had chosen for his team reflected his own strengths and weaknesses in their own roles. While that took frankness and open-mindedness and was a big step forward, it wasn't recorded and systematically converted into adequate changes, so the same people kept making the same sort of mistakes, over and over again. Isn't it obvious that our different ways of thinking, our emotional responses, and our not having ways of dealing with them is crippling us? What are we supposed to do? Not deal with them? I'm sure you've been in contentious disagreements before, ones where people have different points of view and can't agree on what's right. Good people with good intentions get angry and emotional. It is frustrating and often becomes personal. Most companies avoid this by suppressing open debate and having those with the most authority simply make the calls. I didn't want that kind of company. I knew we needed to dig more deeply into what was preventing us from working together more effectively, bring those things to the surface, and explore them. Bridgewater's roughly 1,500 employees do many different things. Some strive to understand the global markets, others develop technologies, still others serve clients, manage health insurance and other benefits for employees, provide legal guidance, manage IT and facilities, and so on. All these activities require different types of people to work together in ways that harvest the best ideas and throw away the worst. Organizing people to complement their strengths and compensate for their weaknesses is like conducting an orchestra. It can be magnificent if done well and terrible if done poorly. While know thyself and to thine own self be true are fundamental tenets I had heard long before I began looking into the brain, I had no idea how to go about getting that knowledge or how to act on it until we made these discoveries about how people think differently. The better we know ourselves, the better we can recognize both what can be changed and how to change it, and what can't be changed and what we can do about that. So no matter what you set out to do, whether on your own, as a member of an organization, or as its director, you need to understand how you and other people are wired. 4.1 Understand the power that comes from knowing how you and others are wired. As I related in the first part of this book, my first breakthrough in understanding how people think differently occurred when I was a young father and had my kids tested by Dr. Sue Quinlan. I found the results remarkable, because she not only confirmed my own observations of the ways that their minds were working at the time but also predicted how they would develop in the future. For example, one of my kids was struggling with arithmetic. Because he tested well in mathematical reasoning, she correctly told him that if he pushed through the boredom of rote memorization required in elementary school, he would love the higher level concepts he would be exposed to when he got older. These insights opened my eyes to new possibilities. I turned to her and others years later when I was trying to figure out the different thinking styles of my employees and colleagues. At first, the experts gave me both bad and good advice. Many seemed as if they were more interested in making people feel good, or not feel bad, than they were at getting at the truth. Even more startling, I found that most psychologists didn't know much about neuroscience and most neuroscientists didn't know much about psychology, and both were reluctant to connect the physiological differences in people's brains to the differences in their aptitudes and behaviors. But eventually I found Dr. Bob Eichinger, who opened the world of psychometric testing to me. Using Myers-Briggs and other assessments, we evolved a much clearer and more data-driven way of understanding our different types of thinking. Our differences weren't a product of poor communication, it was the other way around. Our different ways of thinking led to our poor communications. From conversations with experts and my own observations, I learned that many of our mental differences are physiological. Just as our physical attributes determine the limits of what we are able to do physically, some people are tall and others are short, some muscular and others weak. Our brains are innately different in ways that set the parameters of what we are able to do mentally. As with our bodies, some parts of our brains cannot be materially affected by external experience, in the same way that your skeleton isn't changed much through working out, while other parts can be strengthened through exercise. I will have more to say about brain plasticity later in this chapter. This was driven home to me by my son Paul's 3-year struggle with bipolar disorder. As terrifying and frustrating as his behavior was, I came to realize that it was due to his brain's chemistry, specifically, it's secreting serotonin and dopamine in spurts and sputters. As I went through that terrible journey with him, I experienced the frustration and anger of trying to reason with someone who wasn't thinking well. I constantly had to remind myself that there was no basis for my anger because his distorted logic was a product of his physiology, and I saw for myself how the doctors who approached it that way brought him to a state of crystal clarity. The experience not only taught me a lot about how brains work but why creative genius often exists at the edge of insanity. Many highly productive and creative people have suffered from bipolar disorder, among them Ernest Hemingway, Beethoven, Tchaikovsky, Vincent van Gogh, Jackson Pollock, Virginia Woolf, Winston Churchill, and the psychologist K. Redfield Jamison, who has written frankly about her own experiences with the disease in her book An Unquiet Mind. I learned that we are all different because of the different ways that the machine that is our brain works, and that nearly 1 in 5 Americans are clinically mentally ill in one way or another. Once I understood that it's all physiological, many things became clearer to me. While I used to get angry and frustrated at people because of the choices they made, I came to realize that they weren't intentionally acting in a way that seemed counterproductive, they were just living out things as they saw them, based on how their brains worked. I also realized that as off-base as they seemed to me, they saw me the same way. The only sensible way of behaving with each other was to look down upon ourselves with mutual understanding so we could make objective sense of things. Not only did this make our disagreements less frustrating, it also allowed us to maximize our effectiveness. Everyone is like a Lego set of attributes, with each piece reflecting the workings of a different part of their brain. All these pieces come together to determine what each person is like, and if you know what a person is like, you'll have a pretty good idea of what you can expect from them. We are born with attributes that can both help us and hurt us, depending on their application. Most attributes are a double-edged sword that bring potential benefits and potential harm. The more extreme the attribute, the more extreme the potential good or bad outcomes it is likely to produce. For example, a highly creative, goal-oriented person good at imagining new ideas might undervalue the minutiae of daily life, which is also important. He might be so driven in his pursuit of long-term goals that he might have disdain for people who focus on the details of daily life. Similarly, a task-oriented person who is great with details might undervalue creativity and, worse still, may squelch it in the interests of efficiency. These two people might make a great team, but are likely to have trouble taking advantage of the ways they're complementary, because the ways their minds work make it difficult for them to see the value of each other's ways of thinking. Having expectations for people, including yourself, without knowing what they are like is a sure way to get in trouble. I learned this the hard way, through years of frustrating conversations and the pain of expecting things from people who were constitutionally incapable of delivering them. I'm sure that I caused them plenty of pain too. Over time, I realized that I needed a systematic approach to capturing and recording our differences so that we could actively take them into consideration when putting people into different roles at Bridgewater. This led to one of my most valuable management tools, baseball cards, which I mentioned in the first part of this book. Just as a baseball card compiles the relevant data on a baseball player, helping fans know what that player is good and bad at, I decided that it would be similarly helpful for us to have cards for all of our players at Bridgewater. In creating the attributes for our baseball cards, I used a combination of adjectives we already use to describe people, like conceptual, reliable, creative, and determined, the actions people took or didn't take such as holding others accountable and pushing through to results, and terms from personality tests such as extroverted or judging. Once the cards were established, I created a process to have people evaluate each other, with the people rated highest in each dimension, e.g., most creative, having more weight on the ratings of other people in that dimension. People with proven track records in a certain area would get more believability, or decision-making weight, within that area. By recording these qualities in people's baseball cards, others who'd never worked with them before could know what to expect from them. When people changed, their rating would change. And when they didn't change, we were even more sure of what we could expect of them. Naturally, when I introduced this tool, people were skeptical or scared of it for various reasons. Some were afraid that the cards would be inaccurate, others thought it would be uncomfortable to have their weaknesses made so apparent, or that it would lead to their being pigeonholed, inhibiting their growth, still others thought it would be too complex to be practical. Imagine how you would feel if you were asked to force rank all your colleagues on creativity, determination, or reliability. Most people at first find that prospect frightening. Still, I knew that we needed to be radically open in recording and considering what people were like, and that things would eventually evolve address people's concerns if we were sensible about how we approached the process. Today, most everyone at Bridgewater finds these baseball cards to be essential, and we have built a whole suite of other tools, which will be further described in Work Principles, to support our drive to understand what people are like and who is believable at what. I've already noted that our unique way of operating and the treasure trove of data we accumulated brought us to the attention of some world-renowned organizational psychologists and researchers. Bob Keegan of Harvard University, Adam Grant of the Wharton School, and Ed Hess of the University of Virginia have written about us extensively, and I have learned a great deal from them in turn. In a way I never intended, our trial and error discovery process has put us at the cutting edge of academic thinking about personal development within organizations. As Keegan wrote in his book An Everyone Culture, from the individual experience of probing in every one meeting, to the technologically integrated processes for discussing issues and baseball cards, to the company-wide practices of daily updates and cases, Bridgewater has built an ecosystem to support personal development. The system helps everyone in the company confront the truth about what everyone is like. Our journey of discovery has coincided with an incredibly fertile epoch in neuroscience, when, thanks to rapid advances in brain imaging and the ability to gather and process big data, our understanding has accelerated dramatically. As with all sciences on the cusp of breakthroughs, I am sure that much of what is thought to be true today will soon be radically improved. But what I do know is how incredibly beautiful and useful it is to understand how the thinking machine between our ears works. Here's some of what I've learned: the brain is even more complex than we can imagine. It has an estimated 89 billion tiny computers, called neurons, that are connected to each other through many trillions of wires called axons and chemical synapses. As David Eagleman describes it in his wonderful book Incognito, your brain is built of cells called neurons and glia, hundreds of billions of them. Each one of them is as complex as a city. The cell's neurons are connected in a network of such staggering complexity that it bankrupts human language and necessitates new strains of mathematics. A typical neuron makes about 10,000 connections to neighboring neurons. Given billions of neurons, this means that there are as many connections in a single cubic centimeter of brain tissue as there are stars in the Milky Way galaxy. When we are born, our brains are pre-programmed with learning accumulated over hundreds of millions of years. For example, researchers at the University of Virginia have shown that while many people have an instinctual fear of snakes, no one has an instinctual fear of flowers. The brains that we were born with had learned that snakes are dangerous and flowers are not. There's a reason for that. There is one grand design for the brains of all mammals, fish, birds, amphibians, and reptiles, which was established nearly 300 million years ago and has been evolving ever since. Just as cars have evolved into different versions, sedans, SUVs, sports cars, etc. that rely on many of the same underlying parts, all vertebrate brains have similar parts that do similar things but that are well adapted to the needs of their own particular species. For example, birds have superior occipital lobes because they need to spot prey and predators from great heights. While we humans think of ourselves as superior overall because we overemphasize the importance of our own advantages, other species could justifiably make the same claims on their own behalf. Birds for flight, eyesight, and instinctual magnetic navigation, most animals for smell, and several for appearing to have particularly enjoyable sex. This universal brain has evolved from the bottom up, meaning that its lower parts are evolutionarily the oldest and the top parts are the newest. The brainstem controls the subconscious processes that keep us and other species alive: heartbeat, breathing, nervous system, and our degree of arousal and alertness. The next layer up, the cerebellum, gives us the ability to control our limb movements by coordinating sensory input with our muscles. Then comes the cerebrum, which includes the basal ganglia, which controls habit, and other parts of the limbic system, which controls emotional responses and some movement, and the cerebral cortex, which is where our memories, thoughts, and sense of consciousness reside. The newest and most advanced part of the cortex, that wrinkled mass of gray matter that looks like a bunch of intestines, is called the neocortex, which is where learning, planning, imagination, and other higher-level thoughts come from. It accounts for a significantly higher ratio of the brain's gray matter than is found in the brains of other species. 4.2 Meaningful work and meaningful relationships aren't just nice things we chose for ourselves, they are genetically programmed into us. Neuroscientists, psychologists, and evolutionists agree the human brain comes pre-programmed with the need for and enjoyment of social cooperation. Our brains want it and develop better when we have it. The meaningful relationships we get from social cooperation make us happier, healthier, and more productive. Social cooperation is also integral to effective work. It is one of the defining characteristics of being human. 29 Leonard Mlodinow, in his excellent book Subliminal, writes, "We usually assume that what distinguishes us from other species is IQ. But it is our social IQ that ought to be the principal quality that differentiates us." He points out that humans have a unique ability to understand what other people are like and how they are likely to behave. The brain comes programmed to develop this ability. By the time they are 4 years old, most children are able to read others' mental states. This sort of human understanding and cooperation is what makes us so accomplished as a species. As Mlodinow explains, building a car, for example, requires the participation of thousands of people with diverse skills, in diverse lands, performing diverse tasks. Metals like iron must be extracted from the ground and processed, glass, rubber, and plastics must be created from numerous chemical precursors and molded, batteries, radiators, and countless other parts must be produced, electronic and mechanical systems must be designed, and it all must come together, coordinated from far and wide, in one factory so that the car can be assembled. Today, even the coffee and bagel you might consume while driving to work in the morning is the result of the activities of people all over the world. In his book The Meaning of Human Existence, Pulitzer Prize-winning author Edward O. Wilson surmises that between 1 million and 2 million years ago, when our ancestors were somewhere between chimpanzees and modern Homo sapiens, the brain evolved in ways supporting cooperation so man could hunt and do other activities. This led the centers of memory and reasoning in the prefrontal cortex to develop beyond those of our primate relatives. As groups became more powerful than individuals and our brains evolved in ways that made larger groups manageable, competition between groups became more important than competition between individuals, and groups that had more cooperative individuals did better than those without them. This evolution led to the development of altruism, morality, and the sense of conscience and honor. Wilson explains that man is perpetually suspended between the two extreme forces that created us: individual selection, which prompted sin, and group selection, which promoted virtue. Which of these forces, self-interest or collective interest, wins out in any organization is a function of that organization's culture, which is a function of the people who shape it. But it's clear that collective interest is what's best, not just for the organization but for the individuals who make it up. As I'll explain in Work Principles, the rewards of working together to make the pie bigger are greater than the rewards of self-interest, not only in terms of how much pie one gets but also in the psychic rewards wired into our brains that make us happier and healthier. Knowing how the brain has evolved thus far, we might extrapolate the past into the future to imagine where it will go. Clearly, the evolution of the brain has moved from being non-thinking and self-focused toward being more abstract and more universally focused. For example, the brain evolution that I described has given us, some people more than others, the ability to see ourselves and our circumstances from a higher holistic level and, in some cases, to value the whole that we are part of even more than ourselves. A few years ago, I had a conversation with the Dalai Lama in which I explained to him the contemporary neuroscience view that all of our thinking and feeling is due to physiology, in other words, the chemicals, electricity, and biology in our brains working like a machine. This implied that spirituality is due to these physiological mechanics rather than something coming from above, so I asked him what he thought about that. Without hesitation, he responded absolutely, and told me that the next day he was meeting with the University of Wisconsin professor of neuroscience who had helped him learn about this, and he asked me if I wanted to join him. Regrettably, I couldn't, but I recommended to him a book I'd read on the subject called The Spiritual Brain, which I also recommend to you. In our conversation, we went on to discuss the similarities and differences between spirituality and religion. His view was that prayer and meditation seemed to have similar effects on the brain in producing feelings of spirituality, the rising above oneself to feel a greater connection to the whole, but that each religion adds its own different superstitions on top of that common feeling of spirituality. Rather than trying to squeeze my own summary of his thinking in here, I'll simply recommend the Dalai Lama's book, Beyond Religion, if you're interested in learning more. In imagining what the future of our thinking will be like, it's also interesting to consider how man himself might change how the brain works. We are certainly doing that with drugs and technology. Given advances in genetic engineering, it's reasonable to expect that someday genetic engineers might mix and match features of different species' brains for different purposes. If you want to have a heightened sense of sight, say, genetic engineers might be able to manipulate the human brain so it grows optic lobes more like those of birds. But since such things won't happen anytime soon, let's get back to the practical question of how all this can help us better deal with ourselves and each other. 4.3 Understand the great brain battles and how to control them to get what you want. The following sections explore the different ways your brain fights for control of you. While I will refer to the specific parts of the brain that neurophysiologists believe are responsible for specific types of thinking and emotions, the actual physiology is much more complex and scientists are only beginning to understand it. I realize that the conscious mind is in a battle with the subconscious mind. Earlier in the book, I introduced the concept of the two yous and explained how your higher level you can look down on your lower level you to make sure that your lower level you isn't sabotaging what your higher level you wants. Though I've often seen these two yous in action in myself and others, it wasn't until I learned why they exist that I really understood them. As with animals, many of our decision-making drivers are below the surface. An animal doesn't decide to fly or hunt or sleep or fight in the way that we go about making many of our own choices of what to do. It simply follows the instructions that come from the subconscious parts of its brain. These same sorts of instructions come to us from the same parts of our brains, sometimes for good evolutionary reasons and sometimes to our detriment. Our subconscious fears and desires drive our motivations and actions through emotions such as love, fear, and inspiration. It's physiological. Love, for example, is a cocktail of chemicals, such as oxytocin, secreted by the pituitary gland. While I had always assumed that logical conversation is the best way for people to get at what is true, armed with this new knowledge about the brain, I came to understand that there are large parts of our brains that don't do what is logical. For example, I learned that when people refer to their feelings such as saying I feel that you were unfair with me they are typically referring to messages that originate in the emotional, subconscious parts of their brains. I also came to understand that while some subconscious parts of our brains are dangerously animalistic, others are smarter and quicker than our conscious minds. Our greatest moments of inspiration often pop up from our subconscious. We experience these creative breakthroughs when we are relaxed and not trying to access the part of the brain in which they reside, which is generally the neocortex. When you say, I just thought of something, you noticed your subconscious mind telling your conscious mind something. With training, it's possible to open this stream of communication. Many people only see the conscious mind and aren't aware of the benefits of connecting it to the subconscious. They believe that the way to accomplish more is to cram more into the conscious mind and make it work harder, but this is often counterproductive. While it may seem counterintuitive, clearing your head can be the best way to make progress. Knowing this, I now understand why creativity comes to me when I relax, like when I'm in the shower, and how meditation helps open this connection. Because it is physiological, I can actually feel the creative thoughts coming from elsewhere and flowing into my conscious mind. It's a kick to understand how that works. But a note of caution is in order to, when thoughts and instructions come to me from my subconscious, rather than acting on them immediately, I have gotten into the habit of examining them with my conscious, logical mind. I have found that in addition to helping me figure out which thoughts are valid and why I am reacting to them as I do, doing this opens further communication between my conscious and subconscious minds. It's helpful to write down the results of this process. In fact, that's how my principles came about. If you take nothing else away from this chapter, be aware of your subconscious, of how it can both harm you and help you, and how by consciously reflecting on what comes out of it, perhaps with the help of others, you can become happier and more effective. Know that the most constant struggle is between feeling and thinking. There are no greater battles than those between our feelings, most importantly controlled by our amygdala, which operates subconsciously, and our rational thinking, most importantly controlled by our prefrontal cortex, which operates consciously. If you understand how those battles occur, you will understand why it is so important to reconcile what you get from your subconscious with what you get from your conscious mind. That damned amygdala, which is a little almond-shaped structure that lies deeply embedded in the cerebrum, is one of the most powerful parts of your brain. It controls your behavior, even though you're not conscious of it. How does it work? When something upsets us, and that something could be a sound, a sight, or just a gut feeling, the amygdala sends notice to our bodies to prepare to fight or flee. The heartbeat speeds up, the blood pressure rises, and breathing quickens. During an argument, you'll often notice a physical response similar to how you react to fear, for instance, rapid heartbeats and tensing muscles. Recognizing that, your conscious mind, which resides in the prefrontal cortex, can refuse to obey its instructions. Typically, these amygdala hijackings come on fast and dissipate quickly, except in rare cases, such as when a person develops post-traumatic stress disorder from a particularly horrible event or series of events. Knowing how these hijackings work, you know that if you allow yourself to react spontaneously, you will be prone to overreact. You can also comfort yourself with the knowledge that whatever psychological pain you are experiencing will go away before very long. See, reconcile your feelings and your thinking. For most people, life is a never-ending battle between these two parts of the brain. While the amygdala's reactions come in spurts and then subside, reactions from the prefrontal cortex are more gradual and constant. The biggest difference between people who guide their own personal evolution and achieve their goals and those who don't is that those who make progress reflect on what causes their amygdala hijackings. D. Choose your habits well. Habit is probably the most powerful tool in your brain's toolbox. It is driven by a golf ball-sized lump of tissue called the basal ganglia at the base of the cerebrum. It is so deep-seated and instinctual that we are not conscious of it, though it controls our actions. If you do just about anything frequently enough over time, you will form a habit that will control you. Good habits are those that get you to do what your upper level you wants, and bad habits are those that are controlled by your lower level you and stand in the way of your getting what your upper level you wants. You can create a better set of habits if you understand how this part of your brain works. For example, you can develop a habit that will make you need to work out at the gym. Developing this skill takes some work. The first step is recognizing how habits develop in the first place. Habit is essentially inertia, the strong tendency to keep doing what you have been doing, or not doing what you have not been doing. Research suggests that if you stick with a behavior for approximately 18 months, you will build a strong tendency to stick to it nearly forever. For a long time, I didn't appreciate the extent to which habits control people's behavior. I experienced this at Bridgewater in the form of people who agreed with our work principles in the abstract but had trouble living by them. I also observed it with friends and family members who wanted to achieve something but constantly found themselves working against their own best interests. Then I read Charles Duhigg's best-selling book The Power of Habit, which really opened my eyes. I recommend that you read it yourself if your interest in this subject goes deeper than what I'm able to cover here. Duhigg's core idea is the role of the three-step habit loop. The first step is a cue-sum trigger that tells your brain to go into automatic mode and which habit to use, according to Duhigg. Step 2 is the routine, which can be physical or mental or emotional. Finally, there is a reward, which helps your brain figure out if this particular loop is worth remembering for the future. Repetition reinforces this loop until over time it becomes automatic. This anticipation and craving is the key to what animal trainers call operant conditioning, which is a method of training that uses positive reinforcement. For example, dog trainers use a sound, typically a clicker, to reinforce behavior by pairing that sound with a more desirable reward, typically food, until the dog will perform the desired behavior when it merely hears the click. In humans, Duhigg says, rewards can be just about anything, ranging from food or drugs that cause physical sensations, to emotional payoffs, such as the feelings of pride that accompany praise or self-congratulation. Habits put your brain on automatic pilot. In neuroscientific terms, the basal ganglia takes over from your cortex, so that you can execute activities without even thinking about them. Reading Duhigg's book taught me that if you really want to change, the best thing you can do is choose which habits to acquire and which to get rid of and then go about doing that. To help you, I recommend that you write down your 3 most harmful habits. Do that right now. Now pick one of those habits and be committed to breaking it. Can you do that? That would be extraordinarily impactful. If you break all 3, you will radically improve the trajectory of your life. Or you can pick habits that you want to acquire and then acquire them. The most valuable habit I've acquired is using pain to trigger quality reflections. If you can acquire this habit yourself, you will learn what causes your pain and what you can do about it, and it will have an enormous impact on your effectiveness. Train your lower level you with kindness and persistence to build the right habits. I used to think that the upper level you needed to fight with the lower level you to gain control, but over time I've learned that it is more effective to train that subconscious, emotional you the same way you would teach a child to behave the way you would like him or her to behave, with loving kindness and persistence, so that the right habits are acquired. Understand the differences between right-brained and left-brained thinking. Just as your brain has its conscious upper part and its subconscious lower part, it also has 2 halves called hemispheres. You might have heard it said that some people are more left-brained while others are more right-brained. That's not just a saying. Caltech professor Roger Sperry won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for discovering it. In a nutshell, 1. The left hemisphere reasons sequentially, analyzes details, and excels at linear analysis. Left-brained or linear thinkers who are analytically strong are often called bright. 2. The right hemisphere thinks across categories, recognizes themes, and synthesizes the big picture. Right-brained or lateral thinkers with more street smarts are often called smart. The diagram on the left summarizes the qualities of right-brained and left-brained thinking types. Most people tend to get more of their instructions from one side than the other, and they have trouble understanding people who get theirs from the opposite side. Our experience has been that left-brained folks tend to see right-brained folks as spacey or abstract, while right-brained thinkers tend to find left-brained thinkers literal or narrow. I have seen wonderful results occur when people know where their own and others' inclinations lie, realize that both ways of thinking are invaluable, and assign responsibilities accordingly. Understand how much the brain can and cannot change. This brings us to an important question: can we change? We can all learn new facts and skills, but can we also learn to change how we are inclined to think? The answer is a qualified yes. Brain plasticity is what allows your brain to change its soft wiring. For a long time, scientists believed that after a certain critical period in childhood, most of our brain's neurological connections were fixed and highly unlikely to change. But recent research has suggested that a wide variety of practices, from physical exercise to studying to meditation, can lead to physical and physiological changes in our brains that affect our abilities to think and form memories. In a study of Buddhist monks who had practiced more than 10,000 hours of meditation, researchers at the University of Wisconsin measured significantly higher levels of gamma waves in their brains. These waves are associated with perception and problem solving. That doesn't mean the brain is infinitely flexible. If you have a preference for a certain way of thinking, you might be able to train yourself to operate another way and find that easier to do over time, but you're very unlikely to change your underlying preference. Likewise, you may be able to train yourself to be more creative, but if you're not naturally creative, there's likely a limit to what you can do. That is simply reality, so we all might as well accept it and learn how to deal with it. There are coping techniques that we can use. For example, the creative, disorganized person who is likely to lose track of time can develop the habit of using alarms. The person who isn't good at some type of thinking can train himself to rely on the thinking of others who are better at it. The best way to change is through doing mental exercises. As with physical exercise, this can be painful unless you enlist the habit loop discussed earlier to connect the rewards to the actions, rewiring your brain to love learning and beneficial change. Remember that accepting your weaknesses is contrary to the instincts of those parts of your brain that want to hold on to the illusion that you are perfect. Doing the things that will reduce your instinctual defensiveness takes practice, and requires operating in an environment that reinforces open-mindedness. As you'll see when we get into work principles, I've developed a number of tools and techniques that help overcome that resistance, individually and across organizations. Instead of expecting yourself or others to change, I've found that it's often most effective to acknowledge one's weaknesses and create explicit guardrails against them. This is typically a faster and higher probability path to success. 4.4 Find out what you and others are like. Because of the biases with which we are wired, our self-assessments, and our assessments of others, tend to be highly inaccurate. Psychometric assessments are much more reliable. They are important in helping explore how people think during the hiring process and throughout employment. Those psychometric assessments cannot fully replace speaking with people and looking at their backgrounds and histories. They are far more powerful than traditional interviewing and screening methods. If I had to choose between just the assessments or just traditional job interviews to get at what people are like, I would choose the assessments. Fortunately, we don't have to make that choice. The four main assessments we use are the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, the Workplace Personality Inventory, the Team Dimensions Profile, and Stratified Systems Theory. But we are constantly experimenting, for example, with the Big Five, so our mix will certainly change. Whatever the mix, they all convey people's preferences for thinking and action. They also provide us with new attributes and terminologies that clarify and amplify those we had identified on our own. I will describe a few of them below. These descriptions are based on my own experiences and learnings, which are in many ways different from the official descriptions used by the assessment companies. A. Introversion versus extroversion. Introverts focus on the inner world and get their energy from ideas, memories, and experiences, while extroverts are externally focused and get their energy from being with people. Introversion and extroversion are also linked to differences in communication styles. If you have a friend who loves to talk out ideas, and even has trouble thinking through something if there isn't someone around to work it through with, he or she is likely an extrovert. Introverts will usually find such conversations painful, preferring to think privately and share only after they've worked things out on their own. I've found that it is important to help each communicate in the way that they feel most comfortable. For example, introverts often prefer communicating in writing, such as email, rather than speaking in group settings, and tend to be less open with their critical thoughts. B. Intuiting versus sensing. Some people see big pictures, forests, and others see details, trees. In the Myers-Briggs framework, these ways of seeing are best represented by the continuum from intuiting to sensing. You can get an idea of people's preferences by observing what they focus on. For example, when reading, a sensing person who focuses on details can be thrown off by typos such as there instead of there, while intuitive thinkers won't even notice a mistake. That is because the intuitive thinker's attention is focused on the context first and the details second. Naturally, you'd rather have a sensing person than an intuitor preparing your legal documents, where every I must be properly dotted and every T crossed just so. C. Thinking versus feeling. Some people make decisions based on logical analysis of objective facts, considering all the known, provable factors important to a given situation and using logic to determine the best course of action. This approach is an indicator of a preference for thinking and is how you'd hope your doctor thinks when he makes a diagnosis. Other people who prefer feeling focus on harmony between people. They are better suited to roles that require lots of empathy, interpersonal contact, and relationship building, for example HR and customer service. Before we had assessments to identify these differences, conversations between TS and FS were really frustrating. Now we laugh as we bump up against our differences, because we know what they are and can see them playing out in classic ways. D. Planning versus perceiving. Some people like to live in a planned, orderly way and others prefer flexibility and spontaneity. Planners, or judgers in Myers-Briggs terms, like to focus on a plan and stick with it, while perceivers are prone to focus on what's happening around them and adapt to it. Perceivers work from the outside in, they see things happening and work backward to understand the cause and how to respond. They also see many possibilities that they compare and choose from, often so many that they are confused by them. In contrast, planners work from the inside out, first figuring out what they want to achieve and then how things should unfold. Planners and perceivers have trouble appreciating each other. Perceivers see new things and change direction often. This is discomforting to planners, who weigh precedent much more heavily in their decision-making, and assume if it was done in a certain way before, it should be done in the same way again. Similarly, planners can discomfort perceivers by being seemingly rigid and slow to adapt. Creators versus refiners versus advancers versus executors versus flexers. By identifying talents and preferences that lead people to feel a particular way, you can place them in jobs at which they will likely excel. At Bridgewater, we use a test called the Team Dimensions Profile, TDP, to connect people with their preferred role. The 5 types identified by the TDP are creators, refiners, advancers, executors, and flexers. Creators generate new ideas and original concepts. They prefer unstructured and abstract activities and thrive on innovation and unconventional practices. Advancers communicate these new ideas and carry them forward. They relish feelings and relationships and manage the human factors. They are excellent at generating enthusiasm for work. Refiners challenge ideas. They analyze projects for flaws, then refine them with a focus on objectivity and analysis. They love facts and theories and working with a systematic approach. Executors can also be thought of as implementers. They ensure that important activities are carried out and goals accomplished. They are focused on details and the bottom line. Flexors are a combination of all four types. They can adapt their styles to fit certain needs and are able to look at a problem from a variety of perspectives. Triangulating what I learn from each test reinforces or raises questions about the pictures of people I'm forming in my head. For example, when people's MBTI results suggest a preference for S, focus on details, and J, planful, and they come out as executors on the team dimension assessment, there is a very good chance that they are more detail-focused than right-brained and imaginative, which means that they would likely fit better in jobs that have less ambiguity and more structure and clarity. F. Focusing on tasks versus focusing on goals. Some people are focused on daily tasks while others are focused on their goals and how to achieve them. I've found these differences to be quite similar to the differences between people who are intuitive versus sensing. Those who tend to focus on goals and visualize best can see the big pictures over time and are also more likely to make meaningful changes and anticipate future events. These goal-oriented people can step back from the day-to-day and reflect on what and how they're doing. They are the most suitable for creating new things, organizations, projects, etc., and managing organizations that have lots of change. They typically make the most visionary leaders because of their ability to take a broad view and see the whole picture. In contrast, those who tend to focus on daily tasks are better at managing things that don't change much or that require processes to be completed reliably. Task-oriented people tend to make incremental changes that reference what already exists. They are slower to depart from the status quo and more likely to be blindsided by sudden events. On the other hand, they're typically more reliable. Although it may seem that their focus is narrower than higher-level thinkers, the roles they play are no less critical. I would never have gotten this book out or accomplished hardly anything else worthwhile if I didn't work with people who are wonderful at taking care of details. G. Workplace Personality Inventory. Another assessment we use is the Workplace Personality Inventory, a test based on data from the U.S. Department of Labor. It anticipates behavior and predicts job fit and satisfaction, singling out certain key characteristics/qualities, including persistence, independence, stress tolerance, and analytical thinking. This test helps us understand what people value and how they will make trade-offs between their values. For example, someone with low achievement orientation and high concern for others might be unwilling to step on others' toes in order to accomplish their goals. Likewise, someone who is bad at rule following may be more likely to think independently. We have found that something like 25 to 50 attributes can pretty well describe what a person is like. Each one comes in varying degrees of strength, like color tones. If you know what they are and put them together correctly, they will paint a pretty complete picture of a person. Our objective is to use test results and other information to try to do just that. We prefer to do it in partnership with the person being looked at, because it helps us be more accurate and at the same time it's very helpful to them to see themselves objectively. Certain attributes combine frequently to produce recognizable archetypes. If you think about it, you can probably come up with a handful of archetypal people you meet over and over again in life: the spacey, impractical artist, the tidy perfectionist, the crusher who runs through brick walls to get things done, the visionary who pulls amazing big ideas seemingly out of the air. Over time I came up with a list of others, including shaper, chirper, tweaker, and open-minded learner, as well as advancer, creator, catwriter, gossiper, loyal doer, wise judge, and others. To be clear, archetypes are less useful than the better fleshed-out pictures created through the assessments. They are not precise, they are more like simple caricatures, but they can be useful when it comes to assembling teams. Individual people will always be more complex than the archetypes that describe them, and they may well match up with more than one. For example, The spacey artist may or may not also be a perfectionist or may be a crusher too. While I won't go over all of them, I will describe shapers, the one that best represents me, in some depth. Shapers are people who can go from visualization to actualization. I wrote a lot about the people I call shapers in the first part of this book. I use the word to mean someone who comes up with unique and valuable visions and builds them out beautifully, typically over the doubts of others. Shapers get both the big picture and the details right. To me, it seems that shaper equals visionary plus practical thinker plus determined. I've found that shapers tend to share attributes such as intense curiosity and a compulsive need to make sense of things, independent thinking that verges on rebelliousness, a need to dream big and unconventionally, a practicality and determination to push through all obstacles to achieve their goals, and a knowledge of their own and others' weaknesses and strengths so they can orchestrate teams to achieve them. Perhaps even more importantly, they can hold conflicting thoughts simultaneously and look at them from different angles. They typically love to knock things around with other really smart people and can easily navigate back and forth between the big picture and the granular details, counting both as equally important. People wired with enough of these ways of thinking that they can operate in the world as shapers are very rare. But they could never succeed without working with others who are more naturally suited for other things and whose ways of thinking and acting are also essential. Knowing how one is wired is a necessary first step on any life journey. It doesn't matter what you do with your life, as long as you are doing what is consistent with your nature and your aspirations. Having spent time with some of the richest, most powerful, most admired people in the world, as well as some of the poorest, most disadvantaged people in the most obscure corners of the globe, I can assure you that, beyond a basic level, there is no correlation between happiness levels and conventional markers of success. A carpenter who derives his deepest satisfaction from working with wood can easily have a life as good or better than the President of the United States. If you've learned anything from this book, I hope it's that everyone has strengths and weaknesses, and everyone has an important role to play in life. Nature made everything and everyone for a purpose. The courage that's needed the most isn't the kind that drives you to prevail over others, but the kind that allows you to be true to your truest self, no matter what other people want you to be. 4.5 Getting the right people in the right roles in support of your goal is the key to succeeding at whatever you choose to accomplish. Whether it's in your private life or your work life, it is best for you to work with others in such a way that each person is matched up with other complementary people to create the best mix of attributes for their tasks. Manage yourself and orchestrate others to get what you want. Your greatest challenge will be having your thoughtful higher level you manage your emotional lower level you. The best way to do that is to consciously develop habits that will make doing the things that are good for you habitual. In managing others, the analogy that comes to mind is a great orchestra. The person in charge is the shaper conductor who doesn't do, e.g., doesn't play an instrument, though he or she knows a lot about instruments, as much as visualize the outcome and sees to it that each member of the orchestra helps achieve it. The conductor makes sure each member of the orchestra knows what he or she is good at and what they're not good at, and what their responsibilities are. Each must not only perform at their personal best but work together so the orchestra becomes more than the sum of its parts. One of the conductor's hardest and most thankless jobs is getting rid of people who consistently don't play well individually or with others. Most importantly, the conductor ensures that the score is executed exactly as he or she hears it in his or her head. The music needs to sound this way, she says, and then she makes sure it does. Bass players, bring out the structure. Here are the connections, here's the spirit. Each section of the orchestra has its own leaders, the concert master, the first chairs who also help bring out the composers and the conductor's visions. Approaching things in this way has helped me a lot. For example, with the bond systemization project I mentioned earlier, having this new perspective allowed us to better see the gaps between what we had and what we needed. While Bob was a great intellectual partner to me in understanding the big picture problem we wanted to solve, he was much weaker at visualizing the process required to get us from where we were to the solution. He also wasn't surrounding himself with the right people. He tended to want to work with people who were like him, so his main deputy on the project was a great sparring partner for mapping out big ideas on a whiteboard, but a lousy one for fleshing out the who, what, and when needed to bring those ideas to life. This deputy tested as a flexor, meaning that he was great at going in whatever direction Bob wanted to but lacked the clear, independent view needed to keep Bob on track. After a few rounds of not making progress, we used our new tools for understanding people and acted on them, pushing Bob to transition to a new deputy who was especially skilled at navigating the levels between the big picture ideas and the discrete, smaller projects required to bring them about. Comparing the new deputy's baseball card to the original deputy's, she excelled in independent and systematic thinking, which were essential for having a clear picture of what to do with Bob's big ideas. This new deputy brought on other layers of support, including a project manager who was less engaged with the concepts and much more focused on the details of specific tasks and deadlines. When we looked at the new team members' baseball cards, we could quickly see them lighting up in some of the areas around being planful, concrete, and driving things to completion, which were areas of weakness for Bob. With this new team in place, things really started to hum. It was only by looking hard at the complete Lego set required to achieve our goal and then going out and finding the missing pieces that we were able to do it. Bond systemization is just one of countless projects that have benefited from our frank and open approach to understanding what people are like. And to be clear, I have just scratched the surface of what there is to know about mental wiring. In the next chapter, I'll bring everything you've read about up to now together and break down the essentials of decision making. Some decisions you should make yourself and some you should delegate to someone more believable. Using self-knowledge to know which is the key to success no matter what it is you are trying to do. 5. Learn how to make decisions effectively. As a professional decision maker, I have spent my life studying how to make decisions effectively and have constantly looked for rules and systems that will improve my odds of being right and ending up with more of whatever it is that I am after. One of the most important things I've come to understand is that most of the processes that go into everyday decision making are subconscious and more complex than is widely understood. For example, think about how you choose and maintain a safe distance behind the car in front of you when you are driving. Now describe the process in enough detail that someone who has never driven a car before can do it as well as you can, or so that it can be programmed into the computer that controls an autonomous car. I bet you can't. Now think about the challenge of making all of your decisions well, in a systematic, repeatable way, and then being able to describe the processes so clearly and precisely that anyone else can make the same quality decisions under the same circumstances. That is what I aspire to do and have found to be invaluable, even when highly imperfect. While there is no one best way to make decisions, there are some universal rules for good decision making. They start with 5.1 Recognize that 1. The biggest threat to good decision making is harmful emotions, and 2. Decision making is a two-step process, first learning and then deciding. Learning must come before deciding. As explained in Chapter 1, your brain stores different types of learning in your subconscious, your rote memory bank, and your habits. But no matter how you acquire your knowledge or where you store it, what's most important is that what you know paints a true and rich picture of the realities that will affect your decision. That's why it always pays to be radically open-minded and seek out believable others as you do your learning. Many people have emotional trouble doing this and block the learning that could help them make better decisions. Remind yourself that it's never harmful to at least hear an opposing point of view. Deciding is the process of choosing which knowledge should be drawn upon both the facts of this particular what is and your broader understanding of the cause-effect machinery that underlies it, and then weighing them to determine a course of action, the what to do about it. This involves playing different scenarios through time to visualize how to get an outcome consistent with what you want. To do this well, you need to weigh first-order consequences against second- and third-order consequences, and base your decisions not just on near-term results but on results over time. Failing to consider second- and third-order consequences is the cause of a lot of painfully bad decisions, and it is especially deadly when the first inferior option confirms your own biases. Never seize on the first available option, no matter how good it seems, before you've asked questions and explored. To prevent myself from falling into this trap, I used to literally ask myself questions: am I learning? Have I learned enough yet that it's time for deciding? After a while, you will just naturally and open-mindedly gather all the relevant info, but in doing so you will have avoided the first pitfall of bad decision-making, which is to subconsciously make the decision first and then cherry-pick the data that supports it. But how does one learn well? Learning well for me, getting an accurate picture of reality, ultimately comes down to two things: being able to synthesize accurately and knowing how to navigate levels. Synthesis is the process of converting a lot of data into an accurate picture. The quality of your synthesis will determine the quality of your decision making. This is why it always pays to triangulate your views with people who you know synthesize well. This raises your chances of having a good synthesis, even if you feel like you've already done it yourself. No sensible person should reject a believable person's views without great fear of being wrong. To synthesize well, you must 1. Synthesize the situation at hand, 2. Synthesize the situation through time, and 3. Navigate levels effectively. 5.2 Synthesize the situation at hand. Every day you are faced with an infinite number of things that come at you. Let's call them dots. To be effective, you need to be able to tell which dots are important and which dots are not. Some people go through life collecting all kinds of observations and opinions like pocket lint, instead of just keeping what they need. They have detail anxiety, worrying about unimportant things. Sometimes small things can be important. For example, that little rattle in your car's engine could just be a loose piece of plastic, or it could be a sign your timing belt is about to snap. The key is having the higher level perspective to make fast and accurate judgments on what the real risks are without getting bogged down in details. Remember, one of the most important decisions you can make is who you ask questions of. Make sure they're fully informed and believable. Find out who is responsible for whatever you are seeking to understand and then ask them. Listening to uninformed people is worse than having no answers at all. Don't believe everything you hear. Opinions are a dime a dozen, and nearly everyone will share theirs with you. Many will state them as if they are facts. Don't mistake opinions for facts. See everything looks bigger up close. In all aspects of life, what's happening today seems like a much bigger deal than it will appear in retrospect. That's why it helps to step back to gain perspective and sometimes defer a decision until some time passes. New is overvalued relative to great. For example, when choosing which movie to watch or what book to read, are you drawn to proven classics or the newest big thing? In my opinion, it is smarter to choose the great over the new. Don't oversqueeze dots. A dot is just one piece of data from one moment in time. Keep that in perspective as you synthesize. Just as you need to sort big from small, and what's happening in the moment from overall patterns, you need to know how much learning you can get out of any one dot without overweighing it. 5.3 Synthesize the situation through time. To see how the dots connect through time, you must collect, analyze, and sort different types of information, which isn't easy. For example, let's imagine a day in which 8 outcomes occur. Some are good, some bad. Let's illustrate this day as shown, with each type of event represented by a letter and the quality of the outcome represented by its height. In order to see the day this way, you must categorize outcomes by type, signified by letters, and quality. The higher up the graph, the better, which will require synthesizing a by and large assessment of each. To make the example more concrete, imagine you're running an ice cream shop and the Ws represent sales, the X's represent customer experience ratings, the Ys represent press and reviews, the Zs represent staff engagement, etc. Keep in mind that our example is a relatively simple one, just 8 occurrences over one day. From the chart on the right, you can see that it was a great day for sales, because the Ws are at the top, and a bad day for customer experience, the X's. You might conjecture why maybe a crowd generated sales but produced long lines. Now let's look at what a month of workdays looks like. Confusing, et. The chart below plots just the type X dots, which you can see are improving. People who are good at pulling out such patterns of events are rare and essential, but as with most abilities, synthesizing through time is only partially innate. Even if you're not good at it, you can get better through practice. You'll increase your chances of succeeding at it if you follow the next principle. A. Keep in mind both the rates of change and the levels of things, and the relationships between them. When determining an acceptable rate of improvement for something, it is its level in relation to the rate of change that matters. I often see people lose sight of this. They say it's getting better without noticing how far below the bar it is and whether the rate of change will get it above the bar in an acceptable amount of time. If someone who has been getting grades of 30s and 40s on their tests raised their scores to 50s over the course of a few months, it would be accurate to say that they are getting better, but they would still be woefully inadequate. Everything important in your life needs to be on a trajectory to be above the bar and headed toward excellence at an appropriate pace. The lines in the chart on the next page show how the dots connect through time. A's trajectory gets you above the bar in an appropriate amount of time, B's does not. To make good decisions, you need to understand the reality of which of these two cases is happening. B. Be imprecise. Understand the concept of by and large and use approximations. Because our educational system is hung up on precision, the art of being good at approximations is insufficiently valued. This impedes conceptual thinking. For example, when asked to multiply 38 by 12, most people do it the slow and hard way rather than simply rounding 38 up to 40, rounding 12 down to 10, and quickly determining that the answer is about 400. Look at the ice cream shop example and imagine the value of quickly seeing the approximate relationships between the dots versus taking the time to see all the edges precisely. It would be silly to spend time doing that, yet that's exactly what most people do. By and large is the level at which you need to understand most things in order to make effective decisions. Whenever a big picture by and large statement is made and someone replies not always, my instinctual reaction is that we are probably about to dive into the weeds, into a discussion of the exceptions rather than the rule, and in the process we will lose sight of the rule. To help people at Bridgewater avoid this time waster, one of our just out of college associates coined a saying I often repeat: when you ask someone whether something is true and they tell you that it's not totally true, it's probably by and large true. See, remember the 80/20 rule and know what the key 20% is. The 80/20 rule states that you get 80% of the value out of something from 20% of the information or effort. It's also true that you're likely to exert 80% of your effort getting the final 20% of value. Understanding this rule saves you from getting bogged down in unnecessary detail once you've gotten most of the learning you need to make a good decision. D. Be an imperfectionist. Perfectionists spend too much time on little differences at the margins at the expense of the important things. There are typically just 5 to 10 important factors to consider when making a decision. It's important to understand these really well, though the marginal gains of studying even the important things past a certain point are limited. 5.4 Navigate levels effectively. Reality exists at different levels and each of them gives you different but valuable perspectives. It's important to keep all of them in mind as you synthesize and make decisions, and to know how to navigate between them. Let's say you're looking at your hometown on Google Maps. Zoom in close enough to see the buildings and you won't be able to see the region surrounding your town, which can tell you important things. Maybe your town sits next to a body of water. Zoom in too close and you won't be able to tell if the shoreline is along a river, a lake, or an ocean. You need to know which level is appropriate to your decision. We are constantly seeing things at different levels and navigating between them, whether we know it or not, whether we do it well or not, and whether our objects are physical things, ideas, or goals. For example, you can navigate levels to move from your values to what you do to realize them on a day-to-day basis. This is what that looks like in outline. 1. The high-level big picture: I want meaningful work that's full of learning. 1.1 Subordinate concept: I want to be a doctor. Subpoint: I need to go to medical school. Point, I need to get good grades in the sciences. Point, I need to stay home tonight and study. To observe how well you do this in your own life, pay attention to your conversations. We tend to move between levels when we talk. Use the terms above the line and below the line to establish which level a conversation is on. An above-the-line conversation addresses the main points and a below-the-line conversation focuses on the sub-points. When a line of reasoning is jumbled and confusing, it's often because the speaker has gotten caught up in below-the-line details without connecting them back to the major points. An above-the-line discourse should progress in an orderly and accurate way to its conclusion, only going below the line when it's necessary to illustrate something about one of the major points. B. Remember that decisions need to be made at the appropriate level, but they should also be consistent across levels. For instance, if you want to have a healthy life, you shouldn't have 12 sausage links and a beer every day for breakfast. In other words, you need to constantly connect and reconcile the data you're gathering at different levels in order to draw a complete picture of what's going on. Like synthesizing in general, some people are naturally better at this than others, but anyone can learn to do this to one degree or another. To do it well, it's necessary to 1. Remember that multiple levels exist for all subjects. 2. Be aware on what level you're examining a given subject. 3. Consciously navigate levels rather than see subjects as undifferentiated piles of facts that can be browsed randomly. 4. Diagram the flow of your thought processes using the outline template shown on the previous page. When you do all this with radical open-mindedness, you will become more aware not just of what you're seeing, but what you're not seeing and what others, perhaps, are. It's a little like when jazz musicians jam, knowing what level you're on allows everyone to play in the same key. When you know your own way of seeing and are open to others' ways too, you can create good conceptual jazz together rather than just screech at each other. Now let's go up a level and examine deciding. Decide well. Using decision-making logic to produce the best long-term outcomes has become its own science, one that employs probabilities and statistics, game theory, and other tools. While many of these tools are helpful, the fundamentals of effective decision-making are relatively simple and timeless. In fact, they are genetically encoded in our brains to varying degrees. Watch animals in the wild and you'll see that they instinctively make expected value calculations to optimize the energy they expend to find food. Those that did this well prospered and passed on their genes through the process of natural selection, those that did it poorly perished. While most humans who do this badly won't perish, they will certainly be penalized by the process of economic selection. As previously explained, there are 2 broad approaches to decision-making: evidence/logic-based, which comes from the higher-level brain, and subconscious/emotion-based, which comes from the lower-level animal brain. 5.5 Logic, reason, and common sense are your best tools for synthesizing reality and understanding what to do about it. Be wary of relying on anything else. Unfortunately, numerous tests by psychologists show that the majority of people follow the lower-level path most of the time, which leads to inferior decisions without their realizing it. As Carl Jung put it, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. It's even more important that decision-making be evidence-based and logical when groups of people are working together. If it's not, the process will inevitably be dominated by the most powerful rather than the most insightful participants, which is not only unfair but suboptimal. Successful organizations have cultures in which evidence-based decision-making is the norm rather than the exception. 5.6 Make your decisions as expected value calculations. Think of every decision as a bet with a probability and a reward for being right and a probability and a penalty for being wrong. Normally a winning decision is one with a positive expected value, meaning that the reward times its probability of occurring is greater than the penalty times its probability of occurring, with the best decision being the one with the highest expected value. Let's say the reward for being right is $100 and its probability is 60%, while the penalty for being wrong is also $100. If you multiply the reward by the probability of being right, you get $60, and if you multiply the penalty by the probability of being wrong, 40%, you get $40. If you subtract the penalty from the reward, the difference is the expected value, which in this case is positive, plus $20. Once you understand expected value, you also understand that it's not always best to bet on what's most probable. For example, suppose something that has only a 1 in 5 chance, 20%, of succeeding will return 10 times, e.g., $1,000, the amount that it will cost you if it fails, $100. Its expected value is positive, $120, so it's probably a smart decision, even though the odds are against you, as long as you can also cover the loss. Play these probabilities over and over again and they will surely give you winning results over time. Though we mostly don't carry out these calculations explicitly, we constantly make them intuitively. For example, when you decide to take an umbrella to the store even though there's just a 40% chance of rain, or you check your phone to confirm the direction somewhere, even though you're almost certain you know the way, you're making expected value calculations. Sometimes it's smart to take a chance even when the odds are overwhelmingly against you if the cost of being wrong is negligible relative to the reward that comes with a slim chance of being right. As the saying goes, it never hurts to ask. This principle made a big difference in my own life. Years ago, when I was just starting my family, I saw a house that was perfect for us in every way. The problem was that it wasn't on the market and everyone I asked told me the owner wasn't interested in selling. To make matters worse, I was pretty sure I would be turned down for an adequate mortgage. But I figured that it wouldn't cost me anything to call the owner to see if we could work something out. As it turned out, not only was he willing to sell, he was willing to give me a loan. The same principle applies when the downside is terrible. For example, even if the probability of your having cancer is low, it might pay to get yourself tested when you have a symptom just to make sure. To help you make expected value calculations well, remember that, raising the probability of being right is valuable no matter what your probability of being right already is. I often observe people making decisions if their odds of being right are greater than 50%. What they fail to see is how much better off they'd be if they raised their chances even more. You can almost always improve your odds of being right by doing things that will give you more information. The expected value gain from raising the probability of being right from 51% to 85%, i.e., by 34 percentage points, is 17 times more than raising the odds of being right from 49%, which is probably wrong, to 51%, which is only a little more likely to be right. Think of the probability as a measure of how often you're likely to be wrong. Raising the probability of being right by 34 percentage points means that a third of your bets will switch from losses to wins. That's why it pays to stress test your thinking, even when you're pretty sure you're right. B. Knowing when not to bet is as important as knowing what bets are probably worth making. You can significantly improve your track record if you only make the bets that you are most confident will pay off. See, the best choices are the ones that have more pros than cons, not those that don't have any cons at all. Watch out for people who argue against something whenever they can find anything wrong with it, without properly weighing all the pluses and minuses. Such people tend to be poor decision makers. 5.7 Prioritize by weighing the value of additional information against the cost of not deciding. Some decisions are best made after acquiring more information, some are best made immediately. Just as you need to constantly sort the big from the small when you are synthesizing what's going on, you need to constantly evaluate the marginal benefit of gathering more information against the marginal cost of waiting to decide. People who prioritize well understand the following: all of your must-dos must be above the bar before you do your like-to-dos. Separate your must-dos from your like-to-dos and don't mistakenly slip any like-to-dos onto the first list. Chances are you won't have time to deal with the unimportant things, which is better than not having time to deal with the important things. I often hear people say, "Wouldn't it be good to do this or that?" it's likely they are being distracted from far more important things that need to be done well. C. Don't mistake possibilities for probabilities. Anything is possible. It's the probabilities that matter. Everything must be weighed in terms of its likelihood and prioritized. People who can accurately sort probabilities from possibilities are generally strong at practical thinking. They're the opposite of the philosopher types who tend to get lost in clouds of possibilities. Shortcuts for becoming a great decision maker. Great decision makers don't remember all of these steps in a roadway and carry them out mechanically, yet they do follow them. That's because through time and experience they've learned to do most of them reflexively, just as a baseball player catches a fly ball without thinking about how he's going to do it. If they had to call each of the principles up from their memory and then run them through their slow conscious minds, they couldn't possibly handle all the things that are coming at them well. But there are a couple of things that they do carry out consciously, and you should do them too. 5.8 Simplify. Get rid of irrelevant details so that the essential things and the relationships between them stand out. As the saying goes, any damn fool can make it complex. It takes a genius to make it simple. Think of Picasso. He could paint beautiful representational paintings from an early age, but he continually pared down and simplified as his career progressed. Not everyone has a mind that works that way, but just because you can't do something naturally doesn't mean you can't do it. You just have to have creativity and determination. If necessary, you can seek the help of others. 5.9 Use principles. Using principles is a way of both simplifying and improving your decision making. While it might seem obvious to you by now, it's worth repeating that, realizing that almost all cases at hand are just another one of those, identifying which one of those it is, and then applying well thought out principles for dealing with it. This will allow you to massively reduce the number of decisions you have to make, I estimate by a factor of something like 100,000, and will lead you to make much better ones. The key to doing this well is to 1. Slow down your thinking so you can note the criteria you are using to make your decision. 2. Write the criteria down as a principle. 3. Think about those criteria when you have an outcome to assess, and refine them before the next one of those comes along. Identifying which one of those each thing is like identifying which species an animal is. Doing that for each thing and then matching it up with the appropriate principles will become like playing a game, so it will be fun as well as helpful. Of course, it can also be challenging. Many cases at hand, as I call them, are hybrids. When a case at hand contains a few another ones of those, one must weigh different principles against each other, using mental maps of how the different types of things I encounter should be handled. To help people do that, I created a tool called a coach, which is explained in the appendix. You can use your own principles, or you can use others. You just want to use the best ones possible. Well, if you think that way constantly, you will become an excellent principled thinker. 5.10 Believability. Weight your decision making. I have found triangulating with highly believable people who are willing to have thoughtful disagreements has never failed to enhance my learning and sharpen the quality of my decision making. It typically leads me to make better decisions than I could have otherwise, and it typically provides me with thrilling learning. I urge you to do it. To do it well, be sure to avoid the common perils of 1. Valuing your own believability more than is logical, and 2. Not distinguishing between who is more or less credible. In case of a disagreement with others, start by seeing if you can agree on the principles that should be used to make that decision. This discussion should include exploring the merits of the reasoning behind the different principles. If you agree on them, apply them to the case at hand and you'll arrive at a conclusion everyone agrees on. If you disagree on the principles, try to work through your disagreement based on your respective believabilities. I will explain how we do this in more detail in Work Principles. This sort of principled and believability-weighted decision-making is fascinating and leads to much different and much better decision-making than is typical. For example, imagine if we used this approach to choose the president. It would be fascinating to see which principles we would come up with, both for determining what makes a good president as well as for deciding who is most believable in making such determinations. Would we wind up with something like one person one vote, or something different? And if different, in what ways? It certainly would lead to very different outcomes. During the next election, let's do this in parallel with our ordinary electoral process so we can see the difference. While believability-weighted decision-making can sound complicated, chances are you do it all the time pretty much whenever you ask yourself, who should I listen to? But it's almost certainly true that you'd do it a lot better if you gave more thought to it. 5.11 Convert your principles into algorithms and have the computer make decisions alongside you. If you can do that, you will take the power of your decision-making to a whole other level. In many cases, you will be able to test how that principle would have worked in the past or in various situations that will help you refine it, and in all cases, it will allow you to compound your understanding to a degree that would otherwise be impossible. It will also take emotion out of the equation. Algorithms work just like words in describing what you would like to have done, but they are written in a language that the computer can understand. If you don't know how to speak this language, you should either learn it or have someone close to you who can translate for you. Your children and their peers must learn to speak this language because it will soon be as important or more important than any other language. By developing a partnership with your computer alter ego in which you teach each other and each do what you do best, you will be much more powerful than if you went about your decision-making alone. The computer will also be your link to great collective decision-making, which is far more powerful than individual decision-making, and will almost certainly advance the evolution of our species. Systemized and computerized decision-making in the future, artificial intelligence will have a profound impact on how we make decisions in every aspect of our lives, especially when combined with a new era of radical transparency about people that's already upon us. Right now, whether you like it or not, it is easy for anyone to access your digital data to learn a tremendous amount about what you're like, and this data can be fed into computers that do everything from predict what you're likely to buy to what you value in life. While this sounds scary to many people, at Bridgewater we have been combining radical transparency with algorithmic decision-making for more than 30 years and have found that it produces remarkable results. In fact, I believe that it won't be long before this kind of computerized decision-making guides us nearly as much as our brains do now. The concept of artificial intelligence is not new. Even back in the 1970s, when I first started experimenting with computerized decision-making, it had already been around for nearly 20 years. The term artificial intelligence was first introduced in 1956 at a conference at Dartmouth College. While a lot has changed since then, the basic concepts remain the same. To give you just one ultra-simple example of how computerized decision-making works, let's say you have two principles for heating your home. You want to turn the heat on when the temperature falls below 68 and you want to turn the heat off between midnight and 5 a.m. You can express the relationship between these criteria in a simple decision-making formula. If the temperature is less than 68 degrees and the time is not between 5 a.m. and midnight, then turn on the heat. By gathering many such formulas, it's possible to create a decision-making system that takes in data, applies and weighs the relevant criteria, and recommends a decision. Thinking principles. Algorithms. Specifying our investment decision-making criteria in algorithms and running historical data through them, or specifying our work principles in algorithms and using them to aid in management decision-making, are just bigger and more complicated versions of that smart thermostat. They allow us to make more informed and less emotional decisions much faster than we could on our own. I believe that people will increasingly do this and that computer coding will become as essential as writing. In time, we will use machine assistants as much for decision-making as we do for information gathering today. As these machines help us, they will learn about what we are like, what we value, what our strengths and weaknesses are, and they will be able to tailor the advice they give us by automatically seeking out the help of others who are strong where we are weak. It won't be long before our machine assistants are speaking to others' machine assistants and collaborating in this way. In fact, That's beginning to happen already. Imagine a world in which you can use technology to connect to a system in which you can input the issue you're dealing with and have exchanges about what you should do and why with the highest rated thinkers in the world. We'll soon be able to do this. Before too long, you will be able to tap the highest quality thinking on nearly every issue you face and get the guidance of a computerized system that weighs different points of view. For example, you will be able to ask what lifestyle or career you should choose given what you're like, or how to best interact with specific people based on what they're like. These innovations will help people get out of their own heads and unlock an incredibly powerful form of collective thinking. We are doing this now and have found it way better than traditional thinking. While this kind of view often leads to talk of artificial intelligence competing with human intelligence, in my opinion human and artificial intelligence are far more likely to work together because that will produce the best results. It'll be decades and maybe never before the computer can replicate many of the things that the brain can do in terms of imagination, synthesis, and creativity. That's because the brain comes genetically programmed with millions of years of abilities honed through evolution. The science of decision-making that underlies many computer systems remains much less valuable than the art. People still make the most important decisions better than computers do. To see this, you need look no further than at the kinds of people who are uniquely successful. Software developers, mathematicians, and game theory modelers aren't running away with all the rewards. It is the people who have the most common sense, imagination, and determination. Only human intelligence can apply the interpretations that are required to provide computer models with appropriate input. For example, a computer can't tell you how to weigh the value of the time you spend with your loved ones against the time you spend at work or the optimal mix of hours that will provide you with the best marginal utilities for each activity. Only you know what you value most, who you want to share your life with, what kind of environment you want to be in, and ultimately how to make the best choices to bring those things about. What's more, so much of our thinking comes from the subconscious in ways we don't understand, that thinking we can model it fully is as unlikely as an animal that has never experienced abstract thinking attempting to define and replicate it. Yet at the same time, the brain cannot compete with the computer in many ways. Computers have much greater determination than any person, as they will work 24/7 for you. They can process vastly more information, and they can do it much faster, more reliably, and more objectively than you could ever hope to. They can bring millions of possibilities that you never thought of to your attention. Perhaps most important of all, they are immune to the biases and consensus-driven thinking of crowds. They don't care if what they see is unpopular, and they never panic. During those terrible days after 9/11, when the whole country was being whipsawed by emotion, or the weeks between September 19 and October 10, 2008, when the Dow fell 3,600 points, there were times I felt like hugging our computers. They kept their cool no matter what. This combination of man and machine is wonderful. The process of man's mind working with technology is what elevates us. It's what has taken us from an economy where most people dig in the dirt to today's information age. It's for that reason that people who have common sense, imagination, and determination, who know what they value and what they want, and who also use computers, math, and game theory, are the best decision makers there are. At Bridgewater, we use our systems much as a driver uses a GPS in a car, not to substitute for our navigational abilities but to supplement them. 5.12 Be cautious about trusting AI without having deep understanding. I worry about the dangers of AI in cases where users accept or, worse, act upon the cause-effect relationships presumed in algorithms produced by machine learning without understanding them deeply. Before I explain why, I want to clarify my terms. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are words that are thrown around casually and often used as synonyms, even though they are quite different. I categorize what is going on in the world of computer-aided decision-making under three broad types: expert systems, mimicking, and data mining. These categories are mine and not the ones in common use in the technology world. Expert systems are what we use at Bridgewater, where designers specify criteria based on their logical understandings of a set of cause-effect relationships, and then see how different scenarios would emerge under different circumstances. But computers can also observe patterns and apply them in their decision-making without having any understanding of the logic behind them. I call such an approach mimicking. This can be effective when the same things happen reliably over and over again and are not subject to change, such as in a game bounded by hard and fast rules. But in the real world things do change, so a system can easily fall out of sync with reality. The main thrust of machine learning in recent years has gone in the direction of data mining, in which powerful computers ingest massive amounts of data and look for patterns. While this approach is popular, it's risky in cases when the future might be different from the past. Investment systems built on machine learning that is not accompanied by deep understanding are dangerous because when some decision rule is widely believed, it becomes widely used, which affects the price. In other words, the value of a widely known insight disappears over time. Without deep understanding, you won't know if what happened in the past is genuinely of value and, even if it was, you will not be able to know whether or not its value has disappeared or worse. It's common for some decision rules to become so popular that they push the price far enough that it becomes smarter to do the opposite. Remember that computers have no common sense. For example, a computer could easily misconstrue the fact that people wake up in the morning and then eat breakfast to indicate that waking up makes people hungry. I'd rather have fewer bets, ideally uncorrelated ones, in which I am highly confident than more bets I'm less confident in, and would consider it intolerable if I couldn't argue the logic behind any of my decisions. A lot of people vest their blind faith in machine learning because they find it much easier than developing deep understanding. For me, that deep understanding is essential, especially for what I do. I don't mean to imply that these mimicking or data mining systems, as I call them, are useless. In fact, I believe that they can be extremely useful in making decisions in which the future range and configuration of events are the same as they've been in the past. Given enough computing power, all possible variables can be taken into consideration. For example, by analyzing data about the moves that great chess players have made under certain circumstances, or the procedures great surgeons have used during certain types of operations, valuable programs can be created for chess playing or surgery. Back in 1997, the computer program Deep Blue beat Garry Kasparov, the world's highest-ranked chess player, using just this approach. But this approach fails in cases where the future is different from the past and you don't know the cause-effect relationships well enough to recognize them all. Understanding these relationships as I do has saved me from making mistakes when others did, most obviously in the 2008 financial crisis. Nearly everyone else assumed that the future would be similar to the past. Focusing strictly on the logical cause-effect relationships was what allowed us to see what was really going on. When you get down to it, our brains are essentially computers that are programmed in certain ways, take in data, and spit out instructions. We can program the logic in both the computer that is our mind and the computer that is our tool so that they can work together and even double-check each other. Doing that is fabulous. For example, suppose we were trying to derive the universal laws that explain species change over time. Theoretically, with enough processing power and time, this should be possible. We would need to make sense of the formulas the computer produces, of course, to make sure that they are not data mined gibberish, by which I mean based on correlations that are not causal in any way. We would do this by constantly simplifying these rules until their elegance is unmistakable. Of course, given our brain's limited capacity and processing speed, it could take us forever to achieve a rich understanding of all the variables that go into evolution. Is all the simplifying and understanding that we employ in our expert systems truly required? Maybe not. There is certainly a risk that changes not in the tested data might still occur. But one might argue that if our data mining-based formulas seem able to account for the evolution of all species through all time, then the risks of relying on them for just the next 10, 20, or 50 years is relatively low compared to the benefits of having a formula that appears to work but is not fully understandable, and that, at the very least, might prove useful in helping scientists cure genetic diseases. In fact, we may be too hung up on understanding. Conscious thinking is only one part of understanding. Maybe it's enough that we derive a formula for change and use it to anticipate what is yet to come. I myself find the excitement, lower risk, and educational value of achieving a deep understanding of cause-effect relationships much more appealing than a reliance on algorithms I don't understand, so I am drawn to that path. But is it my lower-level preferences and habits that are pulling me in this direction, or is it my logic and reason? I'm not sure. I look forward to probing the best minds in artificial intelligence on this, and having them probe me. Most likely, our competitive natures will compel us to place bigger and bigger bets on relationships computers find that are beyond our understanding. Some of those bets will pay off, while others will backfire. I suspect that AI will lead to incredibly fast and remarkable advances, but I also fear that it could lead to our demise. We are headed for an exciting and perilous new world. That's our reality. And as always, I believe that we are much better off preparing to deal with it than wishing it weren't true. In order to have the best life possible, you have to, 1. Know what the best decisions are, and 2. Have the courage to make them. Life principles, putting it all together. In Life Principles, I've explained some principles that help me do both of these things. I believe that because the same kinds of things happen over and over again, a relatively few well-thought-out principles will allow you to deal with just about anything that reality throws at you. Where you get these principles from doesn't matter as much as having them and using them consistently, and that you never stop refining and improving them. To acquire principles that work, it's essential that you embrace reality and deal with it well. Don't fall into the common trap of wishing that reality worked differently than it does, or that your own realities were different. Instead, embrace your realities and deal with them effectively. After all, making the most of your circumstances is what life is all about. This includes being transparent with your thoughts and open-mindedly accepting the feedback of others. Doing so will dramatically increase your learning. Along your journey, you will inevitably experience painful failures. It is important to realize that they can either be the impetus that fuels your personal evolution, or they can ruin you, depending on how you react to them. I believe that evolution is the greatest force in the universe, and that we all evolve in basically the same way. Conceptually, it looks like a series of loops that either lead upward toward constant improvement, or remain flat, or even trend downward toward ruin. You will determine what your own loops look like. Your evolutionary process can be described as a 5-step process for getting what you want. It consists of setting goals, identifying and not tolerating problems, diagnosing problems, coming up with designs to get around them, and then doing the tasks required. The important thing to remember is that no one can do all the steps well, but that it's possible to rely on others to help. Different people with different abilities working well together create the most powerful machines to produce achievements. If you're willing to confront reality, accept the pain that comes with doing so, and follow the 5-step process to drive yourself toward your goals, you're on the path to success. Yet most people fail to do this because they hold on to bad opinions that could easily be rectified by going above themselves to objectively look down at their situation and weigh what they and others think about it. It's for that reason I believe you must be radically open-minded. Our biggest barriers for doing this well are our ego barrier and our blind spot barrier. The ego barrier is our innate desire to be capable and have others recognize us as such. The blind spot barrier is the result of our seeing things through our own subjective lenses. Both barriers can prevent us from seeing how things really are. The most important antidote for them is radical open-mindedness, which is motivated by the genuine worry that one might not be seeing one's choices optimally. It is the ability to effectively explore different points of view and different possibilities without letting your ego or your blind spots get in your way. Doing this well requires practicing thoughtful disagreement, which is the process of seeking out brilliant people who disagree with you in order to see things through their eyes and gain a deeper understanding. Doing this will raise your probability of making good decisions and will also give you a fabulous education. If you can learn radical open-mindedness and practice thoughtful disagreement, you'll radically increase your learning. Finally, Being radically open-minded requires you to have an accurate self-assessment of your own and others' strengths and weaknesses. This is where understanding something about how the brain works and the different psychometric assessments that can help you discover what your own brain is like comes in. To get the best results out of yourself and others, you must understand that people are wired very differently. In a nutshell, learning how to make decisions in the best possible way and learning to have the courage to make them comes from A, going after what you want, B, failing and reflecting well through radical open-mindedness, and C, changing/evolving to become ever more capable and less fearful. In the final chapter of this section, Learn How to Make Decisions Effectively, I shared some more granular principles for how to do all of the above and weigh your options in specific situations to determine the right path to follow. You can of course do all of these things alone, but if you've understood anything about the concept of radical open-mindedness, it should be obvious that going it alone will only take you so far. We all need others to help us triangulate and get to the best possible decisions and to help us see our weaknesses objectively and compensate for them. More than anything else, your life is affected by the people around you and how you interact with each other. Your ability to get what you want when working with others who want the same things is much greater than your ability to get these things by yourself. Yet we haven't talked about how groups should operate to be most effective. That's what we'll do in Work Principles. Work Principles is about people working together. Because the power of a group is so much greater than the power of an individual, the principles that follow are likely even more important than those we covered up to this point. In fact, I wrote them first and then wrote life principles in order to help others make sense of the approach I was implicitly applying in running Bridgewater. My work principles are basically the life principles you just read, applied to groups. I will show you, principle by principle, how an actual, practical, believability-weighted decision-making system converts independent thinking into effective group decision-making. I believe that such a system can work to make any kind of organization, business, government, philanthropic both more effective and more satisfying to belong to. I hope these principles will help you struggle well and get all the joy you can out of life. Summary and table of life principles. Think for yourself to decide 1. What you want, 2. What is true, and 3. What you should do to achieve number 1 in light of number 2, and do that with humility and open-mindedness so that you consider the best thinking available to you. Life Principles Introduction. Look to the patterns of those things that affect you in order to understand the cause-effect relationships that drive them and to learn principles for dealing with them effectively. Part 2. Life Principles 1. Embrace reality and deal with it. 1.1 Be a hyper-realist. A dreams plus reality plus determination equals a successful life. 1.2 Truth, or, more precisely, an accurate understanding of reality is the essential foundation for any good outcome. 1.3 Be radically open-minded and radically transparent. A radical open-mindedness and radical transparency are invaluable for rapid learning and effective change. B. Don't let fears of what others think of you stand in your way. C. Embracing radical truth and radical transparency will bring more meaningful work and more meaningful relationships. 1.4 Look to nature to learn how reality works. A. Don't get hung up on your views of how things should be because you will miss out on learning how they really are. B. To be good, something must operate consistently with the laws of reality and contribute to the evolution of the whole. That is what is most rewarded. C. Evolution is the single greatest force in the universe. It is the only thing that is permanent and it drives everything. D. Evolve or die. 1.5 Evolving is life's greatest accomplishment and its greatest reward. A. The individual's incentives must be aligned with the group's goals. B. Reality is optimizing for the whole, not for you. C. Adaptation through rapid trial and error is invaluable. D. Realize that you are simultaneously everything and nothing and decide what you want to be. E. What you will be will depend on the perspective you have. 1.6 Understand nature's practical lessons. A. Maximize your evolution. B. Remember no pain, no gain. C. It is a fundamental law of nature that in order to gain strength one has to push one's limits, which is painful. 1.7 Pain plus reflection equals progress. A. Go to the pain rather than avoid it. B. Embrace tough love. 1.8 Weigh second and third order consequences. 1.9 Own your outcomes. 1.10 Look at the machine from the higher level. A. Think of yourself as a machine operating within a machine and know that you have the ability to alter your machines to produce better outcomes. B. By comparing your outcomes with your goals, you can determine how to modify your machine. C. Distinguish between you as the designer of your machine and you as a worker with your machine. D. The biggest mistake most people make is to not see themselves and others objectively, which leads them to bump into their own and others' weaknesses again and again. E. Successful people are those who can go above themselves to see things objectively and manage those things to shape change. F. Asking others who are strong in areas where you are weak to help you is a great skill that you should develop no matter what, as it will help you develop guardrails that will prevent you from doing what you shouldn't be doing. G. Because it is difficult to see oneself objectively, you need to rely on the input of others and the whole body of evidence. H. If you are open-minded enough and determined, you can get virtually anything you want. To use the 5-step process to get what you want out of life. 2.1 Have clear goals. A. Prioritize. While you can have virtually anything you want, you can't have everything you want. B. Don't confuse goals with desires. C. Decide what you really want in life by reconciling your goals and your desires. D. Don't mistake the trappings of success for success itself. E. Never rule out a goal because you think it's unattainable. F. Remember that great expectations create great capabilities. G. Almost nothing can stop you from succeeding if you have A. Flexibility and B. Self-accountability. H. Knowing how to deal well with your setbacks is as important as knowing how to move forward. 2.2 Identify and don't tolerate problems. A. View painful problems as potential improvements that are screaming at you. B. Don't avoid confronting problems because they are rooted in harsh realities that are unpleasant to look at. C. Be specific in identifying your problems. D. Don't mistake a cause of a problem with the real problem. E. Distinguish big problems from small ones. F. Once you identify a problem, don't tolerate it. 2.3 Diagnose problems to get at their root causes. A. Focus on the what is before deciding what to do about it. B. Distinguish proximate causes from root causes. C. Recognize that knowing what someone, including you, is like will tell you what you can expect from them. 2.4 Design a plan. A. Go back before you go forward. B. Think about your problem as a set of outcomes produced by a machine. C. Remember that there are typically many paths to achieving your goals. D. Think of your plan as being like a movie script in that you visualize who will do what through time. E. Write down your plan for everyone to see and to measure your progress against. F. Recognize that it doesn't take a lot of time to design a good plan. 2.5 Push through to completion. A. Great planners who don't execute their plans go nowhere. B. Good work habits are vastly underrated. C. Establish clear metrics to make certain that you are following your plan. 2.6 Remember that weaknesses don't matter if you find solutions. A. Look at the patterns of your mistakes and identify at which step in the 5-step process you typically fail. B. Everyone has at least one big thing that stands in the way of their success, find yours and deal with it. 2.7 Understand your own and others' mental maps and humility. 3. Be radically open-minded. 3.1 Recognize your 2 barriers. A. Understand your ego barrier. B. Your 2 use fight to control you. C. Understand your blind spot barrier. 3.2 Practice radical open-mindedness. A. Sincerely believe that you might not know the best possible path and recognize that your ability to deal well with not knowing is more important than whatever it is you do know. B. Recognize that decision-making is a 2-step process. First take in all the relevant information, then decide. C. Don't worry about looking good, worry about achieving your goal. D. Realize that you can't put out without taking in. E. Recognize that to gain the perspective that comes from seeing things through another's eyes, you must suspend judgment for a time. Only by empathizing can you properly evaluate another point of view. F. Remember that you're looking for the best answer, not simply the best answer that you can come up with yourself. G. Be clear on whether you are arguing or seeking to understand, and think about which is most appropriate based on your and others' believability. 3.3 Appreciate the art of thoughtful disagreement. 3.4 Triangulate your view with believable people who are willing to disagree. A. Plan for the worst-case scenario to make it as good as possible. 3.5 Recognize the signs of closed-mindedness and open-mindedness that you should watch out for. 3.6 Understand how you can become radically open-minded. A. Regularly use pain as your guide toward quality reflection. B. Make being open-minded a habit. C. Get to know your blind spots. D. If a number of different believable people say you are doing something wrong and you are the only one who doesn't see it that way, assume that you are probably biased. E. Meditate. F. Be evidence-based and encourage others to be the same. G. Do everything in your power to help others also be open-minded. H. Use evidence-based decision-making tools. I know when it's best to stop fighting and have faith in your decision-making process. 4. Understand that people are wired very differently. 4.1 Understand the power that comes from knowing how you and others are wired. A. We are born with attributes that can both help us and hurt us, depending on their application. 4.2 Meaningful work and meaningful relationships aren't just nice things we chose for ourselves, they are genetically programmed into us. 4.3 Understand the great brain battles and how to control them to get what you want. A. Realize that the conscious mind is in a battle with the subconscious mind. B. Know that the most constant struggle is between feeling and thinking. C. Reconcile your feelings and your thinking. D. Choose your habits well. E. Train your lower level you with kindness and persistence to build the right habits. F. Understand the differences between right-brained and left-brained thinking. G. Understand how much the brain can and cannot change. 4.4 Find out what you and others are like. A. Introversion versus extroversion. B. Intuiting versus sensing. C. Thinking versus feeling. D. Planning versus perceiving. E. Creators versus refiners versus advancers versus executors versus flexors. F. Focusing on tasks versus focusing on goals. G. Workplace personality inventory. H. Shapers are people who can go from visualization to actualization. 4.5 Getting the right people in the right roles in support of your goal is the key to succeeding at whatever you choose to accomplish. A. Manage yourself and orchestrate others to get what you want. 5. Learn how to make decisions effectively. 5.1 Recognize that 1. The biggest threat to good decision-making is harmful emotions, and 2. Decision-making is a two-step process, first learning and then deciding. 5.2 Synthesize the situation at hand. A. One of the most important decisions you can make is who you ask questions of. B. Don't believe everything you hear. C. Everything looks bigger up close. D. New is overvalued relative to great. E. Don't oversqueeze dots. 5.3 Synthesize the situation through time. A. Keep in mind both the rates of change and the levels of things, and the relationships between them. B. Be imprecise. C. Remember the 80-20th rule and know what the key 20% is. D. Be an imperfectionist. 5.4 Navigate levels effectively. A. Use the terms above the line and below the line to establish which level a conversation is on. B. Remember that decisions need to be made at the appropriate level, but they should also be consistent across levels. 5.5 Logic, reason, and common sense are your best tools for synthesizing reality and understanding what to do about it. 5.6 Make your decisions as expected value calculations. A. Raising the probability of being right is valuable no matter what your probability of being right already is. B. Knowing when not to bet is as important as knowing what bets are probably worth making. C. The best choices are the ones that have more pros than cons, not those that don't have any cons at all. 5.7 Prioritize by weighing the value of additional information against the cost of not deciding. A. All of your must-dos must be above the bar before you do your like-todos. B. Chances are you won't have time to deal with the unimportant things, which is better than not having time to deal with the important things. C. Don't mistake possibilities for probabilities. 5.8 Simplify. 5.9 Use principles. 5.10 Believability. Weight your decision making. 5.11 Convert your principles into algorithms and have the computer make decisions alongside you. 5.12 Be cautious about trusting AI without having deep understanding.